Hey everyone, and welcome back to the Firefighters podcast, where we seek to develop, inspire and motivate the world of the emergency services operator through a series of wide-ranging conversations. Now, before we go any further, just hit that rate, follow or subscribe button on whatever platform you're listening to. It's a key performance indicator for us and helps us reach even more people. Now, here's what we've got for you today. I've never done anything like this, certainly with your circumstances, your history. And when you first reached out to us, I spoke to my wife and I'm like, I actually felt quite nervous. Yeah. I'm just being totally honest with you. I was like, it's a strange privilege to be able to try and be part of something like this. So I feel an immense amount of pride, and that's not a sympathy vote. It's just like, I want to do this as well as we can for everything, for you and your family and everything like that. So anything you want to cover, absolutely anything at all, it'd be an absolute privilege.
Thank you.
Should we go for it?
Yes.
Helen,
yes.
Welcome to the podcast.
Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me in your home. It was lovely to meet your partner and your children. I know he's just gone out on a run. Your husband's he's a PTI in the
in our RAF as well. Yeah. So both in the RAF.
We first both got in contact. We'll sort of circumnavigate our way backwards around it when you saw something that obviously the Pink Firefighters, we do this stuff for breast cancer awareness and we try and raise money for any form of cancer. But I don't want us to start there. What I'd love to do is come all the way back and start with sort of where you grew up, sort of your background, your siblings and everything like that, and then we'll sort of flow into how I'm sat here today in your lovely home.
Okay, so I grew up in a little town in the southwest of Scotland called Girvan, a lovely little beachside town, with my elder sister Emma, who's a year older, and my younger brother Kenny, who's 3 years younger than me. My mum Lorraine and my dad Kenny. So my dad was a brick builder, bricklayer in the town, and so it was one of them. It's a small town, so it was everywhere we went, everyone knew us. People would stop us and say, "Oh, you're Kenny's daughter," and I'd be like, "Yeah, who are you?" You know, I had loads of my cousins, aunts, uncles, all my grandparents. Everyone was, local. Yeah. So we had a really fun childhood. Lots of cousins and friends, and down the beach all the time, and staying at my grand's all the time. And we were, and we still are really close as a family.
What was it like growing up near the beach?
Oh, it was amazing, and it's the biggest thing. When I left home, I was like 17 when I joined the RAF, and I couldn't see it. I was like, there's no career prospects for me in Girvan. I want to go out and see the big wide world. And I think, I've had a great career and I've got my husband and my children, but when I look at Girvan now, I can appreciate actually what a lovely little town it is more than I could when I was 17 and thinking, there's a big wide world out there. And when I joined the Air Force, I've spent about 10 years down at Portsmouth, but everywhere else I've not been by the seaside, and it's the biggest thing I miss is being by the sea. So that everyone will tell you the first thing I do when I get home is I'll go down the beach, and if anybody's looking for me, where is she? Oh, she's down the beach. I find it such a calming place, like just the sounds, the smells, the looking at shells, finding, we've got jars everywhere full of shells and stuff. Every time we go home, we bring bags of stones and shells and sea glass back. And, my husband's always like, we just end up with bags of sea glass and shells at home. Like, what do you want more for? And I'm like, because it's
my mum used to do that as well. And my sister, every time we went there, and my dad used to make a joke of something about sea defences and say how they're sitting. He says, it's all in our freaking lounge. No wonder we're struggling with sea defences. Everyone's just taking it home with them little by little. Yeah. It's like a termite analogy of us just taking chunks and chunks.
I'm guilty, yeah.
What is it about the sort of vastness of the ocean? Because I feel that as well. And there's something about water. There's something about water and horizons. Water. I don't know if it humbles us or gives us... But it's also so vast and unknown. And it's something about how we look into it and we're not sure what's there or what's not there, and the mystery of it.
Yeah. I think as well, being a seaside town, we were all taught to swim very early on, and so we always used to swim, me, my brother, my sister, competitively, from such a young age. We've always been really strong swimmers. So I've always loved the water, and again, I feel the water has such a, medically proven therapeutic effect on us, doesn't it? And I just love it when I go on holiday. And I've never actually done scuba diving, because the process of scuba diving almost frightens me a little bit. Yeah. But what I do love is just putting some goggles on and just swimming, holding my breath and swimming under the water with the fish and escaping. And it's like you're in this different world, and then you just pop your head above the water and everything's back again, But yeah, just whether it's sunny, whether it's a miserable day at home, I just loved it. Being down the beach, and I find it so calming. You know, a bit of like escapism. It just.
How have you managed to recreate that, or have you managed to recreate that sort of calming effect when you've lived in different places? So we're not near the coast right now.
No.
And those aspects is some as stillness or calmness or, you know, tranquility or whatever it may be. People struggle to find that in the modern day. You know, it's something we spoke about before we came on. How have you managed to do that?
Or
have you?
No, I wouldn't say of the effects or the feelings, the calmness I get from being by the sea. I wouldn't say I find anywhere else.
Wow.
We do go. I love mudlarking. Don't know about mudlarking. Just when you go in the rivers and look and find, and I've found so many vintage glass bottles or the little pottery pipes or things like that. When me and the girls we go looking for treasure in the rivers and stuff, and that's probably the closest I've found, because I'm in the water and you've got the sounds of the water, and I can get engaged in looking for the treasure with the girls and stuff, but. It's not the same environment as being by the sea. And it's certainly that for me is the biggest thing. Like my dream home would be somewhere by the sea, and just opening my doors or looking out my window and I've got the sea, because that's how I grew up. You know, in the last house I lived in, our family house, before I joined, out of our bedroom window, you could look out and, you know, you're a couple hundred yards from the shore.
God, that must have been crazy.
Lived within walking distance of the beach my whole life until I left the Girvan.
And would your parents just let you go there?
Yeah,
I'm going to say unsupervised sounds such a PC thing to say these days, but like
when we were of an age that you know we could be trusted, and you know we used to go down there.
What was that age? Park. Just out of curiosity, I don't want to get into the.
I think we would probably have been about 10, something like that.
I mean? So I let my daughter. So she walks to school by herself now. She's 10, and some parents have this. You know, oh God, they're so young. And it is an aspect that we worry more about our children a little bit more now. Do we think they're any more threat, though? And there's almost an aspect of, if we shield them too much from anything, do they ever grow?
Learn responsibility. And then you almost think most kids, like we've got, certainly older kids have all got phones, haven't they? So it's almost like
we never had anything.
We never had anything. So at least you can phone them, you can track them.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even remember having a watch when I used to go, you know, go down to the park or.
It was like when it starts getting dark.
Yeah.
Come back.
When the street lights are on, you come back for your tea or
But now it's like. We never would think, I mean, especially back then, you wouldn't have, your parents must not have thought, oh my God, what if Helen gets in trouble in the water, or what if this, or what, no one's going to know, we're not going to know of it, we won't find her.
No.
It just never entered our head.
No, you just let them go and play, didn't you?
But your character grew, and your strength and your independence grew as a result of that.
Responsibility, yeah.
There's a weird analogy there, and I wonder how if we're creating the Frankenstein, if you know what I mean. We create the monster and then go, oh God, I'm so worried about my daughter. She's not confident.
What's the chances of something happening, but we don't take that chance on them. Yeah. But then you look at, you know, but they all do have mobile phones, and look at the dangers that's on the internet. But we perceive that as safer.
And we gave them that bit.
Yeah, we gave them that, but we perceive that as safer than letting them go walk down the street on their own, where they're surrounded by people and shops and you know. Yeah, it's so, and I can see both sides of it, but you're like, you know, with 3 girls, I'm like, I don't know how you deal with that. I don't know. I don't know what the right answer is.
Hey folks, I wanted to jump in here and just share with you a really exciting update from our partner William Wood Watches. They are launching the first ever field watch collection. Now it's named Fearless, which firstly, absolutely love, and this new collection is very different from anything they've ever launched before. However, you will see that they've managed to maintain some of the signature William Wood watch elements. The big thing for me is that black fire hose. So they have got the first ever time they've done this, the black fire hose strap, and a really, really cool case back. So now the watches are available in 3 colors this time. These are red, orange, which is my favorite, and the yellow. Each watch features those straps that are made up from repurposed black fire hose. That stuff looks the absolute bee's knees, guys. They've never done that one before, so go and take a look at that. And they've also got a textured dial to represent charcoal. You know, I mean, honestly, I never know how they're going to keep going deeper with this. Every time they do, I'm like, where are they getting this from? But I know where they're getting it from, because they're speaking to the boots on the ground. They're speaking to you, they're speaking to me, they're speaking to firefighters and frontline operators and getting just these amazing insights. The creativity in this is amazing. Now, the case has come down in size from 41mm to 40mm,
And another new thing is they've got a unique firefighter helmet visor case back. So flip it on the back. In fact, go over to the website and you'll see the photos. That visor case back, guys, it just looks absolutely incredible. Now, the watches are available to buy immediately, like right now, and they can be delivered within 24 hours in the UK and 48 hours from UPS collection in the US. The link to Bloomer watches is in the notes below this episode. You will not regret it. I am 100% putting this on my list. I'm going to be nagging them like crazy because I know you can pay in 3 stages as well. You haven't got to go in full whack on this. The new Phyllis collection, William Wood watches. Go check it out.
What was the drive for you to first go into something like the RAF? Because I remember you saying that it was a real challenge for like your mum, and when she drove you down to go away on your first one. What was that itch that made you want to go and have that exploration?
Like I say, I loved Girvan. Absolutely loved growing up in Girvan. All my life I've wanted to be a nurse. So, from when you had people first asked you, what do you want to be when you grow up? I wanted to be a nurse. Never did I say anything else other than I wanted to be a nurse.
Why? Was there someone that inspired you, or did you?
No, I don't. I mean, I haven't got a family member. It's quite often there's family that's been in the nurses or doctors, but no, I just had this desire to help people, and like I say, there was no family was medical or military at all, really.
That's so strange.
Yeah, it's just
something was stirred within you.
Me from 5-6 years old, and I was like, no, I want to be a nurse. And my mum's got pictures of me in this little nurse's outfit, and as a young child, and I didn't ever sway from being a nurse. Kids normally, I want to be a nurse, and next week I want to be a vet, or next week I want to be a painter or a dancer.
Yeah, I wanted to be a firefighter when I was like 5, and I didn't circle back round to it until I was like 18, 19. There was a real gulf of gap where I probably wanted to be a Power Ranger or something for a period of time.
Yeah.
But also like a nurse is such, it's even older than most of the professions. It's just that aspect of nurturing and helping and giving and fixing. And that is something that must be quite visceral for people. Like they're just drawn to it. It's more, what do they say? It's more of a vocation than it is an occupation.
Yeah. I mean, you don't do it for the money, do you? Let's be honest.
So when did you first have the conviction to go into the RAF or something like that? Because you could have gone many routes.
Yeah, I could have gone many routes. So what I thought was, I've always been like a bit determined and a bit sort of, I knew I wanted to do something, but I wanted to do nursing, and I'm not downplaying being a nurse in the NHS, because actually the way the military nursing works is actually we are nurses in the NHS. We're just paid by the military a lot of the time, because there's no military hospitals anymore. So if you work in the hospital environment, you work in an NHS hospital environment.
Really?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
That's, I mean, when I joined, we still had a couple of military hospitals, but that was a long time ago, and there's none now. So we're embedded within the NHS, and the NHS are fantastic. There's just not enough of them. It's terrible. Like all the services.
I think it's just drowning in demand, isn't it? It's just, and it's so hard to keep people. I was looking at some of the recruitment stats, and I think the average career is like 6 or 7 years. I know for paramedics it's 5 years.
Burn them out. We just burn people out. It's terrible. But I didn't want to just do nursing in the NHS. I wanted to do nursing and see the world and do something else. But I was like, I don't want to just go to university, and I don't know. I just wanted something more than just being a nurse. But I don't.
I totally get that.
And one of my friends at the time was talking about going in the RAF, so I thought, I'll have a look at that. And then I looked into it, and I discovered aeromedical evacuation, where you can. And I was amazed by this concept of doing nursing in the back of an airplane anywhere in the world. I was like, what is this? And that was me. I was like, I'm sold. I am absolutely sold. And I was about 16, and I think, because I was like, well, you can join the military at 16, so of course I went to the careers office at 16, but actually to do some jobs you have to be a bit older. So like nursing, even in civilian world, you have to be a bit older because of the complexities of what you're doing, and giving medication and that the kind of things you're doing. So to join the military as a nurse, I had to be 17 years and 10 months old. So I'd got accepted into the RAF, but then I had to wait until, I don't know how, I waited about a good year or so until I was actually old enough to be given a date to start. So I just milled around and pottered around, had a little, part-time jobs and,
So
stuff like
because
that.
you existed then, as in you were joining the RAF to do it, would it mean you were part of the RAF first and then trained to be a nurse, or you were a nurse that was just part of the RAF? As in, like, did you have to do entry requirements for the RAF or entry
Yes.
requirements for the nurse?
Yes.
So it was an RAF.
Yep, training.
Okay. Well, so like physical training
Physical
and
training, yep. So
that must have been crazy.
It was. So you can train as a nurse and then join the military, and then you do your military training, or you can do what I done, which was join the military, done my military training, then done my nursing training. But we don't do that as much now. Whereas when I joined, we done that quite a lot. But now, I think probably financially, it makes more sense that they take them from qualified nurses to join up, because they've got an immediately qualified nurse, and they don't have to pay the university fees and stuff like that. When I joined, the basic training that I done as a non-commissioned officer was at RAF Halton, which is still where it's done now in Buckinghamshire.
Okay.
And it was 7 weeks, and I think it's a bit longer now, but it was 7 weeks, and that's where you learned all your discipline skills. You learned how to iron properly, we had to make bed packs with blankets and sheets, and we had to fold it all. Everything had to be folded. It was like an A4 sheet, basically. We set way every morning inspections. We had lots of physical training, fitness tests. We learned about NBC and chemical warfare and all these things, and had to get gassed in the gas chamber and take our respirators off, and then put them back on.
With the mustard gas pellet things?
Yes. Wow. Because
what was that like? Because you see that on things
CS
like
gas,
CS gas.
So
you still see that on shows now.
Yeah.
Is it really as horrific as it looks?
It just feels like your face and your eyes and everything's burning. But the reason they do that is because you have to know what it feels like to feel the effects, in order to know whether you're suffering from, that's only one of various, things they could use, and God knows what options they have, terrorists and things by now. But it's to make you, and you almost appreciate the benefits of a respirator more when you know what it feels like not to have that respirator. So even down to looking after it, and when you've done your training, you wash it and you dry it and you make sure it's not just.
Did you have the ones in the silver packs, and they had the big clip one over at the end? You had to repack them all properly. I forget what types they were.
We
had ones that never seemed to fit back in the box.
Oh yeah, we've had that.
It was like you had to do it. You really did have to do it in a specific way. It would just never go back in.
It used to be a nightmare because they had one canister. So when you had to do a canister change, because obviously if you're in a NBC environment, you can't just take your mask off and put a new canister on. So you have to do all your decontamination drills, and you would have to hold your breath, take the canister off, and it's like a screw at an angle. Take your canister off, get your other canister. Meanwhile, you're like running out of breath. And that was I was always terrible at changing my canister, and then change your canister, breathe out, blow all the particles out, and then do your decontamination again. And that was always for me the bit whenever I was doing my yearly
reaccreditation type
thing.
Yeah.
That was always a bit I dreaded it, because it was I could never get the angle, and they said put your hands round it and feed it in and turn it, but it was always cross threaded or whatever, and it was like ooh.
We have drills where we effectively have a firefighter go down and their cylinder content's running out, and you have to push in and disconnect the CGN coupling and have to reattach them to yours. And the amount of times we go in there, and like it says, that moment of blind panic where we see people unclip it, and then they're looking around on the floor, and they're looking around, and they let this one go, and that person's got no air, and then they're going for it, and they can't get it, and they get the wrong end, and it really is. I always say to people about trying to close their eyes when they do it, because you can't see very well anyway. I don't know if the analogy was the same for you, but you're trying to use a sense.
Yep.
That's not very good.
Helping you, yeah.
So you're like your cognitive load. You're putting loads of energy into trying to see, and you can't see. So just close your eyes and really focus on how am I and how does it feel, and what's my physical awareness, what's my spatial awareness, because otherwise, like you say, the panic just overwhelms you. The simplicity of something becomes so complex.
And in theory, it's saying you just screw it off and you screw it back on. not when there's gas around you and you can't breathe. But thankfully now we have a new respirator that actually has two canisters, so they don't screw on, they kind of like clip and twist on. And because there's two, you can take one off, breathe normally, and there's a valve that stops it coming in. So you can still breathe with the other canister and put the other one on.
Nice.
I was like, whoa, thank goodness for that. It took us a long time to get there, but we got there. But yeah, the other one was horrible. So you did learn all that kind of stuff, and weapons handling. You done weapons handling with the rifles and learned how to strip them down. You went on the ranges, learned how to fire them.
Well, she still did have to learn to fire and shoot and everything like that.
All the military stuff that we have to do.
Wow.
That everyone else has to do. So when you're in as a nurse, there's different rules as to what I'm allowed to do with weapons because of the Geneva Convention. So I'm allowed a weapon and allowed to use a weapon, for my own protection or to protect a hospital building or protect my patients, that kind of thing. Whereas the rules are different for your general soldiers or other people who are not, because we are technically not allowed to have weapons, but because everyone's allowed to everyone has an inherent right to self-defense if we're in a medical capacity, or we can use it to defend our patients, because patients are protected anyway, as are medical personnel, medical facilities. But as we know, the enemies we face don't care about the Geneva Convention, or and actually for them probably a big Red Cross is actually more of a target than anything else. Which is one of the reasons you don't see our military aircraft with Red Crosses on, because then they can only be used for medical purposes.
I didn't know that.
So if they have a Red Cross, you're not allowed to use it as a military combatant aircraft. Because
otherwise it's sort of like a Trojan horse analogy.
Exactly.
They would fly.
Like that.
And I bet, like you say, people would do that because you see in certain countries, you hear in certain war zones where they'll use school buildings, they will utilise members of families to hide or smuggle or do things around.
It increases the emotional damage and the collateral that they're causing, doesn't it? So, so...
That's surreal.
Yep, it is. So for 7 weeks, done all that training, and I loved it. I mean, I was lucky, I guess, because I was 17. So in terms of physical fitness and all that, I probably didn't find it as hard as I think now. If I was to go and do it when I'm 40, I would be like that. Oh, gee whiz. And also, I don't think at 40 years old I could take somebody shouting at me and tell me what to do and tell me I hadn't, ironed my shirt right. So I have this newfound respect for the older people that I done it with, who had left children at home and families at home to come and do it.
Yeah, God, I think that's so crazy.
Yeah, and certainly I don't think it's something a lot of people now do join the military later in life, but certainly I don't think it's something I could do, because you're so you're set in your ways a bit more, aren't you? And to have some 20-year-old corporal screaming at you and shouting at you to telling you haven't ironed stuff, you haven't made your bed properly or polished your shoes right, and you'd be like, bloody 40 years old, who do you think you're talking to? But
do you think as well though, there's because like you say, older people might not, or people of a different generation might not be as receptive to that now. But also when we speak about the way that children are building character and sometimes perhaps the mental fragility of some generations now, I wonder how they would respond to it as well, because we some people moan or complain or have their own opinions about this snowflake generation, but also I think we've also kind of created that because we vilified the way that we were perhaps treated back then, and we've tried to do something different with our children, but we've accidentally created that aspect where they're
scared to say or do anything.
They're scared to say or do anything. And actually, some of the things that we're going to get onto that you've gone through today, I wonder, if a different version of you that hadn't built such strong character would have been able to persevere. I mean, you would have coped differently, better or worse, who knows, but I would probably lean on the side of saying you would have struggled more had you not have gone through those things at such an early age.
Hey folks, just wanted to jump in with a quick piece around firefighter health and wellbeing. Now, we get a lot of messages and emails into the podcast around firefighter health and fitness, whether you are trying to join the fire service and pass them tricky fitness tests, if you are currently serving, or if you are coming up to that next chapter of your life, retiring from the emergency services. We get so many different questions around it. So in partnership with Fitness for the Frontline, we have come up with a series of guidance and programs specifically designed to reflect the physical elements of the role of a firefighter. So whether it's carrying an LPP across an overgrown field, lifting a ladder above your head under running it, or wrestling with cutting gear for 30 plus minutes at some kind of complicated RTC, our bodies are required to lift, push, and carry objects in very specific circumstances. That is effectively what Fitness on the Frontline focuses on, as well as the longer term aspects of overall health and wellness for our firefighters. firefighters. There are focuses around strength endurance, and overall conditioning, all achievable and relevant to our roles. Now, we are definitely not about to be smashing out world records or getting that beach body ready in 6 weeks rubbish. The systems and programs that we put in place are adjusted for people's current fitness levels, and they're not a prescriptive weight or a one-size-fits-all BS. We also take into consideration all the fitness testing for initial application and also for current firefighters who want to maintain and progress their fitness levels. It is very likely for myself personally that I'm still going to be a firefighter when I'm 60 plus, so longevity in the role is really important to me, and I know it is for so many people out there. The system has a built-in ability to adjust easily depending on the equipment you have available, your fatigue levels, or if you're coming off busy ass night shifts and you haven't got a lot of time to work out. You can record your results, log your weights, your body measurements. We've got all the facilities to do that. The system is yours to use how you want to train. We've taken all the fluff and the gimmicks and the BS away from most of the rubbish that you see out there. And this is designed by experienced operational firefighters and qualified people, including myself, with members of the team available to contact throughout the time you are within us in the program. If you ever get stuck, if you start to struggle, and also to celebrate those wins and achievements with you. It all starts with no obligation, 7 days worth of the programming, absolutely free. So whether you're joining, serving, or looking at the next chapter in your life, have a glance in the link for the podcast. Fitness for the Frontline is designed by firefighters for firefighters. Now back to the show.
Had you any other siblings that had gone away before?
No.
'Cause
I've got an older sister and a younger brother.
What did your older sister do?
So she works for, Nestle, the chocolate factory?
Yes.
She works for Nestle.
Okay.
And has done for many years. She started off doing sort of in the laboratories, doing like some of the testing on the crumbs and the milk and things like that. Because obviously there's a lot of scientific things has to be done. Yeah.
Wasn't that always the dream job when you were a kid? I'm going to be a taste tester for a chocolate company.
In a chocolate factory. No.
That was a real job.
Yeah.
And then people actually do it.
Yeah. So they used to do have like little shops where you could buy like the odd fits of the chocolates and stuff like that. So you'd get like big bags of chocolates and stuff for free, for really cheap and stuff like that. Yeah. But they don't.
Was that your constant Christmas present and birthday present? It was always that stuff.
The Nestle shop.
Had she left home at all when she was younger? Were you the first to go?
She lived at home when I left.
Okay.
Yeah, so
that must have been tragic for your parents, or maybe great. I don't know. Maybe you were horrible children.
I think she was just. I think they were just excited for me because it was like such an adventure, and I was so excited. I think maybe if it was different circumstances, and I was a bit like, I don't really know for what you go, but I was like, I'm doing this. I'm excited. I'm not worried. I'm not anxious. I don't think I've made a wrong decision. There was no doubt in my mind about what I was doing. So they were just delighted for me to see me going out and doing something fun and exciting.
Were you quite strong-willed as a child then?
Oh yeah, I was. Yeah, my mum will always say that. And when I say to my mum, I was like, she's about one of my girls, she's so stubborn, honestly, and she just doesn't stop answering me back. And she's like, my mum's like that. Wonder where she gets that from, But my mum's really stubborn, and all the women, I have to say, the women in my mum's side of the family, we're all strong women, and like my mum and my auntie. My mum's got a couple of aunties. One of her sisters died when she was 17. Ironically, it's the sister that I was named after. Helen, my mum had a sister who died. She was killed in a car accident 3 days before her wedding.
God.
And yeah, she was 17. And when my mum was pregnant with my sister, it didn't even cross her mind to call her Helen. But when she was pregnant with me, she was like, something in her just said, she needs to be called Helen. If it's a girl, it's got to be called Helen. And annoyingly, I haven't got a picture to hand, but if you saw a picture of my Auntie Helen, I'm her absolute spitting image. And even like people will see pictures of my Auntie Helen and say, oh, that's you. And I'll say, no, it's even my girls. And I'm like, no, that's not me. It's my Auntie. That's my Auntie Helen.
My daughter looks just like my sister.
Oh, really?
It is. She doesn't look like me. She doesn't look like my wife. No, she looks like my sister. Mm-hmm. It is ridiculous.
Yeah,
it's so crazy.
It's mad, isn't it?
How did your parents deal with? So they were. What would you feel like if one of your children, because you've got 3 young girls, if they said, "Mum, I'm going to join the military. I want to do this thing." I mean, I know perhaps you would speak from a bias because you've been there and done it, and you know. But no one had ever done it in your family before that.
Nobody knew what was involved.
For all intents and purposes, they knew war. They were going. Yeah. You were going off to fight, and you're training with a gun, and you're.
Yeah. How
did they take that?
They were just. I think some people do. Some parents do struggle with it, and they're maybe a bit more uncomfortable. But yeah, they were just. I was excited by it, so it was what I wanted to do. So they were like just supportive. They were nothing other than happy and supportive for me. Of course, there were days where you missed home, and I was 17, and so it was hard. I missed home, so I would phone and maybe be upset, or you're up early, you've got long days, you're like constantly on the go, so it is exhausting.
Was there many other people your age? Because you said there was some older student or some older recruits.
There was a few, but I was definitely, of course, one of the youngest, given that, you know, you can't join till you're 16 anyway. And I actually had my 18th birthday at basic training.
Okay.
So yeah, it was interesting. But yeah, I really enjoyed it. And I ended up actually getting one of the awards at the end of it for the recruit that displayed the best effort and determination within my flight. So that was really nice, because I was like at 17, I'd never done anything before, never been, you know, people had been in the air cadets or, the TA or stuff like that, but I'd never done anything. I'd literally gone to school, worked part-time in a shop, joined the RAF. So, you know, never... so for me to get that award was really nice for me, because I was like, oh.
So once you knew you'd nailed that first 7 weeks,
Yep.
is that when everybody does like that basic training, correct me if I'm wrong, and then they go into their profession or their sector or their specialism,
so they do so that's your sort of phase 1 military training is your military training. So I joined as a non-commissioned officer. You can join to apply as a commissioned officer, in which case you do your phase 1 basic training at RAF Cramwell, just down the road, which is where I work. I could have joined as a nurse.
What do you need to do to be an officer? What's the difference?
So there's different jobs. There's some jobs that you do that you have to be an officer. Okay. You don't have the option to be a non-commissioned because of the responsibility, I guess, associated with those roles, such as doctors, lawyers, chaplains. Because you
chaplains.
Yep, chaplains.
That's interesting.
Yeah, so we have chaplains, and they deploy. They're set. Driven by different rules in terms of weapons, obviously. Same as medical.
There was a film about that not so long ago, wasn't there?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, the gentleman. I'm just going to get this wrong. The name escapes me. Oh, it was a story about, because they pulled so many people off the front line on some sort of ridge. I can't think what the ridge was. But anyway, he was a religious man, and he refused to carry a weapon.
Oh, okay.
Because he just said it was against his faith or whatever it was, and nobody initially respected him and tore him down through training and stuff like that. But he was the one when they had. It wasn't Heartbreak Ridge, because that's the old Clint Eastwood film. But he went and taught many. But it seems strange to me that we would still have chaplains in the military today. Not because it's not appropriate or anything like that, but with all the differences in religion and stuff like that. Are they seen in a religion? I know you probably don't know too much about it. Are they seen in a religious capacity, or are they more just as a general welfare and support? So, it's strange that they have to be an officer, though. Yes.
So I guess the officer thing probably is a bit of a mark of respect. And we do have chaplains and different faiths as well. And they are very well respected in the military. That's one thing.
But I would argue it's more of a skill set to become a nurse. With the greatest respect to chaplains, I'm sure they have to read a lot of biblical text or whatever it may be. But you have a tangible skill set, something you can measure, something that requires application of a certain skill. But it's not acknowledged in the same capacity. So is that just an archaic thing of the way nursing is viewed, or
no? Well, I mean, nurses can be officers.
Okay.
So, but to be an officer, I would have to either join and train the way I done, and then I can apply to do a commission if I wanted to, or you train in the NHS and then you can join if you've been qualified. I think it's 12 months. It might be 12 months now. It was 2 years. You have to have been qualified a certain amount of time, and then you can apply to be an officer, because the officer side is a lot more about the management of people. So obviously you're a manager more if you're an officer, so you need to have that bit more experience. I've just chosen never to apply for commission. I prefer being a non-commissioned officer. There's different reasons why people would apply, different reasons why people don't. It's and we have to have both, because of course if everyone goes for officers, then we haven't got that pyramid of rank that you need for a military organisation to work.
So when you began the skill sets of actually becoming a nurse, did you still have the appetite for after that 7 weeks? Anything changed? Because you obviously learnt what everyone else was doing. Everyone was going to go off and bomb burst in their 27 different directions.
Still excited about doing my nursing and wanted to go on to get my nursing training done. Then I can move on to doing the Aeromed, which is the whole reason I decided I wanted to do it in the Air Force was to do the aeromedical evacuation side. So done my 7 weeks at Halton. And then I had a bit of a gap because normally, in case if you get an injury or something at basic training, normally you have the program in so that that training starts quite a bit before your next lot of training to allow for any delays so you can catch up. So I graduated from Halton in the June, and my nursing training started in the September down at Portsmouth. I was actually at Fort Blockhouse in Gosport in Hampshire, which was by the sea, and it was amazing. The base was literally surrounded by the sea, so that was amazing.
So what did that training entail?
So at the time, we went to, there was a sort of partnership with Portsmouth University, and we had military lecturers and things that used to come and do lectures at the Portsmouth University, and we also had some sort of training done at Fort Blockhouse. It's the nursing training now is all medical training sort of hub now is all at Birmingham. Okay. So for me, I was so glad that I'd done it when we done it at Portsmouth because it was by the sea, and it was just fun. The summers we had down there was amazing. So we'd have blocks of doing clinical, blocks of going to university. And when we'd done our clinical, we would get allocated to various hospitals around the country, or we'd get allocated to a medical centre. So on like a GP centre, which is on a military base. So that's our sort of GPs is the medical centre. And we'd do placements there, and then we'd go back to uni and you'd have the usual exams. So the curriculum...
A lot of moving around.
Yeah, but again, it gets you used to that's what happens in the military. So you
just living out of a rucksack for a long time.
So you do maybe a couple of months at a time in uni, and then you'd go away on a placement for a couple of months, and then you'd go back to uni for a few months. Or I done quite a few of my placements at Portsmouth, so I didn't necessarily have to move. But some people, but I loved Portsmouth. Some people didn't, and they wanted to move around. But I went to Peterborough, and I went up to Scotland to do a medical centre placement, and I'd done some in Portsmouth, and then we'd done some community placements with paramedics or things like that as well. But the curriculum, the training we do, obviously is governed by the NMC, so of course the Nurse and Midwifery Council. So of course it can't just be, we're going to teach you this. It has to mirror the actual training that nurses need in order to get your registration. So it's basically the same with a few differences, that we sometimes had to wear uniform, and we done some weeks where we done military training refreshers, or our placements were moved around, whereas if somebody was studying at Southampton University, normally their placements would all be in the Southampton area. But it kind of prepared you for going in the military, because that's what you do in the military. You move around, and you don't stay in one place forever, and so you meet new people, and it was really. I was
going to say, I bet there's a real richness, even in a micro state. I always try and move around like every year or two, because there's so many interesting people in the emergency services, and like you say, there's so many people.
Experiences.
Is there different isms as well as you go up and down the country, as in techniques, or I imagine that the type of injuries and the type of people that you treat, there's probably trends at different places across the country.
So there's different sort of specialties within hospitals. So burns would be one, probably, that not every hospital has a burns unit. Not every hospital has like a neurological unit for brain injuries, spinal injuries, that kind of thing. So again, it also depends what you're interested in, because you can go to a hospital and then there's how many different departments in that hospital. But then potentially we only have sort of contracts to allow us to work in certain ones of those departments. But there's slight varies. So everywhere you go, you have to do the training package for that particular hospital. You have to do their IV drugs package. You have to do, their basic life support packages and all these things, because for example, let's take basic life support. The principles are the same because they're governed by the Resuscitation Council, but the defibrillators they use in that hospital could be different to the ones in the other hospital. The phone numbers in that hospital are different from the phone numbers in that hospital. Normally it's 222, but there is differences between it. But again, I think you meet different nurses, you meet people that have got different techniques, so you meet slightly different ways of doing things. They might prefer one drug over another, and you get to learn, well, why do you use that one and they use that one? What's the difference? Different pumps for the drugs, so many differences that you're exposed to that makes you question things and makes you learn things and meet different people. I've got so many friends that I met from working down in Portsmouth, from going through basic training, people that I would never have met if I hadn't moved around, and my life's better for it.
Gotcha.
So, yeah.
It takes a lot in terms of having to let go and move every time though, because you won't necessarily. I mean, whilst you're still friends with people long term now, some people would really struggle with that. Some people like to get settled. I feel like as soon as I start to feel settled, I feel like I want to move.
Yeah.
There's an aspect of like I start feeling that itch.
Yep.
And I don't know what that is, and I think it actually costs me sometimes because I don't have perhaps the depth. Yeah.
I know what
so
you
there's
mean.
pros and cons for it.
Because my sister, so that's one thing again about my sister. She has lived in Girvan her whole life. My sister still has this huge group of friends that she went through nursery, primary, secondary school, and then all these years as parents and mums, and they have all this.
She has that. She has her friends from school, her friends from uni, her friends from dancing, then her friends from a teaching degree. And then she's like, and every weekend, it was actually like a running joke with her partner who's a paramedic. And he'd be like, why are we going all over the country every weekend to catch up with all these? You've got to lose some friends.
Yeah.
But she was so like, she's a wonderful friend. She's a wonderful person. But she had so many, like, I've known these 20, 30 years. And it just fills up your life, though. It can do.
Well, most of them all live, I think some of them live in Glasgow and some of them are still in Girvan, but within this sort of 40, 50 miles radius, and they are always getting together for girly weekends, going on girly holidays at least once a year. That, you know, there's about 20 of them, and it's just amazing. And I don't have that. That's somebody I have a couple of friends, and I've had a couple of friends from school that I haven't seen for years and years, and then recently, with everything that's gone on, have really just I've been like blown away by, they've just stood up and stepped in and done, we're going to do this, like fundraising, we're going to do this, we're doing, and I'm like, I haven't seen you for years, you know, these kind of things. A couple of people like that's blown me away. But my sister does have this huge group of friends that have known her all her life and know her inside out. And, you know, I've got my best friend, I've got kind of a couple of best friends that I've met since being in the military, but they didn't know me as a child. They didn't come to my childhood birthday parties. There's no pictures of me as they didn't know they haven't known my mum and dad their whole life and have that comfortable relationship with my mum and dad that my sister's friends have, because they've known Kenny and Lorraine their whole lives and came to birthday parties and had sleepovers as kids, you know. And that's one thing that I don't have, like you say, that depth, that richness, that it's like family when it's that long, isn't it? And they've known you your whole life.
Do you envy that?
Yeah, I envy that a bit.
Why?
Because I see her doing it, and that's like, say, when you lose stuff in the military, sometimes when you don't have your friends close by. So she has friends that they'll be like, they'll share the school run, or, oh, I'm going to be late from work, can you pick the kids up? Oh, I'm working today, or, you know, during COVID, they'd have 3 days with that person and then 3 days with my sister while she went to work, or while she went to work. Oh, can you drop so-and-so his football training? Can you do this? Can you do that? Oh, just come over. Yeah, come over. We're having a barbecue. And they're literally on your doorstep. I don't have that. You know, we've got 3 little kids, and it's so hard, you know, in terms of childcare, because my family's in Scotland. Phil's mum's obviously close by, but she's old. You know, she's got a stepdad who's also old and doesn't keep well. And it takes time to build those kind of relationships and those kinds of friendships where you can literally just dump your kids on somebody and you don't have to worry, oh God, I hope they behave. Oh God, I hope they eat their dinner. What if they do this? What if they do that? Because that's when it's a newer friendship. That's the kind of things you think, isn't it? It's how I think.
And it takes a lot to you have to put a lot into something as well, like that.
Absolutely.
And almost, do you ever feel like, because I feel like this sometimes, where you're like, do you know what? I don't know if I've got time to do that, you know. And I want to have those relationships with people sometimes, but like, it's such an investment, and you've got. How do you start it?
Like, oh, I'm just going to come to your house every weekend. Is that okay? Like, and they'll be like, you weird stalker, like wanting to be with me all the time. You know, it's whereas when it's people you've grown up with, it's just evolved. It's just
unspoken. It's just that.
It's And I'm lucky that I have still got some friends from my childhood that I do see, and we talk and we have a lovely relationship. And, you know, they came to my birthday party when I was, you know, a couple of weeks ago when I was 40. So I have still got some people that I've had that with, but certainly not to the extent that my sister has, where, you know, we don't pick up the phone and call each other, and, you know, you don't just pop in for coffee. I don't have people that just pop in for coffee. You know, oh, hi, I was just passing, so I thought I'd pop in. Whereas she's always got people in the house and coming and going, but we just don't have that. If I see a friend, generally it's all pre-orchestrated, it's all planned, it's all been in the diary for weeks on end.
Yeah.
It's been 6 months since we've seen them, and then it'll be another 6 months since we've seen them again. And normally that's my military friends, because that's the nature of military, because we meet in one place and then eventually we're all
off we go again.
Spread out everywhere. So then trying to get all of us together when we've all got kids and we've all got different working patterns and we're all here, there and everywhere is just a nightmare, especially in the nursing world. You'll know yourself when you work shifts. Like, when did you last have
2 months just evaporate?
Yeah. And then getting people...
We work an 8-day rotation, so you won't get a full weekend off in 8 weeks.
Yeah.
And then you'll get 2 or something, and then it's gone again.
Well, maybe your other firefighter mates.
Yeah,
that's not his weekend off, so you're like,
and that's just it. And
so
then you don't
see,
see him.
you know, it's sometimes it can be years before you've actually had a proper catch up with these people that you class as your really good friends. But it's because, oh no, she's working that weekend, or she's going out of area that weekend, or no, she's away on holiday, she's going to see her family, her family live in Ireland. So even things like going to see their family takes them away, you know. And it's really hard, but that's where there's probably about 3 girls in the military that I've met, Vicky, Wanda and Zora. And Zora I actually met at basic training. She's out of the military now, but Vicky and Wanda are still in. They're probably my 3 best friends in the military, and literally it's been months since we see each other. But like, again, Vicky went up to Scotland despite living in Oxford when they done the kilt walk up in Scotland and raised money for the charity that they done. Wow. She travelled from Oxford on her own all the way up to Scotland to do the Help for Heroes, Help for Helen kilt walk. Wow. And then met my sister and all these my sister's crazy friends that she'd never met, but she just slotted into it, because that's, I think, what military people are good at doing, is just fitting in. We just
come in, build rapport straight away.
Build rapport, and we just got on with it, and we're fun and everything. Oh, it's so lovely, and you think, well, what did you?
Because you're so used to working with people you've never worked with before, so you're immediately slot in, build rapport straight away, and go with it. And that's what Emma and her friends were all. Oh my God, she's so lovely, and I was like, well, of course, she's my friend. She's not going to be not lovely, you know. But yeah, it's, and I certainly don't know the last time me, Vicky, Wanda, and everyone got together, you know. But we're still good friends, so it's bizarre setup. So when you were coming to the end of your training, what did the beginning of the career look like? Where did you think it was? Because you also met your husband. Did you meet him at training, or did you meet him?
I kind of knew him. We had some mutual friends who played RAF volleyball, and I had started playing RAF volleyball probably in 2010. So I knew of him, I'd seen him around. But the women's team obviously train at different. The training camps are at the same weekend normally, but the training doesn't take place normally at the same time, so we'll be on, then the men's training will be on. So I knew of him from the Volleyball Association, but it was probably about 2012. No, it was 2012 that we actually got together. Okay. But we did have some mutual friends and stuff like that. But then obviously I started doing more volleyball and seeing him at volleyball and stuff like that, and we actually got together in 2012. So we then, because my daughter was born in 2014, and so I think for people it was like, oh, that's happened quick, isn't it? Yeah. But I think the fact is, well, we knew each other, you know, from the sidelines for a long time before we were a couple. So yeah. But I stayed at Portsmouth when I first finished my training. So qualified in September 2003, and then one of the options for me was to put down for Portsmouth, and I loved it, like by the sea and everything. I just loved it. And I was quite happy to stay there. So I
was the length of postings or deployment, or would you just get put somewhere indefinitely until you wanted to move? Or?
And even now, normally you'd say it's about 3 years you would do.
Okay.
Sometimes you can do 3 to 5 years. There's different reasons you can move. If you get promoted, or if a job comes up that you want, you can apply for certain jobs. But normally, for non-commissioned, you tend to do sort of 3 to 5 years in one place, and then you move. Certainly, they don't like you to do any more than 5 years in one place, because it's almost like there's different trains of thoughts, but you could be seen to be hindering your own development. You could be, because of the way postings in the military work, somebody's been waiting on your job and they're like, that's where I want to go because of X, Y or Z, and you're sitting there.
I think that's great. I would love to see that in lots of other things, because it's dead man's shoes otherwise.
Exactly.
And it's like,
I can never get that because that person is in
there.
my way.
So unless
and they probably are
choose to have a
stagnating.
leaf. Yeah.
They probably are, they've just become complacent perhaps a little bit. They're in their comfort zone. How are they growing?
How are they growing? And obviously in the military, we need people that have got a multitude of skills. You can't, you have to be, a master of your trade, but you also have to be able to be adaptable, flexible, take on challenges, meet new people, because that's what we need in the military.
Because it is like a muscle as well. If you lose that adaptability, it can then be jarring if they suddenly said, right, now we're off on a deployment, Germany, wherever, somewhere around the world, and we need you. You'd be like, oh God, no, I'm settled. I don't want to move. I don't like this. Yeah,
absolutely. Or you have to get used to learning new routines, new environments, and adjusting to that, because when you go out of area, well, you don't know what you're getting out there. You don't even know if you'll have a building to work in. It could just be a tent, so we have to make sure people stay. Personally, I think there's pros and cons, because especially in the medical world, I suppose in any world, you have to build up trust with the people you're working with in order to progress. From a sort of management point of view. Certainly in nursing, you have to prove yourself to move up through the management side of nursing and become a bit more senior. So sometimes you've built that trust up, and then you go and start somewhere else, and they're kind of like, well, we don't know you from Adam. We're not going to let you, take over the shift or do this or do that. We have to build that trust again, which is why some people would maybe prefer to stay, because you can climb and build that trust a bit and keep it, whereas you almost lose some of that momentum when you move to another NHS trust or something. But I think the benefits of moving, certainly to me, and benefits of having all these different experiences outweigh that, because I think sooner or later you've got that experience. It's like a CV. You can see, well, I've done this, this and this, and you might have to build up a bit of trust, but sooner or later, if you've got those skills and those qualities, they're soon going to see it,
Historically, though, those sorts of time lengths, and I'm just speaking from my own impressions from people I know in the military and things like that, they don't, unless both people are part of the military, it doesn't always lend itself very well to family life and relationships and things like that. Because if the other person, if your husband or your wife doesn't
want to move,
they are settled in a job, the kids have got into a school, that can sometimes be quite a fractious.
Yeah. So, and some people choose to, if they've got a civilian, so it's even more. So you put that in the context of like us, when two people are serving. Yeah. It's like, well, we've been posted like that. What? How do we manage this? But so when people are married to somebody that's not military, quite often they'll either decide that the the civilian partner is going to follow them round, and they just accept that that's what it is, and some of them really enjoy doing that. Or some people will actually, the partner and kids, if there's kids, will stay in one place, and the military person will go and almost live on their own at the military base and travel back at weekends, until they can then get a posting.
Have you seen that work successfully? Do you have partners that?
Yeah, some people do, and it's almost quite nice, because so we were apart when we first got together, and in the military we're trained to be independent, we're trained to be resilient and self-sufficient, and generally we are quite independent. We have survival instincts, and we're okay to be on our own. I love being on my own. I love my own company. People are like, oh, you're not bored. You're like, oh my God, no. And sometimes, especially when Phil and the girls are going to bed, I'll stay up till about 2 a.m. just because I get to be on my own. And it's quiet.
Well, I always say to people as well, just to like the holistic idea of a relationship, I always say your partner should enrich your life. It shouldn't define your life. No. You shouldn't need them.
No.
I know it sounds romantic. I need you, and you complete me and things like that. And I'm not diminishing anybody that feels that way, but I'm like, this person should add to you. But if they go, because one day they will, through natural means or otherwise, you'll be okay.
You still need to be you.
You're enough by yourself.
Yeah. Absolutely.
We shouldn't get, because that can very quickly become dependency, and that can get unhealthy.
And then it's you then cause guilt on the other person if they want to do what they want to do, but you can't do that because of the effect that's going to have on me. Well,
especially because then it would be like there's a star in the relationship then. Like, and I think that's the only reason I asked it about the civilian and military or frontline personnel analogy, because they're very much living one person's. I mean, they're living their own life as well, but they're very much living it defined by that.
What they're doing, where they're posted
I will fit around you. And that, only from couples that I've known, some can struggle finding their own identity in that, because who am I? I'm a husband of X, or I'm a wife of someone that does this. I'm an army wife. I'm a kid, all that sort of stuff, and it can be difficult.
Yeah.
So it's good to have that independence as well.
It's funny because even in the military, I think in society as well, we always presume, and it's not always the case, certainly even more so now, we always presume that the husband's in the military and that the wife isn't. The amount of people that say to us when they find out Phil's in the military, and they'll say to us, oh, so what do you do then? I'm in the military too. Oh, okay. Or people will refer to me as, because he's gobby, as you like, he talks to everyone, whereas I'm friendly and I'll talk to people, but I won't. You'll send, he's one of these people that you send him to the shop and he'd talk to every person on the street on the way down and, and get engaged in conversations and forget what he went to the shop for. Whereas I'm like, no, I'm going to the shop, I'll go to the shop, get my shopping, get back. And people would always, the amount of people that would say to me, oh, you're Phil Crawford's wife, aren't you? And I'm like, no, I'm me. I'm Helen. I'm not just Phil Crawford's wife. Or people would say, oh, your husband's so-and-so, you're so-and-so's wife. And it used to annoy the life out of me because I'm like you say, I'm me. I've got my own career. And actually, I was a flight sergeant before he was a flight sergeant. So I was
it's not a competition,
senior.
Helen.
Well, he's a PCI. Come on. But people always assumed that I was either not in the military or that I must be a lower rank than him because I'm female, which is one of the reasons I've done a lot with quite a few of the podcasts and stuff that I was talking about earlier about women in the military and how it is very different now, because years ago it was the man joined the military, the women stayed at home or followed around the man. But now, actually, quite often it's the other way around, and the wife's in the military and the husband isn't, or both partners are in the military, whether that be gay couples or heterosexual couples, but quite often they are, and it does bring different challenges as to how to manage that. But I do think the military are better at that now. So we do have more rules now to support families or to support couples who are co-serving, to allow co-location more rather than, well, tough, you're in the military, you're going to Scotland and you're going to Plymouth, like, get over it, which is how it used to be. And you can do flexible working, and they take consideration into family circumstances and things like that. So I think the military are realising, especially now, a lot of people are joining when they're older, whereas before people used to join when they were younger, like I did, and certainly years ago, people joined the military for their career. That's what they wanted, their career. But now people are having 2 or 3 careers. They're not having a lifelong career. And they're getting to 40 and going, do you know what? I want to do something totally different. I'm going to join the military.
If I said I've done something for a decade, you'd be like, oh, so you're a career X, a career builder, a career engineer. But you could have 4 of them.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
and I have people that I work with now, and I think they've always been in the emergency services. And they used to run like a plumbing business, or they used to run. One of my friends had like 7 corner shops.
Yeah.
And I'm like, really? And he's like, yeah, we had that for like 15 years. And I'm like,
and then you
no
done
way.
This. Yeah. And people just decide they want something different. Yeah.
Chapters of life.
And the good thing about that, especially like in the military, is they might not have the corporate military knowledge that somebody that's done 20 years has, but all these other life skills that they do have, they're bringing, like management or, things like that.
We have that at, I think the military and the RAF and things like that did direct entry before direct entry was a thing. So when I say direct entry, obviously it's your analogy of the officer thing, because they don't do the same, they obviously still do a form of basic training, but they don't do as much of the basic soldiering, for want of a better description. And they come in because, as like you say, it's a different skill set. So we have people coming in at station, group and area manager levels who, there's a female chief of, I think it's Essex, and she was one of the managers at John Lewis for a long time, and then she came in at that level because it does require a different skill set. And actually it would be very unproductive and sometimes dangerous to allow a knuckle dragging firefight. I mean, some are fantastic, but some of us just don't have that skill set to do that.
Yeah, and some people don't want to. Some people don't want to be the managers or the leaders. They just want to do the groundwork and do the the work on the ground. They're not interested in climbing the managerial ladders. So
So how soon into, because you said like you two had only been together for 2 years before you had
Lily
your first.
was born.
Some people, that is quite quick.
Yep.
How did you, because then, whilst like you're both independent, that would have forced that conversation of how are we going to manage this? What do we want to do? obviously very limited options into who's going to have the baby.
Yep.
that's going to predominantly fall on your shoulders.
Yep. So when I was actually working at Oxford at the time, and Phil had a house in Cambridge because he was working at RAF Honington. So he used to commute maybe 40 minutes to Honington. About half an hour from Cambridge is Peterborough, and at the time we had a military hospital unit at Peterborough.
Okay.
So the plan was that I was going on maternity leave from Oxford, going to have the baby at Cambridge, and then when I returned to work I would go and work and do posting at Peterborough, at the hospital at Peterborough, and he would still be at Honington. But he's luckier because as a PTI he has more posting options, whereas I have to go to one of the hospital units. He can go to most bases until they climb the ranks, and then there's limited options at flight sergeant and warrant officer ranks. But he certainly has more options than I do. So that was the plan. That I would go to Peterborough, we'd live at Cambridge, he'd travel to Honington, I'd travel to Peterborough, and the baby would be at home, we'd have childcare and stuff. Then when I was on maternity leave, we heard that they were actually made the decision to close down and withdraw the military unit from Peterborough. So of course,
I was going to say, were these still military units at this time?
So it was embedded within NHS.
Just zoom in on that for me for a minute. So as a military facility, do you only care for military personnel?
No.
How did they work, and what's the difference?
So years ago, there used to be military hospitals that were for the military patients being brought back from the war. They were staffed completely by military nurses, military doctors, things like that. As obviously conflict has changed, and we don't have this constant stream of physical casualties coming back. We fight in different countries, we do things differently.
And you have the capability to have quite large field hospitals actually in countries as well, don't you? So they don't have to fly them thousands of miles for certain pieces of kit. And so it just wasn't working. You'd have military nurses and doctors in hospitals, but you didn't have the patients to allow them to keep working and keep the skill set up. So there then became military hospitals that were staffed, and they were staffed predominantly by military, but we had some civilian patients. So I was lucky enough to work in the last military hospital before it closed, and that was the Royal Hospital Haslar down in Fort Blockhouse at Gosport, down Hampshire. And it was lovely. And so at that point we still wore the military nursing uniforms with the sort of paper hats and white dresses, and the Navy had the proper old-fashioned blue dresses with the pinned on starched aprons, and we had to starch our hats. There's something to be said for that,
and
isn't
it was
there?
lovely.
It looks bloody good.
It looked so good. And it was comfortable. It was. My dress was way more comfortable than any other, tunic and trousers that I have to wear now.
Yeah.
But we looked after civilian patients.
Okay.
And then they closed the final military hospital, which was Haslar. And then what they developed was Ministry of Defence hospital units. So these is where they for various reasons they chose certain places. A lot of them is where there is a big military contingency, or like Birmingham, it's sort of in the middle of the country. There's obviously one at Portsmouth, as we've talked about. There's one at Plymouth. There's a few spread throughout the country, and these were developed, there was contracts set up with the NHS, and these are developed into Ministry of Defence hospital units. So the contract says that we will provide X amount of nurses, care assistants, doctors, whatever it may be, within these different departments at all times. That's fine. Same with you. And in return, we obviously help them. We go on the rota, we're classed in the numbers for the staffing, we do their training, we're treated completely like the civilian nurses.
Okay.
Normally, they have a bit more than the contract allows for, so they almost get some additional staffing, but that's because people go on leave, people deploy. So
I was going to say there's still that operational capacity.
That operational capacity without reducing the impact, and whilst reducing the impact that it would have. So if we say, the contract's for 20 people, and then next week there's a war and they say, well, those 20 people are going, all of a sudden they're down 20 nurses, and they're like, we can't cope without it. So if we give them 40, and then they say, well, next week we'll have to send 20 away, they can't kind of go, well, what about our staffing? Well, you're still getting the 20 that you're contracted for, that kind of thing. And it works really well. It does, because we get to maintain and keep our skill set. I
was going to say, sometimes you're so busy on the job, you don't maintain your CPD and things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And you look at the likes of trauma, burns, spinal injuries, all the things that we need for our operational role. Where would we get that exposure now if we only worked in military hospitals and looked after military patients. And it's a concept that I guess was ignorant to how ignorant the public are about that people just assume, well, you're in the military, you must look after military patients. Well, there isn't many military patients,
exactly.
you know.
Yeah.
And most of them are brought back and they go to Birmingham, which is what we know, we see on the news. That's like probably the biggest sort of hospital unit, or they're now classed as defence medical groups rather than MDHUs. So that's probably.
But you've got to keep those skill sets sharp, like you say.
Keep it, absolutely, because at a moment's notice, there could be a war kicks off and you're going out there and you're having to look after patients with brain injuries, patient with trauma, burns. You know, you think of the nature of injuries they get. Yeah. But if we were just sat here waiting for that to happen, we wouldn't be in date training, we wouldn't be in date for our registration, we wouldn't have it. And it works really well. And we have a specific skill set as well that we in turn have brought back to the NHS and they learn from us. So, for example, the area medical evacuation side is just phenomenal what we can do. And when I was in Oxford, we worked very closely with, because my background was intensive care, so that's what I trained in, intensive care medicine, intensive care nursing. And so we brought a lot of, same with when I was at Portsmouth, a lot of the transfer stuff that we learned from doing area medical evacuation, from doing our training, from doing what you call critical care air support teams, which is the intensive care area medical evacuation. We learn a lot about doing transfers of critically ill patients. And we then,
you don't have a whole team there with you. It's all on you to sustain life for that period of time during flight, I'm guessing.
So we have our team of 4, 5, 6 of us that have to... But we fly on... Like I say, we don't have dedicated aircraft. The Americans do have some dedicated medical aircraft. We don't. So we have to take all of the kit with us that we want to look after that patient or patients. Sometimes there's multiple patients for it could be 12-hour flight back to the UK. Yeah.
You can't just call something in from another room. You can't just
from pharmacy.
Yeah, that's it.
Get that consultant out the staff room.
Move them into another room. You can't just have that flexibility.
Get them down to surgery. They've got bleed. You know, we can't do that.
All self-sustaining.
So it's all self-sustaining.
That's got to be crazy.
It is crazy. And I'm privileged to have done that job, and I absolutely loved that job. Obviously, circumstances dictate that it's not a job I'll ever be able to do again, which is frustrating.
Do you have any fondest memories from when you did do it? Was there a proudest moment of anything?
Probably one of them would be, have you heard of Mark Ormerod?
No.
Mark Ormerod was our first ever surviving triple amputee.
Wow.
So he's a Royal Marine and he got injured out in Afghanistan in 2007, I believe it was. And I was on the team that flew out and brought back to the UK. And we got back to the UK on Christmas Day, 2007. And you look at that man and the things he has achieved is phenomenal. You know, he does kickboxing, he does all sorts of physical activities, and he's raised so much money for charity. He does inspirational speaking, and it's
Isn't
just
it
amazing.
so sad though that we have to go through? I always get this wrong when I try and explain it because it's so hard to articulate. Because people like that are so, but like, it's so sad that you have to go through such a horrific thing to discover how incredibly your potential is. Yeah. Yes. And it's almost like, wow, it's like having to get ground through a process to be able to get the thing out the other side.
Of you.
Yeah. It's like you'll never get that unless you go through something. But you would never wish that upon anybody.
No,
but you would never get a person like that if they didn't go through that.
No.
And it also, like, for me, it just fills able-bodied people like me with complete guilt when you're just like, oh God, what was my excuse again?
Exactly.
I've got my knee hurts. I can't, and you're just like, oh God, really? How have I?
That's it. I look at him and you think, God, look what he's doing.
I know, and it's just.
It does make you humble.
So you were part of the team bringing him back.
So I was one of the nurses on the team that brought.
So how would a message like that come in? Is it?
So we have sort of control centres. At RAF Brize Norton's probably our main place. So the information gets relayed from out in theatre that there's a casualty like that, back to Brize Norton, and then to the medical sort of HQ, and then we have there's always a team on standby. The times where I've done it, when it was really, I've been lucky enough to do CCAST at the time when we were the busiest we've ever been, because we had both Iraq and Afghanistan conflicts ongoing, as well as the rest of the world. So obviously there was a lot of casualties come out of Iraq, a lot of casualties come out of Afghanistan, and there's still other people, military people, all over the world.
All over the world.
You know, for example, I've brought
training accidents or whatever.
I brought somebody back from the Ascension Islands who had been going down a bike on a hill on a bike and fell off and fractured a skull. Not doing any operational stuff, just on a push bike.
Yeah,
fell, you know,
these are still human beings. They still make mistakes.
They still
we still
brought
do
back
dumb
home.
stuff every now.
So, but we had Iraq and Afghanistan, and like I say, the rest of the world to cover. So it was such a busy time. So sometimes we had sort of 3 or 4 teams on standby.
How much time do you give? So like you're at home with Phil or whatever.
If you're on first on call, you have to be in. It's been a while since I've done it, but when I was first on call before, you had to be resident at Bryce Norton.
Okay.
Because you literally get a couple of hours notice normally.
Really?
To say you have to go. So when you're on call, when you're not flying somewhere, your job is you're making sure the kit's ready, you're checking it every day, you're changing anything that's gone out of date, you're all these doing your function tests on the kit every week. So and you have to be resident there, and then as soon as they get activated and they get allocated an aircraft, and you'll get told this is what aircraft you're flying on, this is when it's going. Everybody will make the plan. You'll pack your kit, because you take approximately half a ton of kit per patient.
Really?
Plus oxygen. Yeah.
500 kilos.
Yes, per patient, because.
And is it specific to what you obviously believe the condition of the casualty to be?
So you have like what's called a module. So you have a general intensive care module, which has your ventilator, your monitor, your pumps, because of course all this electromedical equipment has to be airworthy tested. Mm-hmm. You can't just take any old machine, because it has to make sure it's not going to interfere with the aircraft.
We've had this with some. So I work with the International Search and Rescue, and I didn't really. I thought it was like a carte blanche. You're like, oh, we're part of the government. We get to do whatever we want. And they're like, no, you have to. All of this stuff has to have its own massive manifest of stuff.
You can do, stuff you can't do.
Just take stuff. It's, whatever you like.
Yeah, no, and it's such a long process.
Oh God,
to go through.
Yeah.
Because of course, just because it's cleared on that aircraft, it's not cleared on that aircraft. It's not cleared on that helicopter. So it's a minefield. But we have this module, and of course, the other thing you have to remember, we take our own oxygen, even though the aircraft has got piped oxygen. Some of the aircraft have got piped oxygens. Yeah. We take our own oxygen because, well, what if that aircraft goes US and you have to transfer onto that one that doesn't have piped oxygen, or you get delayed somewhere and you need to transfer them to a holding facility and you haven't got oxygen there. So we take.
You see, these teams are only 4 or 5 people, or
so you have 2 nurses, 2 intensive care nurses. You have a consultant anaesthetist. You then generally have a junior doctor. You have a medic who's like a healthcare assistant, and then the most important person in the team really is we have a technician that comes with us, a medical and dental technician.
Okay. So
because if we've got a patient who's reliant on that monitor or reliant on that heart machine or whatever it may be, and it goes wrong.
Oh right, yes, sorry, a technician.
So
fix this stuff.
Fix this stuff now. Get me the other one. So we make sure we always have. So if we're going for 2 patients, we take 3 lots of ventilators, or we always have enough for a backup in case something goes wrong. But also,
it's still quite a small team.
It's still a small
for
team.
so much kit and everything as well.
And
we
have to do the manual labour of.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. So we have to load it on the vehicles and pack it onto the aircraft, strop it down, load it off at the next side. And normally the nurse is the team leader. So one of the nurses, normally the most senior, not by rank, but by clinical experience and CCAST experience.
I like that,
they're the team leader. And it's funny because quite often the pilots or whoever will come to speak to the team on board. So obviously you all have a chit chat and you get to know each other as well, the same teams and stuff. But if they're quite new to it, they'll automatically go to the consultant anaesthetist because he's the one with the most stripes. He looks like the senior board, and the doctors are always like, I don't know, you need to speak to the nurse. She's in charge. He's in charge. It's always the nurse.
I only learnt this when I had a couple of surgeries myself. But an anaesthetist is an entire, and I'm going to get this wrong, so correct me, but they're like an entirely separate part of healthcare. They're almost like a independent thing, aren't they? Because they do their own calculation and everything. Their insurances are totally different. Their thing is so different to what the surgeon or the medical staff is actually doing. Their bit starts and finishes
at the head in the airway. So a lot of anaesthetists, a lot of our anaesthetists or our consultants are intensive care doctors. Sometimes they're intensive care doctors, sometimes they're anaesthetists. But if they're anaesthetists, they do still need to know how to look after. They do know how to look after critically injured the patients.
Yeah.
It's just that they also then they actually have the qualification of being a consultant anaesthetist, whereas a intensivist might not be a consultant anaesthetist, but their focus and their training was all about intensive care medicine. So you can have but we'll always have a consultant, either an anaesthetist or a consultant intensivist, and they can both do the same things in flight, you know.
Yeah.
It's more in the NHS that makes a difference as to what they do in the NHS.
Okay.
But yeah, the nurse is the team leader. So, and if we know we're going for, say, 3 or 4 patients before we leave, we obviously take extra kit and we take extra nurses.
Okay.
It's what we always try and do, is have at least one nurse per patient and one spare, because that one spare allows breaks where the nurses can go, because there always has to be a nurse with the patient. So because the doctors know the clinical side, but sometimes they are not the ones that necessarily do the routine drugs, or they change the drugs, or they don't necessarily do, you know, like the hygiene care, stuff like that. You know, it's these
they know what should be happening now,
Yeah.
or they know what dosage, but they don't know how to necessarily administer it.
And they don't
or
do the hands-on clinical stuff the same as the nurses do.
Yeah.
You know, like dress.
You're just a lot slicker.
Yeah. They deal with the medicine. We deal with the care.
So how do you prepare for a triple amputee when that call comes in?
Sometimes when we're going out, we don't even know what's wrong with the patient.
Okay.
So sometimes we know. So there'll be, because you have your normal Arameds. Oh, sorry. You have your normal Arameds, which is like your walking wounded, or sometimes they're stretcher patients, but they're the ones that we've dealt with are your really seriously injured ones. And so you get the information, and sometimes the information might come in dribs and drabs, because the important thing is getting the team up, getting them ready, and getting them out there as soon as possible if it's somebody that's really sick. But sometimes they do a bit of damage control surgery. So obviously Mark would have gone to theatre out there, you know, because we're not going to transfer a patient that's unstable. So no matter how sick they were, they would have to be a certain degree of stability before we would move them, because they're most vulnerable when they're in that aircraft, you know, in the middle of the sky, in the middle of nowhere. And potentially what countries we're flying over, well, we can't just land, you know. You think where we're flying over, you can't just say, oh, we need to land and take this patient to hospital. It doesn't work like that at all. So we won't move them until they are stable. And so they'll have some surgeries, but obviously normally that's all taking place whilst we're on the flight out there. So of course we've got the journey out there. We literally then, so we get stood up, we pack all the kit, we arrange what time we're leaving, we have to get transport to leave, to take us to the aircraft. And sometimes
when you're in those aircrafts, is it just I have this image of a big empty hollow aircraft and you setting up a tent inside it. So does it look like that? What does it actually look like?
So it depends what aircraft you're on. So the C-17s, the Globemasters, which are my favourite ones, they are huge. They're absolutely massive.
The ones you can park lorries in.
Yeah, literally, I've been on them with helicopters inside them.
That's weird.
Working, you know, and my patient at the back. Working around a helicopter, fire engines, you know. And it's surreal, and I don't think you can't imagine how big these aircraft are until you.
And it's like it doesn't belong in the air. And you're like, I can't understand. I understand how it's happening, but it doesn't make sense. It's like when you see a magic trick and somebody says, "This is how it does it," and you go, "I know that's how you've done it, but I still don't get it.
Yeah.
It shouldn't work."
Yeah, really shouldn't. So that one. I mean, they can put seats on it because it can be a passenger aircraft, but when we fly on it, normally it's taking cargo out there anyway, so we'll fly out with our kit, with whatever cargo they were taking out anyway.
Yeah.
Because sometimes what they'll try and do is put us on the first aircraft that's already scheduled to go out. But obviously, if there wasn't one scheduled to go out, they would put us on. They would put.
These things are bloody expensive to send as well.
Yeah.
I remember when we've tried to. Not rent, but when we've tried to get military, it's just like £100,000 just to go out there.
I think a C-17 costs something like £50,000 an hour to keep it in the sky, something like
It's
that.
Obscene.
It's obscene money. Yeah.
Can't imagine what it's like with fuel costs now.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sure they're probably tax exempt, but nonetheless, you're like, can't be cheap.
So what we tend to do is the first thing is get all the kit on the aircraft. So there's that one. There's new aircraft now that. Even before there was like the TriStar and the VC-10 and things like that, which to look like a civilian aircraft.
Really?
So there's like the now I'm terrible and I'll get the wrong name because I've been out of the game for so long, but it's like the Airbus 3300, something like that. But we've got a new aircraft that's taken over from the TriStar, which is the one that I was used to flying on. And to look at, it just looks like a civilian aircraft, but what we do is we have stretcher spaces, so there's banks of seats removed, and that's where we put stretchers with the patients and stuff. And then all the kit, there's space for the kit, and we can put stuff in lockers like our bags and stuff.
Yeah.
Whereas on the C-17, we literally, like you say, it's like a massive empty aircraft. It's just huge.
Just chuck it all in.
Yeah, we just put it all in. And we discuss it with the load master as to where it goes, because of course the weight of the aircraft has to be balanced correctly for the flight physics and all the rest of it. And then normally we'll get your head down, have a sleep, so you'll just get your sleeping bag out once you can and get your head down on the floor for a couple of hours on the way out there, and then we'll set up the kit. So we'll then unstrap things, we'll set the stanchions up where we want our patients, where we want the kit, what kit you need at the bed, what kit you need to prepare to take to the hospital with you to pick up your patient. And you get all that ready and stropped again, and then once you're there you get it all and off that you need and get it to the hospital, and then you have the job of getting your handover and switching the patient from the hospital equipment onto all of our equipment, all of our drug pumps, our cardiac monitors, our ventilator, all these different things, getting them wrapped up in all the kit that we need to use to move them, because we have like...
Have any of them ever really surprised you when you've got there and you had an idea of what you thought the area was like, or the country was like, or what the condition of the casualty was like, but where you went, wow, this is not what I thought it was going to be?
I wouldn't say so. I think having deployed before I done CCAST, I kind of knew what to expect of, you know, the operational environment and where I would go. Whereas, and I think I was lucky in that respect as to when I done it because of the experiences I got. Whereas people joining now, they have a very different experience because we don't have the conflict in Iraq. Thankfully, we don't have the conflict in Afghanistan, and that's a great thing. But in terms of military skills, certainly medical skills and medical exposure, the people joining now are not getting the same experience and exposure, which prepares you for future conflict.
Yeah.
They're getting very different exposure. They're getting exposure to your sort of infection side of things. You know, so we've had Ebola, we've had these kind of things. So it's still great exposure. You know, they've travelled the world, still doing very different things. Doing
trauma is very different, isn't it?
Trauma is very different. And trauma is very more emotive, because sometimes people think they'll cope okay, and then they'll walk into that environment and see that patient, and it just...
There's no way of knowing.
And same as afterwards, when you reflect on it, sometimes we're trained very well to crisis management. But like that day in 2007, when I brought Mark Ormrod back, I couldn't go home to see my family. I lived on my own at the time in Portsmouth, Gosport. My family's all in Scotland. You then have 24-hour stand down after a flight. So I had 24 hours, but whilst you're stood down and the second team were stood up, you're then standby for the second team. Yeah. So as much as you get 24 hours stand down, if they'd gone somewhere, we would have to get ready. Well, you can't just go, well, my 24 hours are not up, sorry. Yeah. It's like, well, you know, there's somebody needs, and nobody would. It's like, there's patients there, you know. But so I then went back to my flat, Christmas Day, 2007. I was just like... And that's the kind of thing, you need to have a drink and have a chill and talk it through with family or friends and just decompress. But I did, you know, I was 25, something like that, and you're in that set and you're just like reflecting on that and just like, wow. So at the time I was literally, right, this is what I need to do for this guy, this is what he needs, we need to look after him, you're this, you're that, and it's not until you then don't have those jobs to do that all of a sudden you start processing it and thinking about it and, like you say, doing the decompression and doing the reflection on it. And thankfully nursing, we're big on reflection anyway, but some people, like, you think about the technician, they're not medically trained at all. He's an electrician.
They're going straight back to the normal job.
Yeah. And you think about some of the exposures people like that have had on flights and stuff, and that can be really traumatic for them, because they're not used to being in a medical environment and seeing injuries and things like that. So it can be quite traumatic for them and for nurses. I'm not saying it's not for the medical personnel, but I'm just saying it's something we recognised, particularly with people like the technicians. These guys are not medically trained, but what are they seeing, you know? But yeah, I wouldn't say I've ever been surprised by anything. Some flights I've remembered more than others. Some cases I remember more than others. I remember a little boy who, whilst I was out in Afghanistan, and again, people think it's all conflict associated things, but he got kicked in the head by a donkey and it smashed his skull. And this, he was 4 or 5 years old. He was tiny. And that was really sad. But he was okay, but we transferred him to a neurological unit, but we got, obviously his family was there, so his dad came, and we, on other cases, we maybe met the mum, maybe the mum, or given the religion and the nature of family relationships out in these countries, normally it's the dad and the uncles and the brothers or something. The mums are not necessarily always there, but sometimes we did meet the mums, especially when we were helping look after children. And that for me was when everyone was saying, oh, you shouldn't be there, they don't want you there, the families, the countries don't want you there, get out of their country. But when you see it and you speak to families that are living in those countries, that are living those lives, that are being terrorised, and they're grateful for us and they're thanking us, for me, I was always like, you don't know what we're seeing. And I'm
How
not...
do you deal with that? Because none of us really, we have such a tilted lens of bias and censorship
from the media
and things like that. Yeah. How did you deal with that when people would give you their armchair theory of everything they know that actually you don't really know, Helen, really because know. You don't. And you're like, well, actually, I was there.
Yeah.
You don't want to be that person, but you're speaking into the wind if you just try and give your side of it.
I think you and
your partner both work in those roles.
Yeah. All I can say is my experiences, and from the experiences I had, and I'm not saying the wars were right or wrong. Obviously, it's not for me to say they were right or wrong. It's just for me to do my job. But all I know is the experiences I had, and the families I ever met or I ever come across doing my job were grateful that we were there and thankful to us. And I personally never experienced animosity from any relatives or any of the families that I came across in my roles. Whether some people did, or, I was in a totally different role from, say, your squaddies on the ground who were out doing, in the villages and that sort of thing. So they completely might have had different experiences, but I only ever had positive interactions, which I'm grateful for, obviously. Yeah.
So coming to when you and Phil had your first child.
Yes.
Having trained all this time to be caring for others.
Yep.
You became the patient. How did it go?
I became a patient as little as I possibly could.
Okay.
Because I didn't want anything to do with hospitals. So Phil's mum is actually a retired community midwife.
Ah.
And, she has done some fantastic, amazing things, been all over the world. I want to say, I think it was Nambia. She worked in Nambia, many years ago, and she can tell some amazing stories.
I might have to call her.
She's done all sorts of stuff. Yeah, she has like little slides for a projector and stuff like that with photos on, and I just love listening to the things she's done and the amazing career she had when midwifery was very different to how it is now, and it wasn't medicalised. I think we've medicalised pregnancy and childbirth very much. We've made it a medical issue, and it never was a medical issue. It's a natural bodily function. It's what the female form was designed for.
Yeah.
So, and as a nurse, I was always like, I've never, ironically now, given what's going on, but I'd never been in hospital. I'd never had a cannula. I'd never had bloods taken, been poorly, never had stitches, never fractured a bone, worked in a hospital. So I was like, I don't want to be in the hospital. So having spoke to everything about with Phil's mum, having done my own research, I was like, I want a home birth. I want to be at home when I have my baby. And I want to have a baby in a pool. So looked into it all and actually found out that the research is actually quite supportive of home births. Because quite often when you're in hospital, it's too easy for the medical interventions to take place because you've got forceps there. You've got epidurals there. You can take them to theatre. If you're at home, well, you just, unless the baby's in distress, you just have to push until the baby's out. They can't just give you an epidural. They can't just take you to theatre. Obviously, if there's a high risk with your pregnancy, it's not an advisable thing. And I'm not underplaying that at all.
No.
My pregnancy was fine. I was healthy, fit and healthy. The baby was fine. We'd had no problems whatsoever. And also the big difference for me is that we were about 10 minutes from Adam Brooks Hospital. And when I spoke to them, they said basically what they do is they have a midwife with you when you're in labour. They then send for another midwife, community midwife, to come whilst you're actually at the point of delivery. So there's always one for the baby, one for you. And they have an ambulance on standby, so that if suddenly something goes wrong, you get an ambulance and you're taken to hospital. They don't hang around. So I had made, and I guess as a nurse, I can make all these informed decisions, and I'm happy reading research and looking at all these things. So I was happy and confident, and I'm a nurse, so I understood, I understood a lot of it. So we were 10 minutes from Addenbrooke's. Now, if I was at home in Girvan, like my sister, when she had her pregnancies, the nearest hospital is about 30 miles away. The nearest actual labour unit is about 40 miles away. That's a big difference to me knowing that a massive, big teaching hospital is 10 minutes down the road, so 5 minutes in an ambulance. And that was a big influence on my decision. If I was in Girvan, there's no way I would have done that, no matter how safe and stable my pregnancy was, because it can change quickly, and that's a good... You have to wait on your ambulance coming for a start, then getting you up there, whereas I'm on the outskirts of a major city, got an ambulance on the drive, and I'm 5 minutes from hospital. And we had a midwife there for the delivery. And actually what happened was she was born at 5:30 at night. So actually the midwives were swapping shifts. So the normal community midwife was handing over onto the nighttime community midwife, and they had the other the standby one there who had to come for the delivery. So I had 3 midwives, which even in hospital you normally have one, or maybe 2 if you're lucky. So and everything was fine. She was born, and then afterwards I managed to cuddle up with her on the sofa and then just go to bed, and just to be able to be in my own bed straight away. And obviously normally it's like once the baby's born, right, dad has to go home now, and you're left on your first night and your head's a mess and you're tired and you're like, oh my God, I've got this baby, like what do I do? And it was so lovely to just be in my own house and have my baby and be at home already. So and thankfully I managed to have the home birth and the water birth that I wanted. Whereas again, in hospital you can say I would prefer a water birth, but if somebody else is using the pool, the water birth pool, then sorry, you can't have it. Whereas we hired it and we had it set up and we had all the water sorted out and the temperature sorted out and everything. And like I say, I love water. It's always been very calming to me anyway. So I was certain that I wanted a water birth, and the only way I could guarantee a water birth was to do it at home as well, because otherwise they can't. Or we'll reserve that for you when and if you go into labour at some point in the next month. And it was lovely. It was absolutely lovely. It was perfect. So yeah.
How soon after did you decide that you wanted more children?
Well, we kind of didn't decide. So basically, Phil was going to the Falklands. Phil got deployed to the Falklands when Lily was about 4 months old. Yeah, she was about 4 months old. So it was literally, let's have a nice weekend. One off, as they say. And and then he was at the Falklands. Whilst he was in the Falklands, I found out I was pregnant. Went for my 12-week scan whilst he was in the Falklands. And he was like, oh yeah, let me know everything's okay. Went for my scan on my own. Well, I had Lily with me. And then I was like, oh my God, how can I can't text him that it's twins.
Yeah.
Like, he was like, is everything okay with the scan? How's it go? I was like, oh my God, what do I do? So I said, oh, I really missed you at the scan. Can you give me like a video call? And so he video called me and he was like, you okay? What's going on? And I was like, yeah, everything's okay, except there's 2. I was like, two what? It was like 2 babies. And he was like, are you joking? Are you joking? I was literally there with my 4-month-old, I was like, no, I'm not joking. So it was a big shock, but a good shock as well. We were excited. We knew we wanted more children. We just didn't expect it to happen, quite so quickly. Yeah. So yeah, we then just were like, oh my God, twins. But it was exciting. It was. We were excited and we were happy about it. And that was, Lily was months old. Just months old.
How soon into the pregnancy did things begin to change for you? Because this is when a different part of your journey began, really. Yeah.
So now I think Phil went away in the June and I found out I was pregnant, and then I found a lump in my neck. And then we found out it was No, I don't think we didn't know. I'd found the lump in my neck, was waiting to find out what it was, get checked, and then we found out I was expecting twins. And then we found out the lump, I had a biopsy and an ultrasound, and then the biopsy said it was cancer. So Phil was in the Falklands. So when we found that out, he then came back from the Falklands, and they decided that...
What did you think it was?
I thought it was like a goiter, just like a sort of enlarged thyroid, because that can be associated with pregnancy. And obviously I'd just given birth and I was pregnant again. So I thought maybe it was just, an enlarged thyroid. I didn't for a second think it was thyroid cancer. Again, no family history or, anything to suggest it was. And I went for the ultrasound though, and I think as a nurse, when they done the ultrasound, I knew something wasn't right, because the consultant doing the ultrasound went and got another consultant to come and have a look at the ultrasound, and there was lots of like that bit there, and I was like,
adjust.
Yeah, you're saying nothing, but you're saying a lot. Especially, I'm a nurse. I know.
Who was with you? Anybody?
On my own. I was
So
on my own
you, Lily, pregnant with twins, or you went on by yourself? Sorry.
I think Lily stayed with his. I think maybe his mum had come to babysit, because I don't remember her being there when I was having the actual ultrasound. The neck ultrasound anyway. She was there when I had the pregnancy ultrasound. But because until that ultrasound, I didn't think it was going to be anything to worry about. And it wasn't until they were doing the whole, I think we should do a biopsy, and they got the other consultant, and then I was like, I'm a nurse. I know what we say when we're not trying to say anything to scare the patient, and you're scaring, so they done the biopsy. And then Phil came back from the Falklands, and then we found out it was thyroid cancer. And they said, initially they told me they wouldn't do anything until the twins were born, and then they would do surgery, and then they would do iodine radiotherapy, which would mean I had to be sort of isolated from the kids and stuff. But when they got the biopsy results back, they actually changed their mind and said they thought it was only on the one side, and that if that was the case and they managed to get it out, I wouldn't need the iodine radiotherapy, and therefore they were going to do the surgery whilst I was pregnant. But they were going to do it in the middle trimester, because if they'd done it in the first trimester, there was a risk of miscarriage, and obviously there's higher risks with a twin pregnancy anyway. And if they'd done the surgery in the third trimester, there was a higher risk of premature delivery of the twins. So second trimester was the most stable point. So went in, had the surgery, stayed overnight, went home the next day. And then they done all the checks, and they said that the tumour was completely encapsulated in a membrane, which said to them it hadn't spread to the other side of the thyroid. And they reassured me. They were like, thyroid cancers sounds horrific, a good cancer to get. And I don't mean that, having been in the situation I am, there's no good cancer, but it's very treatable, usually. And so
is this what you were told when you first, because when somebody says those words to you, for different people it will have different connotations. To some people it means the end, to some people it means just a surgery and then a thing and then we carry on. So what did you think was going to happen? And you also have the burden of knowledge that you have
which is a good thing and not a good thing sometimes, depends. I think initially I was a bit like, okay, I didn't expect it to be cancer, but then I felt a bit more reassured when they were saying that normally there's different types of thyroid cancers, and normally it's very treatable. And they were confident that mine was very treatable and that I wouldn't have any chemo or have anything. I might need the iodine radiotherapy. And when I thought about what I've heard of cancers, thyroid cancer was never one that I've heard of people of being terminal, breast cancer, bone cancer, leukemias, these kind of things bowel cancer you hear of as being killers, don't you? But thyroid cancer, it's not one that I associated with lots of, I don't know, press, I guess, about death. So I was a bit like, okay, let's just say. And then obviously I went and done my own research, and my own research backed up what they were telling me about thyroid cancer being very treatable if it's caught and blah, blah, blah. And then the fact that they said it was completely encapsulated in this membrane and it hadn't spread, But what they were going to do was, so I didn't need the iodine radiotherapy. All I would need was some thyroxine for life, because what they didn't want to take out my other thyroid, because there's like morals about taking out healthy tissue and stuff like that. Okay. But what they didn't necessarily want was this bit of thyroid working, because they said if there was any tiny little cells that had gone across, if this thyroid was working, potentially these cells could grow. So if they give me additional thyroxine to put the pituitary gland wouldn't trigger
so
this
the body
part of the
won't
thyroid.
produce it itself.
It won't produce it itself. So this thyroid will just sit there dormant because it's going, well, I don't need to make any thyroxine. You've got plenty in your blood already. The trigger's not coming. I was a bit confused, like, well, if you don't want it working, just freaking take it all out. But they were like, oh no, it's healthy. We can't. So there's all these complicated moral ethics about taking out healthy tissue. But to me, I was like, just freaking take it out.
The risk in there,
like just take it out. So then we just carried on. That was the August.
We're out the woods.
Yeah, we're out the woods. Everything's fine. We can now enjoy again. Obviously, I've got a scar, but we can now just carry on with the pregnancy, waiting on the birth of the twins. Little did we know, obviously, what was going to come next. So yeah, that was the August. And then in the December, I can't remember the exact dates, but around the December sometime. So the twins were due February. But we knew they weren't going to let me go past 36 weeks. So if I hadn't delivered by 36 weeks, they would induce me, because after that, they become a bit higher risk. Okay. And Lily's birthday was in January as well. So the December, I found a lump in the shower, just getting washed, and found, I'm like, oh, what's that? Found a breast lump, and of course went to the GP. Was told, quite obviously, there's lots of breast changes, as I know, happen with pregnancy, with milk glands and stuff like that. But the doctor I saw was like, it doesn't feel right to me, and I'm going to do the 2-week urgent wait for the breast clinic. So between Christmas...
Having been through what you'd already been through.
I was like, well, there's no family history. But I was like, nobody predicted the thyroid cancer, so I'm never going to say never, but I was erring on the, well, it's not going to be anything. There's no family history of breast cancer. Nothing.
So still quite optimistic, really.
Still trying to be optimistic.
How did Phil feel about it?
I don't know that he felt anything. Like, he was just kind of going through the motions of, well, this is what we have to do. Let's see what happens, you know. And we had Lily keeping us busy. We had the twin pregnancy keeping us busy, because we were in out with lots more checks than a singleton pregnancy. So, you know, we were busy. Get Christmas and everything as well coming as a big distraction. It was Lily's first Christmas, so there was all this stuff. And then try to just make the most of Christmas and enjoy New Year, have a quiet New Year, waiting on the twins coming and Lily's birthday. And then just after early January, we got the news that it was breast cancer. So of course I was just like that. You have got to be kidding me! There's no family history of cancer. Like I haven't got a blood relative that's had cancer.
Like because I don't know.
So confused, scared.
But it doesn't. You don't feel run down from it. I don't.
No, I felt fine. I mean, I was pregnant with twins, so obviously I was a bit tired with that coming to the end of the pregnancy. But apart from the lump, there was nothing that I would say was a symptom of the breast cancer.
Okay.
They then decided that actually what they would do is wait, because I was so near the end of the pregnancy by this point. They would just wait until the twins were born. And then they would do surgery to take the lump out and have a better look at it. And then depending on what that showed, they would plan what happened next. So Lily turned 1 on the 14th of January. And then on the 17th of January, the twins were induced and born at Addenbrooke's. And Scarlett needed a bit of time on neonatal intensive care, but nothing major, you know, she was just small. And then beginning of February, we were all home eventually. And then on the 3rd of February, 3rd of February, I went in and had the lump removed. So they took the breast lump out and they took the sentinel lymph nodes away to check for any spread.
Is that full local anaesthetic or?
So what? General anaesthetic. General anaesthetic. But you're right. General anaesthetic, but you got home the same day. So I had the lump out, and I was like, you took half my thyroid out, and like, I had to stay in overnight.
Yeah.
You've taken a breast lump out that we think might be cancer, and you've taken lymph nodes out of here, and I'm getting home the same day. To me, I was just like, didn't expect that, you know.
Yeah.
Grateful because I got home to my babies, but yeah, just didn't expect to go home the same day, you know. So the lymph nodes that they took out came back clear, and the tumour came back as a grade 2 tumour, which is fairly early stage, grade 2, stage 2. So that's based on the size and how far they think it's spread and that kind of thing. So they decided that I would have to have chemo and some radiotherapy, and then I would the breast cancers grow for different reasons. The main ones are the HER2 protein and estrogen. So when they'd done the biopsy and they check what receptors your cells have, mine's had lots of estrogen receptors. So mine was grown in response to estrogen. Funnily enough, whilst I was pregnant, when your hormones are all through the roof. So to me, that was like whether that the rushes of hormones caused the cancer or whether it triggered something to grow faster. We'll never know. You know, we just don't know. Who knows why people get cancer? It's one of the reasons it's such a difficult thing to treat. But mine was estrogen positive. So they were going to do chemotherapy, radiotherapy, and then they were going to put me into menopause effectively for 5 years to stop me producing estrogen. Because the theory is if there's no estrogen there, the cancer won't grow. Yeah.
What did you know about chemotherapy at that point?
Nothing.
Because it sounds like shower shit.
I felt terrified. I say terrified. I was scared and I was like, what? Unsure. But at that point, I thought, well, they've told me that I'll be cured. They've told me they'll do this, they'll do this, they'll do this, and then I'll be fine. So,
and you're from such a logical background. You get systems, you get steps, you get A, B, C, finish. And you've been exposed to such life-giving, life-taking that you probably had a very different perspective than many people to it.
And I had 3 little babies. Yeah. Literally, I had a 1-year-old girl and newborn twins.
Which kind of stops you being selfish, which is a weird thing to use.
So
probably the wrong word, but...
At one point, I remember distinctly, before the twins were born, before I'd had the lumpectomy, but we knew it was breast cancer, I was putting Lily to bed one night. And at that point, I was like, I started to get so upset. And then I said to myself, like, thinking about dying, and I was like, Helen, nobody's told you you're going to die. They've told you that they're going to cure it. It's like, it's going to be fine. You have the chemo, have the radio, have this treatment, and that's it, done. It's fine. And it was so painful. I was like, I can't allow myself to think like that I'm not going to survive, you know, because it was too painful. So from that moment then, I was like, I'm not going to think. I don't need to think like that. Why would I? They're going to treat it. Just do the treatment. But even as a nurse, obviously, I'm not a cancer nurse. I'm not a chemo nurse. I didn't have much experience of chemo. Like everyone, I presumed I'll have chemo. My hair will fall out. I'll get really sick. I'll get really thin. I'm going to feel awful. Because that's what chemo does. What I didn't know was there's so many different types of chemos. Every type of chemo is given for different reasons. It's given different ways. It has different side effects. Yeah. The chemos that I was given, so I was given a combination of a couple of different drugs given at different times. But that combination can make you lose your hair. I'd always had really long, really, really thick hair. It's like my family, my mum and her aunties, my aunties, they all had really long dark hair as kids. Obviously my girls have got the same. It's a kind of female family thing on my mum's side. Ironically, my sister's blonde. My dad's side's blonde. She's very much more my dad's side of the family on my mum's side. My brother's somewhere in the middle. And I was like, I don't want to lose my hair. So you can actually do this cold cap thing where you put, it's almost like a skull cap. They have this little, like a whirl that's filled with water. The water's brought down to about -5 degrees, and this plastic thing sat on your head with like a skull cap put really, really tightly on it. And you have to have that several hours before the chemo starts, and for during the chemo and for afterwards. And what that does is it causes vasoconstriction of your scalp, which means the blood doesn't get to your hair follicles. And that's how it works to stop, because then the chemo doesn't get... Yep. So that's how it stops your hair falling out, in theory.
Isn't that surreal?
Isn't it surreal? It's crazy.
Did it work?
I was like, worked for me, yeah.
I was going to say, because I'm obviously looking at you now, you look like your hair, that is your hair.
Yeah. So I did lose some hair because obviously it's hard to get a good seal on every single hair
it's
follicle.
vasoconstriction. It's not cutting the supply off completely.
Exactly, it's restricting it. But oh my God, it's horrible.
Did it give you a headache?
Yeah, brain freeze. So
it was ridiculous.
Literally brain freeze, like the worst brain freeze ever. The first sort of 15, 20 minutes is the worst. But yeah, I would have it on for maybe like 6 hours at a time.
Wow.
Because your chemo maybe takes 2 hours. But in order for it to be effective, it has to have constricted the vessels before the chemo and then after the chemo's finished. So we've got pictures of me sat with this cap on, -5 on the screen, blankets round my waist and sipping, because it would pull your chin up like this with the strap to obviously keep the tension. So I've got my cup of coffee with like a straw and stuff like that. But after the first sort of 15, 20 minutes, I guess everything's numb. Your nerves are probably just going, I'm dead. I can't do anything. I'm not feeling anything anymore. And normally they say if you can get through that, you can you'll be okay with doing it. Some women are like, no, it's too much. I've got too much going on. And that's each to their own. It's, you know, we all have different coping strategies, different things that are important to us. As a young mum, my hair meant a lot to me. I didn't want to lose my hair. Yeah. But the other thing for me was, as I said, I was always very stubborn, and if somebody says you can't do that, I'm like, you just watch me. Like, so again, my understanding of when you're having chemo was that you'd go in a hospital room, the nurse would come in, you'd have your chemo, you'd sit in your room or your cubicle even. No, a chemo room is like the chemo unit is just a big open plan unit. And maybe a nurse is stationed in the middle, but I'm sat here and the other patient's there.
We'll just sit around together.
Yeah.
It's like when you go and give blood, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just like that.
It's just bizarre.
And you all just hook up.
And you're all just like, they're having chemo and they're having chemo and everybody can see everybody and what everybody's doing. And I was just like, this is weird. And again...
And you've got your weird hat on.
And I've got my weird hat on. So, of course, when they were putting this weird hat on, the nurse that I had was talking very, very loudly. And everyone could hear what she was saying to me the first time I had this hat on. Or when they were prepping this hat to put it on. And she's saying, now, most people can't tolerate it. It's really horrible. It's really, really difficult. So don't feel bad if you want me to take it off and you feel like you just can't do it and it's too much for you. And everyone's watching. You can see them all like, oh, bless. Oh, she's going to give it a go. She's going to, this is not going to be nice for her. And I'm sat there going, all right, just freaking watch me. Like, there's not a chance with all these people watching that I'm now going to put my hand up and say, I can't do this. It's too hard to take it off. I was like, not a chance. So that probably helps me that day, because I thought I'm not going to allow everyone to see me fail, like, because as much as it's not a failure, that's how I was looking at it for me.
And you have to set the game up in your head.
Exactly, that's exactly what it was. I was setting the goalposts as to how I was going to deal with this, and that was what I was doing. This is one of my coping things.
About like an aspect of control, like you see this probably more so with children, but certainly when adults go into care and they're so used to being, because you're an adult, you're in control of your life, and then you're put into something where your sphere of control shrinks quite dramatically, because these things aren't choices. So anything where there is like, I'm going to take control. So what, I can do something to keep my hair on. Okay, so I can take control of that. So that's a thing.
That was a big thing for me. And that kind of came into other things further down the path about that feeling of control. And well, I can't control that, but because I can't control that, I'm going to control this then, because that's me taking power. But yeah, so I'd done the cold cap, and I had my last chemo session was actually on my birthday. Typically, so nice birthday present. But so when you're in between chemo, you get given a whole load of drugs to take home, and told you have to take these for so many days, give yourself injections, give yourself steroids, give yourself prophylactic antibiotics, anti-sickness medication, and nobody really knows how you'll feel.
How do you feel?
I felt okay. Believe it or not, really? I was okay. I think I was lucky.
Did you still eat, sleep?
I was still eating. Normal. I was still sleeping. But for me, again, I had these 3 little babies, and I was like, I am not going to allow this to make me miss out on the special moments. Like, these babies are never going to be tiny babies again. So I tried my hardest, and pretty much, for the most part, carried on as normal. Yeah, I even to the point of playing my volleyball. I got medical clearance to be able to go in between my chemo sessions and go to my volleyball training and go and play. I played competitive games of volleyball with the RAF squad with part of the English National Volleyball League, because we're not now, but the RAF squad had a team in the English Volleyball League.
Whilst you having chemo?
Whilst I was in between my chemo sessions and looking after newborn babies and a 1-year-olds. But for me, that
must
was...
have made everybody else look rubbish or feel rubbish. A tough week.
So, but yeah,
I'll tell you what, a couple of tough projects at work at the minute. How was yours? Oh, well, I've got 3 kids that don't sleep. And I'm full of poison at the minute. And just trying to keep my hair in, to be honest. Me too, yeah. Tough life, right?
Yeah, something like that. But for me, that was about control as well. That was about, this is who I am. Why shouldn't I play my volleyball if I feel up to it? And there's lots of evidence that show exercise is beneficial for everyone, but especially there's so much evidence now through exercise with cancer, exercise through cancer, exercise beyond cancer, exercise as a way of helping reduce side effects. But for me, it was about, this is who I am. Just because I've got cancer, I'm not a different person.
It's trying to steal your life.
Yeah.
And before it gets to that, it's going to steal all the bits of your identity.
Yeah.
The way you look, the way you are,
Yep.
the things you do.
And I was like, I'm not letting it until I've no choice. If I wasn't well enough to play, if my immune system was really down, if I was really nauseous and really sick, then obviously I wouldn't have gone. But being on that, when I was on that court, when I was with the girls, I was just me again. I wasn't Helen with the breast cancer or Helen going through chemo,
victim,
because we're playing a game and you haven't got time to sit and, it's not a game of snooker that you stop and have a chat in between the balls come in and you've got seconds to make a decision, milliseconds to act on a decision, and I'm focused on the game, not on everything else, and it's escapism.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I felt just like me, and it was brilliant for me, I think, and the physical health benefits as well. So there was the psychological and the physical health benefits. And it got me out of the house, got me in a change of scenery, and Phil came with the girls, and so all the girls that used to fuss over the babies and stuff like that, so it was lovely. It was really good, and it was really good for me to do that.
There's like a thing about the fact that the girls were so young as well, where I remember a friend telling me, a friend petrified of heights, and they were in a cable car for the first time, and they were really petrified, and they were going on with another friend of ours, and they're like, I'm ready to go. And when they were about to get on, it fits like 8 people in it or something, and there was another small child getting on with their parents, and that child was really petrified.
Oh.
So then when they got in there, the petrified person, the victim in the scenario, that seat was already taken, if that makes sense.
Oh, right, you couldn't be the scared person anymore. You couldn't be the scared
because you had to be the adult. So it kind of took that away from them, and the focus of everybody in the car, so I'm told, was
on the petrified child.
Look, no, it's okay, look, we're looking out the windows, everything's fine. And the reason I say that is I'm wondering if, like, you didn't allow yourself to become a victim because the girls needed you.
Yeah.
I needed to be mum more than I needed to worry about my victimhood.
Yep. And almost that's kind of how I am at the moment. Obviously, we'll go on to that. But again, like, I couldn't just lie in my bed.
Yeah. How dare
I've got my girls. They need me. I'm their mum. They need me to get up. Yeah, there's other people that would come and maybe help out, but I'm their mum. I want to be looking after them. And in fact, somebody from a charity actually that we then cut ties with, a charity that was supposed to be helping us and actually caused us more problems, suggested that I should get an au pair to help. And I said, I don't need an au pair. I don't want an au pair, because we'd said about getting a cleaner. They'd wanted to help, and we said, well, what about getting a cleaner for us then? If you want to do something. And they were like, well, Phil can come home at night and do the cleaning. I was like, Phil's supposed to come home at night and either spend time with me or give me some respite, and he spends time with his babies. Yeah. He's not going to work all day to come home and clean the house. Like, if that, which is what we were obviously having to do, or the housework was just not getting done. But this person was like, well, you should get an au pair. And I was like, you think I've got the headspace to have a stranger living in my house, looking after my children, and I'm just going to lie in bed and let this stranger look after my children? That's my job, And I was like horrified, but she couldn't see what I was trying to say. Like,
help me take away the things that I can't. No one else can be mum. Really. I mean, with the great respect to people that mother those children, but do you know what I mean? That's the one thing that can't replace me.
Yep.
People can replace me walking the dog.
Yes. Doing the housework.
In the house.
Yep.
Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
But don't take away the thing that's uniquely me.
Yeah. And the thing that's given me the reason to get out of bed at the moment.
Yeah.
So what, you just want me to lie up in bed?
So they don't need me anymore? Okay, well, I just won't be here then.
I'll just be here and be poorly then. Like, because that's like what you want me to be. You just want me to be
that's
poorly,
the role
and
I'm
yeah,
supposed to play.
that's exactly like that. People just assume that that's what I would do. I would just curl up in bed and not go out, not play volleyball, and want somebody looking after my kids and doing all this stuff.
Less stubborn people would probably be like, "Oh right, so I'm the victim. I'll go and sit in the victim chair because I'll go and do that because that's who I am.
Like, that's what I'm supposed to do."
Strange.
But yeah, having the girls and the babies, and obviously with 3 of them, it was just constant busyness. And so that did help. It did help. Give me purpose, gave me function, gave me reasons to do things, distraction.
So how did the end of the chemo? So you completed
So the
course.
chemo finished in the June, and then I had a couple of months break, and then I had radiotherapy about the September.
What's the
something
difference?
like that.
What's radiotherapy?
So radiotherapy is when they use radiation beams into, and you have to go and you have like various little tattoos put on. In fact, I've got that little black dot. There's a radiation tattoo that they put on so that when they do for the planning scans, that was
it's an actual so they dot you.
Actual tattoo you, yeah.
Okay.
So they get a little needle and some ink and tattoo it. So they set you up with the machines, because that was from when I had it on this shoulder more recently. And there's lines come out the machines, and they have to obviously make sure they're very specific with where they're targeting the radiation. So they put tattoos on so that the next time, whenever you go for your next session, they line it up exactly the same place as before, to make sure the radiation goes to the exactly the correct spot. But you don't feel anything at the time. You just lie there and.
So what's it doing?
So I think it's just targeting like radiation, which is killing the cells.
So chemotherapy goes all through the body.
Goes through systemically, into the blood.
And then radiotherapy is
targeted to the area.
Yeah.
And there's some very clever machines now that can be really, really specific with targeting. Like I think they're called like CyberKnife and Gamma Knife, and they're used, which I've learned about on secondaries.
I think a friend of mine's daughter had that because she had one behind her nose, and because it was so close, they couldn't do
whole radiation
because they damage her eyes and her brain and everything like that. So it had to be like a specific.
So there's very specific targeted radiations now, but I generally had it to the area where the tumour had been and a little bit outside. And I didn't feel anything. Just literally okay, it's all done, off you go. And you're like, okay, didn't feel anything. But there can be some quite nasty side effects, so people can get really, because effectively you're being burned inside, so people can get really sore skin, their skin can coming away, they can get sores, you get fatigue, because obviously if you're damaging cells, the cells there for your body has to recover from, so you can get quite bad fatigue, and obviously depending on how much you have and where you have it, the side effects can be different. Obviously if you have it in the head, you can lose your hair, headaches, stuff like that. But I was lucky, I didn't have any side effects of the radiation. I had every single day. So it was every day for, I think it was like 21 days. Every single day. So again, that was a faff because you've got the babies. So, but I just left Phil at home and I just went on my own. So Phil stayed at home with the babies.
Did Phil take a lot of time off during this then, I'm guessing?
He did take quite a bit of time off, mainly a lot of time when I was having... certainly he came to all the chemo sessions, but his work was very good and he did get quite a bit of time off when we needed him to be at home or whatever. So we're lucky from that point of view, again, because we were in the military, so that helps, whereas civilian employers might not have had the same thing, you know.
At a certain point they've got to go, we can't keep doing this anymore.
Or you're going to have to go part-time or whatever it may be. So we were lucky.
Horrible for the company as well, to be fair.
Yeah, definitely. So that was the September, and then we got married in the November. Obviously, so having had the babies in the same year as having the twins born, Lily turned 1, having the chemo, having the radiotherapy, we'd been planning the wedding. Got married in November.
When did you start planning the wedding then?
I think he proposed probably maybe around April, May, something like that. I can't actually remember. Something like that. But it was within months. And part of the reason we kind of had to then get married was because the military hospital at Peterborough had closed down. So we were both going to come down to the Oxfordshire area because we both get jobs down there and we were both going to work around there. But the rules in the military at the time were you can't live in a military house together unless you're married.
Yeah.
Thankfully it's changed now, and if you can prove you have there's rules, but if you can prove you're in a long-term relationship, have a mortgage, have kids or whatever it may be together, and you can prove that, then it's different. But at the time you had to be married, otherwise you couldn't get a military house. So we were like, even with our circumstances, they were like, no, you have to be married. Yeah, old rules, old school. So that was it. We were like, right, well, let's just get married then. So we then had to plan a wedding, which we done. And thankfully that was another reason that I was like, well, I'm keeping my hair. I'm persevering.
There's a really important thing there. And I remember when we used to work with some children that had some similar cases at different terminal style things, but they didn't know whether or not they were going to make it through, and they would try and make plans that required them to exist in the future. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
You need to be able to see
yourself,
a version of you existing
Yep.
next year,
Yeah.
and something that needs you
Yep.
is happening.
Yep.
So you need to be there for it, so
yeah.
that you can see yourself
Yep.
in the future. Does
Yep.
that make sense?
Yeah. It does. And again, it does give you another distraction, and I think we need something to do. So, like, I had the girls, I had the wedding.
Goal-orientated little machines.
You do. Otherwise, what do you do? You
what
just,
we're doing.
you
existing.
do nothing. Like,
Yeah.
So yeah, it kept us busy, and it was stressful, but yeah, it was brilliant. We had a great day. So
Great.
yeah.
But the girls look great as well.
Yes. So they were, and it was nice. They were obviously tiny, so yeah, and the little dresses. So yeah.
My Lily had just started walking when we got married. So we got, I think.
So in fact, so had our Lily, because she was she had been walking maybe 6 months or so, because she walked quite early, about a year, thankfully, because we then had 2 other babies to carry. But yeah, she was walking at the wedding
up with my sister. I think, funnily enough, they waddled up the aisle together. Not that my sister waddles.
No.
It's harsh, but they both look great. But
yeah, it was lovely. Emotional, given everything that had been happening the past sort of year, but it was also nice because then by that point I'd finished my chemo, finished my radiotherapy, and then went into the sort of 5 years of estrogen suppression treatment. So yeah, it was.
So being forced into menopause early,
Yeah.
what are the repercussions of that, ramifications? Why?
Oh gosh, it's
fairly essential for a young lady to have that hormone.
So it causes so many issues. And I used to, my mum's a woman of a certain age, and she used to go on about hot flushes and stuff, and I'd be thinking,
get a grip.
Get a grip. You get a bit hot. What's your problem? It can't be that bad. I completely underestimated menopause. And I think many of society does. And I've done some presentations and been involved with some working groups recently about in the military, and because we are massively into women's health at the moment and raising awareness of menopause and making people understand how bad menopause is. It's not just you get a bit hot now and again. What are you talking about? It's horrendous. It's debilitating.
And how quickly it happens as well.
Oh, God,
Because also with men, like our testosterone gradually decreases from like 35 or whatever. Women's effectively drops off a cliff.
Yeah.
It happens over a short period of time and a dramatic effect.
Yeah. And
there's
it's
so many
horrible.
factors.
I am back.
He's okay.
When I would get like the hot flushes and things, the only thing I could say is how I described it was I would go from being fine to feeling like somebody'd set me on fire inside. Wow. Literally. In fact, the other night I was sat on the sofa and got this hot flush, and you could look like my arms, my hands were, when you've got actual beads of sweat, but it's my arms, it's my hands, it's like I'm sat watching telly with the kids.
I'm not,
and the whole body's just cool me down somehow, like I'm so hot, and it literally comes out of nowhere and then it goes away. One of the big things for me was uniform, because I wear a blue shirt to work, which shows sweat marks. And I would be there, like, sweat marks here, under my arms, on my back, and I'm like, I don't feel dignified, I don't feel, decent. Yeah. So thankfully I spoke to work, and they then allowed me, when I felt I wanted to, I could wear my own clothing to work.
Awesome.
So that I felt Because I said, everyone deserves to feel dignified at work. I've got no control over this.
Doesn't diminish my ability to do my job.
No, exactly,
Just wearing
absolutely.
slightly different clothing.
And that's one of the things that so many women leave their jobs because of menopause, because they feel they can't talk to their employer about it or their chain of command, and we lose so much corporate knowledge, so much experience because of something that
literally
is,
like 2 years ago we started getting
shocking.
menopause champions in the UK Fire and Rescue Service, and it's so important. And they give the talks to the entire crews, you know, men and women, just to really bring it to the forefront. And you can see, you know, some of the women present feeling that weight lifted, because they're like, it's like that but worse.
It's
and some of them have already gone through it, or some are going through it, and some younger girls that are really having that realization of what's coming. And
it's, you know, it's fatigue, it's joint pains, it's brain fog. You're just like, what am I doing? You know, and it makes you feel stupid sometimes. But yeah, it's just not nice. And like I say, especially for me at my age, and so many other women like me that get put through it at young ages, it's not pleasant, really not pleasant. It affects your mood, it affects your libido, it affects everything, you know. And as a young woman, it's a lot to adjust to. And as a wife, you know, as husbands, they have to adjust to it as well, because it does change you. And it's like you were saying, it's like a part of you that's gone, and there's nothing you can do to replicate estrogen and all the different things estrogen does. But you know, I know how dangerous it was for me, and how essential it was that I had to go through this process. So you just almost have to grin and bear it. There is some antidepressant medications that can help relieve some of the side effects of menopause. So I did actually start one of them in the end, because I was like, I can't cope with this. The hot flushes, the fatigue. I was having to go home and have cat naps every day. Like, I'm not a granny. I feel like an old granny, you know, and the joint pains and stuff. So I did actually start a lower dose of an antidepressant, which is used to help treat the symptoms of menopause. And that did help me. And I had bought various fans and just had fans at my desk, you know, constantly blowing at me, and, you know, the usual stuff like that. But yeah, it's not a nice thing to have to go through. And thankfully now, it was so taboo before. Yeah. And it was almost like, why is it taboo? It's a perfectly normal thing that every single woman,
it's not a choice you make,
will go through. Yeah. Yet we seem to be embarrassed about talking about it, you know.
Did you ever think you and Phil wouldn't make it through?
No, I don't think so. I think we'd been through so much. And we'd always had this opinion that when we had kids, we would do everything not to break up a home for the kids, because neither of us could. And I know it's not something any parent wants to go through. You don't get married and have kids with the expectation that, eventually we know we're going to split up and destroy the household that as they know it. And obviously for some parents, that is the best thing for them, is to separate, and they provide a better household and a better childhood for children apart rather than together. But I think we both had this sort of agreement that we didn't want that, and it would take a lot for us to get to that. I think
you should have those conversations though, because people go, well, if we need to talk about that, because it's not going to happen, is it? No, but we should talk about it so that it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Let's be conscious of it.
Of what you want and your opinion of that. Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
So did you feel like you were then past it, or did you? That must have been.
I thought so. I was told
Enough's enough.
We had genetic testing. I had various the BRCA1, the BRCA2, all the different ones that they know. They've done multiples, but they've never found anything that is proven to have put me at risk of breast cancer. Okay. They found one of my genes had a variant of unknown significance, but so that means there's a little mutation there, but there's no research to say that mutation's of any significance. And probably, 80% of us, probably maybe even all of us, could have a mutation of some description that doesn't cause anything. Yeah. It doesn't cause you any problems. It's just something that's there. But what they keep doing is they keep reviewing your data based on the databases and based on all the more research that comes out. But at the moment there's
see what trends or
all of a sudden that gene is showing up quite a lot. Indicators. So there was nothing on my genes to say that was at high risk, and for me that was a relief in terms of the girls as well. There was no BRCA2, BRCA1.
So when you knew then of a one girl I've got twin girls.
Yes.
Are they going to have to go through
Are they going to
this?
have to do it? My sister's
Is
got,
it going to
you know,
be
I've got
my fault, and
nieces.
they're going to, yeah.
Is it? Because even, you know, genetic mutations, they start somewhere.
Yeah.
Even though there's no family history, well, it starts somewhere. That mutation just starts somewhere, and then it's carried on, you know. So that was a relief. And they'd said, right, you were a low-grade tumour. It was a low-stage tumour. It wasn't in any of the lymph nodes they took out. They were all clear, which suggests it's not spread. You're low risk because of your family history, because your age, blah, blah, blah. We'll stop your estrogen for 5 years. At that time, they said it might be 10 years, but it might be 5. You'll have annual mammograms, and apart from that, that's you. Off you go. I was like, happy days, I'm done. So for me, I took
go back to life.
Yeah, go back to life, enjoy your life, have my annual mammograms. As long as they're clear, then I'm fine. And then eventually got to December 21, and that was my sort of 5 years by that point of having this estrogen depression.
Now,
yeah. So I had injections. I had been having injections, implants that switch your ovaries off, as well as other tablets, because some other tissues produce estrogen. It's not just your ovaries.
Okay.
So in women, there's some other little tissues that provide estrogen. So the tablets we take stop. There's different ways tablets work, but the ones that I have stop those other tissues producing estrogen. So they're called aromatase inhibitors. And they...
I used to take them.
Oh, did you?
So a sad, relatable fact, I used to do a lot of strongman. I used to take a lot of anabolic steroids.
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
And because it raises testosterone, also raises estrogen. So they have anti-estrogen aromatizers and estrogen blockers. So there was like Arimidex and tamoxifen.
Yeah.
And
the
irony is they would say, oh, this is what people take for breast cancer as well.
Yeah.
And it basically stopped estrogen attaching to the lymph node or something like that. It stopped aromatization of breast tissue or
breast tissue. Yeah. Oh, that's fun. I didn't realise, but it makes perfect sense, doesn't it?
Except we take it for selfish, stupid reasons. And I would strongly encourage nobody ever go down that black rabbit hole of.
Well, we've all done silly things, haven't we? We've all done silly things.
Jesus, don't do it. Yeah, very different needs.
So, so that's what I was taking. Aromatase inhibitors and the Zoladex, which is the one that actually switches your ovaries off, is the implant.
My ovaries are never a problem.
But when it got to that, I contacted Adam Brooks and said, so was it 5 years or is it 10 years? Because it was never defined.
Get a certificate.
And they said, well, no, now actually the research shows that 5 years is fine, or is as good as 10. So you can stop it. You can stop the Zoladex. You'll continue your annual mammograms, which I was like, they would continue for life, basically, because I was so young at diagnosis. I was only 32, and that's considered, really young for breast cancer.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So I would continue having annual mammograms for the rest of my life. So we stopped the estrogen suppression in the December. Then my periods came back. All my mammograms had been normal. So as far as I knew, everything was fine in terms of cancer.
Were you impressed that your periods came back? I know there's no such thing as a personal question for you, probably.
No, but some people, they don't. So,
no, that's what I
both
heard.
for having chemo and being put into menopause for that long.
Yeah. For your body to resync back into any cycle.
Yeah.
Is luck.
Yeah.
Not lucky, but shows the resilience of your body.
In a way, you almost were like that, oh, for goodness sake, because what it meant was I went from being in menopause to not being in menopause to knowing that at some point I'm now going to have to go through natural menopause as well, So it's like, but it was nice to have your body going back to normal, and the other thing with menopause is you put on weight because estrogen helps women lose fat. So if you're not getting estrogen, you're not burning fat as well. So particularly around, that's why middle-aged women, middle-aged spread around the middle. Yeah.
Same with men. Although a little bit later for men, but.
Yeah. So I started losing weight and managed to get back into my fitness more because I was losing weight, and then it got to, so we were in lockdown, so I hadn't been playing volleyball because volleyball hadn't been on. Normally I play a couple of times a week and go to training and play games and stuff, but volleyball hadn't been on. And then we got to about the March, and I started having this real bad shoulder pain, which confused me because I was like, I've not done anything. Like, I haven't injured myself. I've not been playing volleyball. Why have I got this shoulder pain all of a sudden? I went to the GP. Initially, a GP said the GP I said, she said she wanted me to have an MRI because of my background. So I'd had left breast cancer, left thyroid cancer, and now I had this left shoulder pain.
I suppose anytime you get anything, it's like
cancer.
Yeah, it's worst case. Let's get everything checked.
Yeah. So I was relieved, like, okay, let's get it checked, get an MRI. But when she sent the request to sort of radiology, obviously it was locked down and just like, it's going to take weeks and weeks and weeks to get an MRI. Let's do an X-ray. And if there's something on the X-ray, then we'll get an MRI. But if the X-ray's fine, then we know there's nothing to worry about. So I was like, okay. So they did an X-ray, nothing showed up on the X-ray. So they treated me for shoulder pain with physio for months and months and months. And I had steroid injections, didn't really work. I kept saying to them, I've not had an injury. I'm doing less physical activity now than I ever have been. Like volleyball's a big shoulder sport. I've not been playing my volleyball. Like, what's going on? Then the pain started to go into my neck. It started to go into my back. I couldn't, some days I couldn't use this arm. I couldn't like open a door. I couldn't put my coat on. Certainly couldn't lie on that side. Sometimes I'd be in tears on the phone saying I need stronger pain relief, like something's not right. I even at one point in a face-to-face consultation said, are you sure there are no red flags about what's going on here? Left breast cancer, left thyroid cancer, this shoulder, it's just not right. And they were like, no, there's nothing. So at the time, I didn't know anything about secondary breast cancer. Oncology hadn't warned me about it. You don't see it in the media. You see breast cancer, but when people refer to breast cancer in the media, they're normally referring to primary breast cancer. So we got to about November, and I had actually been looking in the mirror doing my physio exercises. So they'd given me some like head stretches to do. They said, oh, you need to try and release these deep muscles in your neck, and I think that's causing referred pain. You know, all these things, it's all connected and blah, blah, blah. So I was in the mirror doing these, you know, neck things they told me to do. And then I saw this little bump just above this collarbone, and I was like, my actual words were, what the fuck is that? You know, it actually scared me when I saw it. As a nurse, I know what enlarged lymph nodes can mean. And it was on the left-hand side. Of course, breast cancer, thyroid cancer, this shoulder pain. I saw this lump and I was just like, this isn't good. This is not good. So I got myself to the GP the next day. She agreed. She was like, yeah, it's a bit suspicious. So she referred me back to Addenbrooke's to get a biopsy, an ultrasound and a biopsy. I didn't tell anyone this was going on because it was like November. Everybody was getting excited about Christmas. And I thought, I don't want to put this worry on to anyone unless there's something to worry about, because I know we've been there before. So I went to Addenbrooke's.
How were things when you were there before? You know, how did your sisters and your brother and your mum and everybody cope with?
My sister struggled, really struggled, because we were very close, and she suffered quite a lot of anxiety about it all, because at the time, I didn't really see death as an option with the primary breast cancer, because I understood that that they would do this and it hadn't spread, so how could it die? I understood that. As much as I didn't understand about secondary breast cancer, I knew they're saying it's not spread, so I'm not going to die.
There's only one part of me that's a problem.
There's only one part of me that's a problem.
We're going to sort that bit. The rest of me is fine.
Yes.
So I can live.
Whereas my sister hadn't understood that, and she'd thought there was always this potential that I was going to die. Yeah. And which
was a potential.
Yeah, I guess. She's a bit more sensitive than I am anyway, bless her. She cries when a goldfish dies, and she is. Yeah, she is, bless her. She's a big softie. My mum and that, everyone, obviously people were upset, but I think they took triggers from how I was like responding. And because I was like, no, it's okay, and obviously I'm a nurse, they were like, well, no, she's okay, we've got to get through this. And everybody took it in turns, friends, family took it in turns to come down to watch the girls when we had chemo, so Phil could come with me. So everybody was really supportive, but I think we all just tried to stay optimistic and took the leads from how I was being.
Yeah.
So yeah, they were okay, you know.
So you didn't want to tell them this time?
I didn't want to tell anyone this time, because I was like, oh.
Did you tell Phil?
No. Didn't even tell Phil. Kept telling him I was going here, there, or wherever, and he was at work. I was working from home a lot. Sometimes I was going to work, so it was quite easy for me to go to appointments. And you know, it's not like he's got a tracker on me. So if I said, "Oh, I'm going to work today," or "I'm working from home," he wouldn't be any the wiser, you know, and I just didn't want. And almost part of me was then kind of thinking, this could be bad. Like, I didn't know about secondary breast cancer, but I did know if you've got cancer in the lymph nodes, then I know that's not good because it's spread. And I was like, if this is bad, I want to protect them from it as long as I can. Until they have to know, I'm not going to tell them. So
that's a bit naughty.
I know. But again, this was my way of, I can't deal with everybody else falling to pieces around me right now.
Yeah.
I was like, because that'll make me fall to pieces. The fact that nobody else knew meant I had to carry on with life as normal. And then
I've read a number of stories where people have had some big surgeries and not told anybody.
Not told people.
Because they're just like, I can't
deal with the impact it will have on them. Yeah. And so whilst I was waiting on the bio, so first I went for an ultrasound, and when they were doing the ultrasound, they were like that. There's something there, but I can't. The breast biopsy lady wasn't happy to biopsy it because of where it is, because obviously you have lots of nerves and big blood vessels sitting along your collarbone. So she wanted me to go to the actual ultrasound department on another day and get the consultant to biopsy it. But again, it was just the way she said nothing that said a million things to me. And at the end, when I was walking away, and she said, we don't know what it is yet. We don't know. It's different to the surrounding structures, but we don't know what it is. And I said, I know what it is. You know, and I knew then it wasn't good. But again, I was just like, until I have that confirmation, I have to keep strong. I have to wait because I don't know what I'm dealing with. I kind of knew it wasn't good by then. So then the next week I went back and had an actual biopsy done in the ultrasound department. So a couple of weeks later, in early December, I was waiting on the results back, and I'd had COVID, but then I had this cough and this chest pain that just wouldn't settle down. So it was a Saturday morning, and I'd said to Phil, I said, I'm going to go to the out of hours GP. I said, because I just don't feel well. I've got this pain here in my ribs. I said, and it's just not right. So I went to see the GP out of hours, and he gave me antibiotics and said, I think you've got a chest infection. So came home. A couple of hours later, I was just like that. Might even have been the next day on the Sunday or whatever. And I said to Phil, it's not right. I said, there's something not right. It's still in too much pain. I'm going to go to A&E. Because in my mind, I was like, if I go to A&E, they'll do an x-ray there and then. They'll do a scan there and then. They'll find out what's going on. At that point, I didn't for a second think I had cancer in my bones. I did think maybe I could have a blood clot, like a pulmonary embolism, because I had all the symptoms. So went to A&E, and that's what they thought I might have, was a blood clot. So they arranged to do a CT scan to check for this blood clot. In the meanwhile, I had tried to plan some activities for the girls. So we'd had a Christmas sleigh ride, virtual sleigh ride thing booked at one of the big places in Grantham. And it was in between waiting on this scan. So Phil obviously knew I was at hospital now because I'd been at home and told him I was going to this chest pain. And they wouldn't let me, whilst I was waiting on this scan, they wouldn't let me go out. And in my mind, I'm like, if this cancer's back, I've got to make these memories with these girls. I've got to go and do this sleigh ride that we're all looking forward to. So the nurse was really shitty with me, and I was really annoyed. And so I actually said to her, if my cancer's back, I was like, I don't know what's going to happen. I said, I've got this memory. I'll be away for an hour. I said, you've told me it'll be a couple of hours before anything happens. What's the problem? Like, and she was just really, and it really annoyed me because I thought that was such a big thing to me, was to go, and I was getting really upset by the thought of not being able to go and do this virtual sleigh ride that we'd booked with the kids, because I knew what was potentially coming and how I didn't know if that would mean weeks, months, years, days. So these little memories meant so much. So I went and done the sleigh ride, and then went back to the hospital and Phil took the kids home. And then again, this same nurse who'd been really shitty with me about wanting to go, like, it's not like a hotel, you can't just walk in and out. Like, I'm a nurse, I know that. Jeez. And then she came back and she said to me, we've got your scan results. Do you want to phone your husband to be here? And I said, no, you're all right. Because again, I was like, you've just freaking told me. You've just freaking told me what my scan results are. Yeah. Because otherwise, why are you saying, like, you want to get your husband here. It's not because it's, oh yeah, nothing's there, it's all good news, is it? So I was just like, no, it's fine. And so at that point I knew what was coming. And the consultant came and a nurse came and told me that they didn't find a blood clot, but they had cancer in my bones. So they'd saw it in my ribs and my spine. Obviously we didn't know at that point where else it was. And they would refer me back to Addenbrooke's, because that's where I've been treated before. So again, I was like on my own, upset. Like all I could think about was my girls. Like, I've got girls. How can this happen? Like, I've got my babies at home. But they couldn't tell me much more because we wouldn't know much more until I had more tests and whatnot. So I then, I was just like, right, can I go home? And they said, yeah, you can go home. So drove home in a daze back from Grantham. Phil was home putting the kids to bed. And I was like, can you come downstairs? And he came downstairs. So then I just told him, I just said it's back. I said, they can't cure it. And he went to bits and I went to bits and I was like, I don't want to die. And of course he was like, you're not going to die. But I was like, you don't know. No, none of us know what's going to happen. So my mum and dad at that point were away for a weekend and in a hotel up in Glasgow, and they were having a great weekend. And I was like, I can't tell mum today, because if I tell mum today, she'll want to come down. Yeah. And it's not going to change anything if she comes down now or not. I want her to enjoy her weekend. I want her to be at home, and then when she's home, I'll tell her. And then I knew everybody would come down. So I told my sister, I told my brother, and I told my auntie, who is like my aunt Nancy, who's my mum's sister or other sister, that we're really close to. Because I said to them, I can't tell mum tonight, but I need you to be there when I tell mum tomorrow, because mum will go to pieces. I know she'll go to pieces. So they all went round to my mum's the next day, and of course my mum was like, what's going on when you all pile in my house, and I phoned and told her. So obviously everybody was just like in bits. But anyway, as we do, because we're a close family, as I thought they would do, they were all like, right, we're packing the car, we're coming down. All of us were coming on our way. So they did. That was it. They were all down. They all bomb bursted. Like, I went to bed and like 2 a.m. or whatever. They all were here. And then we had Christmas together. So Emma, my sister, and her family were down. My brother couldn't come with his kids. He works away sometimes on like the wind farms. He works on the wind farms, and he had a baby and stuff as well. So he came on his own, but my sister and her family came down and stayed, and we all had Christmas together. And that was hard, like, Jesus Christ, how do I get through Christmas knowing...
What did the girls think was happening?
They just thought family was coming down for Christmas, because we're close and we see them all the time, and they're used to them coming down and us coming down, and they just thought, oh, surprise, Aunt Emma, that's coming for Christmas, and as kids do, they were like, yeah, Aunt Emma, that's coming for Christmas. They're used to that. They didn't see it. So every year we either go up there or they come down here. So it wasn't special. Wasn't abnormal. No, it wasn't weird for them. We managed to get through Christmas, but Jesus Christ, that was hard, because I kept thinking, what if this is my last Christmas, and what if this is it? And we all went, and we all just tried to keep smiling for the kids and keep it all normal for the kids, but oh God, I don't know. It was the hardest thing I've ever had to do, was just get through that. And then of course the 3 girls, all their birthdays in January. So we got through Christmas, and then I had to get through all their birthdays, and they all wanted sleepover parties, and
of course they did.
I was like, oh geez. And in the way, a sleepover party ended up better for me, because I was like, at least then I'm home. I'm not having to go and put a face on in a soft play that's full of people, and I can't just disappear off and have a cry if I need to in my bedroom or the bathroom or whatever it may be, or in a church hall where you've got kids and parents and everything around. We'll have a few kids and we'll have a sleepover. So we done that, and they had the like little teepees. We had done the little teepees.
God, I've seen them.
And it was beautiful.
Done it yet, but they look amazing.
So good. So Lily had a jungle theme. And it was just amazing. We cleared the kitchen of everything and we just done it in here so that we had like the space to have the 5 or 6 of them, whatever it was. And then the twins wanted, they had it was like a unicorn theme. Lily's was one weekend, theirs was the next weekend. And it was good, it kept us busy and it gave me a distraction. But of course the kids don't know, the kids didn't know, still don't know. So we had to be strong and brave for them. But oh my God, those first couple of weeks, when you've just found out, because all I could see was death. Eventually I had scans and stuff that showed exactly where it is, and I found out about second breast cancer, but all I could see was that I had incurable cancer and that I was going to die. I couldn't see anything else.
Yeah.
Nothing. I had obviously anxiety up the yin yang. I couldn't sleep. Sometimes I couldn't have a conversation. I physically felt like somebody was strangling me. I felt like somebody had their hands around my neck. That's how bad the anxiety was. But because I had lymph nodes here that I knew were affected, and I've got lymph nodes in my neck that are affected, I was then like, well, is this the cancer that's causing this, like, suffocating me and strangling me? Which then puts your anxiety up, which increases the feelings of anxiety, and it's such a vicious circle. And what I've learned is that that's what happens when you have stage 4, is everything's heightened. Every anxiety you have, every pain you have, you start thinking, is that cancer? Is that another tumour? Is it spread there now? Or is it getting worse? Or is it, nothing's normal anymore. And it wasn't until, it took me a good few months to actually be able to even talk to people about it. Previously I wasn't able to have a conversation about it without breaking down in tears. I could barely look at my girls. Some nights I would just lie in bed and cuddle them. And we've always been very cuddly. The girls are always allowed in the bed for cuddles, and they always have been. That's why we've got a super king size bed, because there's just no space. And the girls are very cuddly, and so that's always been normal. But some nights I would wake up and I would just go and I would choose one of their beds and I would just go and climb into bed with them and hold them and smell their hair in, and because that leaving them for me is the hardest part of thinking about it all. I could deal with dying. What causes me the most pain is thinking about them crying for me when I'm not here, and knowing there's nothing I can do about that. Thinking about missing them, their lives, missing going to school, missing their weddings, missing being at granny. And that's all I could see those first few days. So I almost tried to smother them. I almost tried to stop them going out.
Yeah.
I think so. One of them was invited to a sleepover at a friend's house, and I was just like, that's an extra night I would have with her. How can I possibly let her go there? They go to breakfast club, they go to after school club. But I would pick them up at like 3 o'clock. Normally they can go to after school clubs and stuff till 5:30. But I'm like, no, that's time. I need to have them for that reason, but also for the reason that if they were here, I couldn't break down crying. If they were here, I had a function, I had a purpose, I had to cook their dinner, I had to be mum, I had to cook their dinner, I had to do the homework, I had to help them with whatever it was, brush their teeth, take them to bed. I couldn't just sit here and think, fuck, what's going to happen? What do I do? What do I do? So for a long time, I would pick them up early. I would not take them to breakfast club. I would give them the breakfast here. I would take them to school for 9 o'clock. I would pick them up at 3 o'clock, and I would have them around me as much as I possibly could, because in my mind I was like, I'm having time with them and I can't break down and cry because they don't know, and I don't want them to know at the moment.
Yeah.
So it gave me so much purpose. And then we found out about where it was, the fact that it's in my bones, it's bones all over, so it's in my skull, it's in my spine, it's in my shoulders, a lot of it in that shoulder that I had the shoulder pain from, which is frustrating. It's in my ribs, it's in my sternum, in my hips, so pretty much all my bones have got some bone mets. Some lymph nodes in my chest, lymph nodes here that we know about, lymph nodes in my neck. There was a couple of nodules on my lungs, but they were like you can have nodules through infection. People just have nodules, little nodules. You know, they were only little nodules for no reason. Doesn't necessarily mean they are cancer. It wasn't obvious that there's cancer in your lungs, but there was some. But I'd had COVID as well, so they were like, the COVID in December could still be healing from all that. So I found out what the plan was going to be, in the plan, because I was like that. I'm going to be on chemo and I'm going to die. Like, but no. The first thing they done was the switch. So the biopsy showed that the cancer's still responsive to estrogen. So the first thing they were like, right, we switch your estrogen back off. Like, you just freaking switched it on 3 months ago. Like, but we switched your estrogen back off. So that was me straight back on the Zoladex injections and the aromatase inhibitors. And then once they'd had their meetings and we had all the scan reports and everything back, they decided to put me on what's called a CDK4/6 inhibitor, which is classed as targeted therapy. So it's a cancer growth inhibitor. So it's the letrozole and the estrogen suppression that's stopping the cancer being fed. And this almost works on top of that to help stop the cells replicating. And they're fairly new drugs, so I think they've been around maybe 5 years or so now, but that includes with trials. So they are there's a couple of them. The one I'm on is called ribociclib, but they are shown to be quite good. Some women have quite a few years on them, other women have a year or so, some women months. There's just no way of knowing, but that's the same with all the drugs, and that's the problem, is why it's so hard to treat. Because the estrogen receptors or the HER2 receptors or whatever it is you might have can change. So just because mine's is estrogen positive now doesn't mean that it'll still be in 6 months' time. Mine's has got a little bit of HER2 responsiveness, but it's borderline, so it's not classed as HER2 positive, but it's not officially classed as negative, but it's actually borderline. But in a way, that's a good thing, because there's some of the HER2 positive drugs, and HER2 is one of the newer ones that's been talked about in the media a lot. And HER2 has, as well as being found effective in HER2 positive cancer, is also effective in HER2 low. So what that means for me is that potentially, if that stays that way, it makes it opens up other treatment line options for me further down the line if I needed them. At the moment, because it can change, and that's what makes it so unpredictable, and that's why treatment can work and then all of a sudden it doesn't work, because you can become resistant to treatments as well. So not only are there different subsets of breast cancers, there's different treatments, the type of cancer you have can change.
It mutates and develops.
You have mutations that mean you can become resistant to the cancer. So if somebody said, you've got this cancer and we treat you with that, and that treatment will always work, fine, happy days. But nobody can tell you that. Nobody knows. Nobody knows how long there's various treatment lines open to me at the moment. I'm on what we call first line treatment, so obviously I've just started. Thankfully at the moment, so we have 3 monthly scans. I have 4 weekly bloods to check. The ribociclib does drop your white blood cells, makes you immunocompromised. So as much as they say it's not a chemotherapy, it has the same side effects as chemotherapy, really. So it can, like my hair, as much as I've got lots of hair, it's a lot thinner and it comes out in handfuls. Yeah. So in fact, it just comes out in handfuls all the time.
Don't pull any out.
It's
to
like,
prove it to me. You don't.
It just falls out. But thankfully, I started with lots of thick hair, so you don't notice. But like I notice when I do it, and that's why I've got all these little short bits of hair everywhere, because that's where it's grown back in again.
Which is good.
So they say it's not a chemotherapy, but it makes you immunocompromised, makes you lose your hair, makes you fatigued, makes you feel sick, makes you have diarrhea, all these different side effects.
Other than that,
they say it's not
completely
chemotherapy.
different.
It's not chemotherapy. Yeah, okay.
Smells like it, sounds like it, feels like it.
Yeah, and to me, chemotherapy is therapy that's given via chemicals. Well, what are my tablets if they're not chemicals? So, but anyway, that's what makes it really hard to treat, is it changes and you become resistant to treatments. Thankfully, my treatment so far, so I have 3 monthly scans and my 4 weekly bloods to check that everything's okay. I had my 3 monthly scans again recently and got my results on Thursday. So actually I was like, I have this thing in my head about tempting fate, but in the back of my mind I was still kind of like, if Thursday hadn't gone well I might have had to cancel, because obviously don't know where it would have been.
Oh God, yeah.
And so the past couple of weeks my anxiety's gone back up, because you get to live in this 3 monthly bubble where everything's like okay, but as soon as you've had a scan, you're kind of waiting on your next scan. So that moment that you get the scan is only as good as the moment you have that scan, because immediately after that it can change. But I got my results on Thursday, which showed that the stuff in my chest is all lots better. The nodes that they saw, my bones are no worse than they were. But my blood tests show that my bones have not been destroyed. One of my blood tests, which is called alk phosphate, is produced when your bones have been destroyed. And in January, mine's was over 400. Normal's about 0 to 130.
Okay.
So
they're measuring the level of disintegration or deterioration of bones.
Yep.
Because obviously everybody's bones naturally get more brittle.
But yeah, and they turn over, Yep.
Yeah.
But when you've got Mets, obviously the cancer's just eating away at your bones. And some people actually, by the time they present, they've got holes in the bones and they're like, no, you need surgery. Yeah. That's how bad it is. Thankfully, I've not got any critical lesions at the moment. But some people, yeah, that's how they get discovered, is the severe pain they get from the bone being so badly broken down. But the fact that my blood tests have come down from over 400 to now smack bang in normal range, that's what she said. We use the blood, they use everything. They use blood tests and symptoms and scans as pieces of the jigsaw puzzle to say, right, treatment is working. So if my blood tests were going up but my scans didn't look any worse, we would be a bit cautious as to something's not right, or so vice versa.
Triangulating it.
Yeah. So they try and look at everything. They don't just look at one thing individually. And thankfully.
And your mobility in your shoulder seems.
Yeah. So I've got.
Great.
So I've been playing volleyball again. I can move. I can use it. So recently I have had a bit more increase of pain in the shoulder and the hip. And I did have one little lot of radiotherapy on there and on some of my spine back in April, which did massively help. So what she's going to do at the moment is see if I can have some more radiotherapy on the shoulder and on the my hip. Because I said to her, I'm not in severe pain, but the pain is a vicious cycle. The pain affects the anxiety. So because I've had an increase in the pain, I was convinced that must mean my bones have got worse again. So I was convinced that I would go to my appointment on Thursday and she would say, yeah, your scans show it's got worse, because surely if my pain's got worse, the cancer's getting worse again. But not necessarily. It could just be like the effect of the radiotherapy's wearing off, or the menopause causes joint pains. Menopause causes joint pains, the cancer causes joint pains, anxiety causes pain. So it's almost like that's what causes all this anxiety that we have, and it's constant. That anxiety is there all the time, and one of the biggest parts of it all is the mental health struggles. That's so hard to deal with.
How much of that can affect the body as well? And I know I'm going to probably offend the heck out of the research and things like that, but I do remember reading, and I'm sure it was very small cases where it had a tremendously positive impact, but how they would treat people with watching entertaining films and going and doing specific things because of how powerful the mind is.
Well, they do say there is actually a lot of studies that suggest that stress does affect cancer as well.
Well, stress is cortisol, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
So it suppresses your immune system.
Yep.
It suppresses...
pushes your blood pressure up, pushes your heart rate up.
Yeah, your digestion goes down.
Yep.
The body becomes less efficient. Yep. It doesn't grow any new hair follicles.
Yep.
Skin,
yep.
nails don't grow. Everything switches off.
Yeah.
It's every time cortisol spikes, it's a light switch, isn't it?
Yep.
It switches everything off, everything off.
So I think from a mental health point of view, a lot of the women, I'm on lots of different support groups on Facebook and Instagram and the like, and the benefits of some relaxation therapy or some reflexology or a massage and things like that is unreal, because just having that ability to escape your thoughts for a little while, or forget it and just feel relaxed is amazing. It really is. And like I say, it does lower the blood pressure, lowers the heart rate, reduces the happy, increases the happy hormones.
100%.
There are physiological benefits of it, you know.
What made you want to share your story like that?
One big thing for me, so even with my primary diagnosis, I wanted to share things because I was so young, and so many women still get brushed off with, you're too young, there's no family history, you're low risk, come back in 6 months. By 6 months, things could be changed. It could have gone from curable to spread all over and incurable. And we're so, especially in pregnancy as well, oh, it's hormonal changes, oh, it's milk ducts, oh, it's this, that, the other. And I think the more we shout out and scream about things, the more people will go, well, actually, it happened to her. And that's what I'm like. If people can say, well, it happened to you, it can happen to me, happen to you. I'm not special. There's no family history. There's no nothing in my family about it. And just before my secondary diagnosis, I'd actually done some presentations about menopause and about the cancer and about how we need to do things differently and all the rest of it, and was like, yeah, look, I've got through all this. And then, ironic, did I know that at the time I was doing all these and seeing all this stuff, I was blimmin', my body was being destroyed by secondary breast cancer. But nobody had told me about secondary breast cancer. So even more so now, and when I look at the groups I'm on, the amount of women I know that knew nothing about secondary breast cancer, they were not warned. I was led to believe that I'd had my chemo, I'd had my radio, I'd done my 5 years of estrogen suppression. As long as I had my annual mammograms, everything was fine. And if anything was going to happen, it would be found on those annual mammograms.
Yeah.
But no, that's not the case, because the secondary breast cancer most of the time has already gone to these other places when you had the primary tumour. So there's nothing, and that's what I could, even when I got diagnosed, I was like, so there's nothing in my breasts. There's no breast cancer in my breasts. No, there's no breast cancer in my breasts. Because the cells go at primary diagnosis, they bomb burst wherever they're going to go, or they go and sit in one little place and sit dormant. And then we switch the estrogen back on in my case. And then, oh, there's my food, again. There's my food, it's growing and it's spreading. And even when I went with the bone pain, estrogen positive breast cancer in particular loves the bones. Bone pain without an injury, headaches, stomach pain, all these things that are red flags for secondary breast cancer. Bone pain without a defined injury or a identifiable cause that doesn't, resolve with physio or medication is a classic red flag for secondary breast cancer in a woman that's had breast cancer. Yet 8 months I was going to the GP with being treated with physio for shoulder pain, and the amount of women that I know of that was the same, whether it was back pain, hip pain, shoulder pain, whatever it may be, and they get, oh, it's menopause symptoms, or you've pulled a muscle, or you've done this, you've done that. And Met Up UK are doing like fantastic work, sharing their infographics and trying to get these infographics out to all GPs, out to all cancer clinics, because at primary diagnosis, a lot of the time they don't tell people about secondary breast cancer because they don't want to frighten them, because these people are leaving thinking, oh, I'm cured, I had cancer, now I'm fine. They don't want to put, well, actually, there's 1 in 3 women will develop secondary breast cancer.
1 in 3?
1 in 3 that have had primary breast cancer. That's a big
statistic.
And I would want to know about that. If I'd been told about that the moment I had this shoulder pain that didn't go away, I would have gone, get me a scan. And if you won't get me a scan, I'll pay for a scan privately. And it wouldn't have changed my diagnosis. The diagnosis would still have been there, but I'm convinced it would have stopped the cells spreading from here. Oh, now I've got neck pain, now I've got back pain, and then it's in my skull, it's in my hips. I'm convinced this is where, left breast, I'm convinced the cells went there. And that's where it's sort of started from, because on my scans, this is probably the worst place. This is where the tumours are most dense, is this shoulder. And I'm convinced that if we'd got a scan earlier on, we would have picked it up earlier on. Mm-hmm. And people say, yeah, it wouldn't have changed the diagnosis. Yeah, but it's still just bone mets, and bone mets are thought of as not as bad as liver mets or brain mets, I guess, because they're vital organs, and But I said, but so now, instead of having potentially one area that we have to make sure is responding to treatment, and one area from which those cells can spread elsewhere, I've got areas all over my body, which are little shops, basically, full of these cells that can walk elsewhere. Shops that have to respond to treatment, as opposed to one area that has to respond to treatment, one area from which they can sell. Surely the more spaces I've got that are affected, the higher risk there is of further spread.
Yeah.
It's logical. I can't do anything about that now, apart from try and jump on this bandwagon of all the other women that have got secondary breast cancer that are trying to do the same, and people that have been misdiagnosed, people that GPs are not aware of, or people are not aware of secondary breast cancer. And even if you think about the media, if you think about when famous people die of breast cancer, or when there's a breast cancer character or whatever, and people talk about death in the soaps or in whatever, or people dying from breast cancer, people talk about, oh, she died from breast cancer. She died from breast cancer. She's got breast cancer. She's going to die, or she died from breast cancer. People do not die from primary breast cancer, because primary breast cancer is curable. That's like what I had, and they took it away. You don't die from breast cancer until it's secondary breast cancer and it's spread. But how often do you hear the media talk about secondary breast cancer or a character?
I've not had the time till today.
Exactly.
And I even obviously done some
knew the
research.
story, yeah. Because people just class it as breast cancer. So they don't define between primary and secondary breast cancer.
And the fact that when you say it doesn't have to exist in the breast.
In the breast.
So you could have breast cancer, have the glands removed, have the breasts removed.
Yep. And some women have. Yep. So they've had double mastectomies.
You've not had?
No, so I had just had a lumpectomy, and because they said mine was low grade and low stage, so it hadn't spread outside the breast tissue, so there was no need to take the breasts away.
But even with a double mastectomy, you can have breast cancer.
Recurrence.
So
because,
and like you say, you would never even think it just doesn't logically fit. I wonder if
because when they told me that
term it differently, I don't know.
When they told me it was breast cancer, I mean, some women, they do have recurrence of breast cancer in the breasts, but it's not a necessity for diagnosis. So when the consultant told me about my diagnosis, I was like, so what about my breasts? And she was like, it's not in your breast. And I was like, because I said, but my mammograms have been clear. So how can I have breast cancer again? My mammograms have been clear. Just like, because it's not in your breasts. The cells had already gone. 2014, that's when the cells would have moved from the tumour. But it just so happened that and they must have gone through either the blood or the lymph nodes. But it just so happened that the lymph nodes they took out at that time didn't have any cancer cells in, but there's loads of them. So maybe some of the others did, or maybe it travelled through the blood and not the lymph. We'll never know. But I just took me up, what do you mean? But my mammograms are clear. And that's what I'd been taking reassurance from all those years since primary diagnosis, that my mammograms were clear. So of course I can't have breast cancer back again. Or if I have, it will turn up, but it's not how it works. Sometimes it's brain. It shows up when they start to have headaches and they find out it's in their brain. Sometimes it's liver. They start to develop abdominal pain. So liver, brain and bone are the most common sites for breast cancer to metastasise to. So that's generally anything to do with them should be the red flags for GPs. But also we should be known about, we should be told. I would rather somebody frightens me and I can be forewarned than forearmed than completely left unaware. And what annoys me is I'll be on the stats as a breast cancer survivor because I've done the 5 years clear. How ironic is that I'm a breast cancer survivor? Yes, I am.
Yeah.
But it's making the stats inaccurate. If you think of, there's 35,000 women in the UK, they reckon. I say they reckon because they don't actually have the statistics. They don't collect statistics on those with secondary breast cancer until we die.
Fuck.
No. So we don't actually know how many women. They reckon there's about 35,000. But that's where there's the charities, there's so much campaigning being done to try and change things. And we're not trying to take things away from primary breast cancer. Of course we're not. Primary breast cancer has to be dealt with properly and efficiently because dealing with that stops it becoming secondary breast cancer. But there also has to be this shift where we realise you don't die from primary breast cancer. It's us women with secondary breast cancer, that's who die. And people don't understand there's a difference from primary and secondary breast cancer. and they don't understand how many women are living with it, or how many people are at risk of getting it. It's the biggest killer of women in the UK under 50, secondary breast cancer.
Is it?
Yep. 31 women every single day in the UK die from secondary breast cancer. 31 women.
Who may have obviously had it for
5 years, 10 years, 2 years, a year, 6 months. I don't know. So that's 1,000 women a month in the UK die from secondary breast cancer. Yet we don't hold statistics. We have differences in what drugs you're allowed to access, whether you live in England, Scotland, Wales. We have differences in what treatment you can access.
I say that's why a friend of mine had to go to America for certain things.
Mm-hmm.
What stops the drugs
So,
being approved?
So the research is
There
done.
has to be a need for it. I'm not saying there's not a need.
Yeah.
But like to us, one, it's the whole like you can't. How much is a life worth? Or what's worth it?
Yep.
One is enough.
Yeah.
But to a drugs company, that's their business,
Yeah.
isn't it? They need to.
Yep.
Is the demand there?
And so the point where the drug access has been stopped is the government's. So they get to decide what's approved on their health service. So,
Okay.
and obviously the Scottish Health Service has got a different health service to England, it's got a different health service to Wales. So as much as we're all NHS, they all then have their own budgets and their own way of managing those budgets and things, don't they? So there was drugs that have recently been, I can't remember the right way round, but for example, approved in Scotland but not approved for use in England,
Okay.
and vice versa. And recently, so I think there was, that was it. There was a drug approved in Scotland but not approved in England, and it's not approved in Wales. Yet England have recently agreed that they will start to collate more stats on secondary breast cancer, but Scotland have said they won't. And it's just ridiculous. Why are we having to fight for things like this? Why? And again, I'm not taking away from primary breast cancer, but look at everything that's done about primary breast cancer. You look at breast Cancer Awareness Month of October, a whole month, one day is given to secondary breast cancer. 1 day out of a whole month, it's secondary breast cancer, the women that are dying. And yes, like I say, primary breast cancer, we have to nail it on the head. We have to treat it properly. They're not any less worthy. And that is...
But the survivability is significantly
But the survivability
higher.
is significantly different, and the way, the life they're living is significantly different to what we're living with. And the things we have to go through to get pain, to get pain management, to get treatment. Women that are having to pay privately for treatment because it's not available in their trust, and having to travel to London and pay for a hotel for specific radiotherapy on their brain, like the Gamma Knife is not available everywhere. It's not available all over the country. It's only available in certain places. Radiotherapy, port access, so having a port implanted allows them to stop having to take blood out your veins every time, because obviously we're always having bloods taken or having chemo, so eventually your veins get shot.
Yeah.
And it's literally life or death, because we need to have blood tests taken, we need to have drugs given. So they can put like what's called a port in, which is a little port that sits under the skin, and it's got a big sort of tube that goes into the main vessels. What they then do is they just put a little needle cap thing on that, and they can take blood and they can give blood through it, and then at the end of it, it's just taken off and you go away. And you see women, they have like this little bump under the skin there, and that's what it is. It's a port for long-term chemo, long-term drugs. But and it stops the trauma of being stabbed 10 times to get a blood test, and in doing so making the veins worse.
Just damage the vein.
Damage the veins, and it's bloody sore. But they're not available in all trusts and all hospitals. So some women can have one, some women can't. Some women can have the specialist radiotherapy, some women can't. So, it's like some women having to pay for their own treatment can have a massive impact either on their quality of life or their quantity of life.
Yeah.
You just think, why are we having to do this? But if the drugs aren't deemed to provide what they determine as significant benefit, so I think the one in Scotland, the studies did show a good benefit, like extra months of life, but that wasn't deemed sufficient for it to be approved in England, for example. And you think, who are you to just say, like, for me, look at my girls, who are you to say they don't deserve an extra 4 months with me, day, week, whatever it may be? Who are you to make that decision? If there's drugs available that have been proven to show benefit, we should be able to access them. And that's in it. You are sat feeling like, well, my life, the women that are, you know, luckily I'm not directly affected by these specific drugs at this moment in time, but sooner or later I will be, probably. But these women, can you imagine how they must be feeling, thinking, well, clearly my life doesn't matter. My life for my children doesn't matter. My life for my family doesn't matter. It's not worthy enough of you spending the extra money to allow the funding for that particular drug. And that's awful to think that. And you couple that with the fact that, and I'm not the only one, bear in mind I've only been dealing with this for 6 months, 7 months. I've had to chase my own appointments. I've had to chase my medication. I've had to chase my blood tests. I've had to chase my blood test results. I've had to go to, say, my CT scan's due every 3 months and it's due in 2 weeks and I've still not had an appointment date, and be told, well, it doesn't say on your referral that it's due by the beginning of July, and we've got months of backlog, so you just have to wait. I can't wait because waiting is time for me and
if
all the others.
If a change needs to be made,
it needs to be made, it needs to be made
now,
as soon as possible. Yeah. I can't wait months for us to wait months for another scan. It's literally life or death. Literally, because we live by these 3 monthly scans.
I'm continuing on the wrong protocol, or I'm continuing on the wrong
treatment, allowing it to grow. It's getting worse. For another 3 months or whatever it may be. So I then had to make more phone calls to say, they've not got a date, they're not going to give me my scan in time. Can you chase them? Can you do that? Okay, right, we'll chase them, we'll tell them it's got to be done. There's women in the groups who have recently been diagnosed with, she had, same woman, bless her, who had paid to go and have this private treatment in London because she couldn't get it in her trust on her brain mets, paid for hotel, accommodation, travel costs. Her brain mets came back recently. She had a seizure, got a scan, was told her brain mets came back, and she was left, first of all, she was left in agony, in pain in the hospital with the pain she was getting in her head, and told that they'd given her the maximum pain relief that she could have and they couldn't do any more. Now, I know as a nurse that's never true. There's a different pain relief, there's a different way of doing it, there's something else that can be done. But people... Some
heavy sedatives out there.
Yep. People weren't being phone called the right, people weren't being contacted, the right demands weren't being made. But her and her mum had to then make phone call after phone call and demand that she got seen by the palliative care team. And the palliative care team, it can be really scary, but because you just associate it with death. But actually the palliative care teams are very good at managing chronic conditions, which is what we're told to try and live with it like it's a chronic condition. But so they're actually very, very good at managing pain. But the right people, they weren't making the phone calls. She's had to do that whilst her feeling like her head's going to explode. She's got young kids, feeling like her head's going to explode, feeling like this cancer's growing in her brain. Her and her mum having to phone just to get something as simple as pain relief. Like, what? She's now about a week down the line and still hasn't been given a further care plan as to what's going to happen now, when she's going to have more scans, or when she's going to know what they're going to do next. And she's like, that's a week of my life sat there with these tumours growing again in my head, 9 of them, since she had treatment only a couple of months ago to get rid of them. So they're growing quite aggressively. And she's a week down the line. Nobody's contacted her to say, this is when your appointment will be, this is what's going on, this is what's happening. And I wish I could say that's really unusual, but I'm on so many support groups and it's not unusual. And I'm not blaming individual people, individual staff. Yes, there's always a bad apple in every cart, isn't there? The majority of nurses and doctors are amazing. The problem comes from there's not enough, like we were talking about earlier. There's not enough. There's too little staff, too many patients, not enough time, too much paper. I know the paperwork involved in nursing from being nursing, and it takes up most of your time rather than actually physically looking after your patient. It's all paperwork. And it's the same with the treatments. Well, why can we not access that particular type of radiotherapy over there? Well, because there's not a machine over there. Much as the machine, millions of pounds. Much as the training for the machine, millions of... it's money. It's NHS cuts, it's staffing cuts. And that's what impacts on patients like us, because we don't have parity of treatment throughout the country. We don't have the standard of care in, I don't know, a little backstreet town as you do have in London, where... everything's in London. And actually, one of the reasons I chose to stay at Addenbrooke's, I could have chose to go to Lincoln for my treatment, but I saw the rigmarole they had getting my scans when I had them in Grantham over to Addenbrooke's for the consultant to look at them, and it was an absolute nightmare. So I was like, so I'm not going to trust you to get all of my notes from Addenbrooke's over to Lincoln to make sure that you know my full history. And also, Addenbrooke's is a good hospital. It's a big teaching hospital, and there's a cancer research facility there. And there's also a Maggie's Wallace Centre, which is a charity that supports people with cancer. And they do lots of holistic care and counselling and all these things. And it's a really good resource to have. So it takes me about 40 minutes to get to Lincoln Hospital, and it takes me an hour to get to Addenbrooke's, really an hour and a half. So I was like, for the peace of mind I get from going to Addenbrooke's, I'd rather stay at Addenbrooke's. Yeah. So that's what I've done. But there is just so many different things that just vary so differently, and we shouldn't be having to, especially like you think how dreadful she feels with the pain in her head, thinking about what this is doing to her lifespan, thinking about her children. She shouldn't be bloody having to make phone calls about getting an appointment to get some treatment or know what the plan is or sort some pain relief out. But we all do. We're all having to do it, and it's just not good enough. But short of a windfall of money, what's the answer? I don't know, but I know it's not acceptable what we have to go through.
So, when you're sharing your story and you're trying to help these solutions, do you have any fear that it will make it back to your children? Because you said about not sharing it with them.
So they don't know at the moment. They know I've got a poorly shoulder and a sore shoulder and a sore back, and I don't lie to them when I tell them I'm going to the hospital or I'm going to see a doctor or things like that. What I don't want is to cause anxiety prematurely to my girls. I want to protect them from that anxiety as long as I can. But I could be here a year, I could be here 2 years, I could be here 10, 20 years. We don't know. Obviously, I can't not tell them forever, but it's finding a way that's appropriate to tell them without scaring the living daylights out of them. And my 8-year-old recently told me, she mentioned the word cancer, and I thought she picked up on something. And I asked her, "What do you know about cancer, Lily?" And she said, "Well, I know that it's something people get and that they make them sick, and I know that when they get it, they have to shave their hair off." So I was like, "Oh, okay, well, yeah, it's kind of right." I said, "But they don't always have to shave their hair off." I said, "Sometimes, they have medication that means their hair falls out. So rather than waiting on it falling out, they choose to shave their hair off." I said, "But not everyone with cancer will lose their hair." And she was like, "Oh, okay." And I was almost, I thought she would have gone, "People get cancer and they die," or something like that. And it was interesting because I think I was at a Breast Cancer Now. They'd done a retreat for women under 45 with secondaries recently. Because obviously as younger women, we have very different fears than women who are maybe 60, 70 with secondary diagnosis. Young children for a start. And we were having these sort of conversations in our groups, and it was lovely because we were all young women. We all looked roughly the same age, and we all had the same fears, worries, and things to talk about. And it was really, really nice. And one of the things that got brought up was how we've all dealt differently with telling our children what our children know. And one thing I learned was in my head, the way I have the kids reacting is not necessarily how they'll react to when I tell them that I have this cancer. I think when I think about telling them, what I'm thinking about is more the end result of worst case scenario. Mm-hmm. And I'm seeing that when I'm nowhere near there. I'm right here. Yeah. And effectively, like what some of the women have told them is that, cancer's like a bug, and some people get sick and some people die from it, but some people get treated by it, and some people are okay, like COVID. Lots of people died from COVID. We've had COVID, we didn't die. But some people might get it, and we might get it again, and we might die. We just don't know. And that's how some women have approached it with their children. And there is some good resources out there to help. Because part of me does feel bad. Like I'm very into honesty, and I'm always telling the girls we don't lie. And if the girls do something wrong and then they lie about it, like Lily done something the other day, they were brushing their teeth and she put her toothbrush on her sister's forehead for some bizarre reason and then completely denied it. So Robin's like, "Mummy, Lily done this." And Lily was like, "No, I didn't. I said, "Lily, you telling me the truth?" "Yeah, I'm telling the truth." So I got the other sister, "Scarlett, what happened?" "Yeah, she put it on her head." And I always say to them, if they've done something wrong, I always say, "Right, you've done something wrong and now you've lied about it. And what do you think I'm more annoyed about?" Lying. I would say, "Yeah, I'm more annoyed about the fact you've lied about it than what you actually done, because lying will get you into more trouble in life." Yeah. So something in me feels bad about almost lying to the girls about it. Thankfully, they're of an age where it's not like the kids at school are talking about it. It's not like, I mean, some of the parents know, the close parents know, some of the teachers know, but they're not on social media. They're not, on Facebook and stuff like that. I think I will tell them, but I had to allow myself to get to a more emotionally stable point before I could even consider telling them. And I'm kind of getting there now, and I'm never going to be happy with the situation, but I'm learning to live with it a bit more. And so potentially I maybe will find it in the next few months somehow of telling them, because I am scared that maybe somebody would say something and they would, what kids are like, you think they've heard nothing and they've heard the whole conversation through a door. They pick up on things that we don't necessarily think they've picked up on, and I wouldn't want that. It's just, unfortunately, one of Lily's friends' dads died of cancer, and it was a very quick, literally did have a few weeks after they found out, and I'm wary of her imaging that straight away.
That's her first impression
of cancer. But again, that's me projecting my fears, because I don't even know that she knows he died of cancer. I know she knows he died, and I know she talks to his friend about the fact he died, but I don't even know that she knows he had cancer. She just knows he died. But we project her. It's like we were talking about going to the park or letting them go out. We put all these fears there that might not exist. They might be like, okay, you've got an illness and you're getting medication and you go to the doctor, it's okay. And obviously, if things change, we would have to maybe involve counselling and do things like that. But we're not there yet. And fingers crossed, we will have a long time, which is something that I didn't see before, and something that we can't ever say we will or we won't, because we don't know. But I think I felt like I was protecting them, but I almost think I'm protecting me. I'm protecting me, because it's me that catastrophizes. It's me that sees all these other things, the chain of events. Kids take it for black and white, don't they? You say you've got a sickness and you're getting medication, and okay, fine. Like she said about cancer, you get cancer, your hair falls out. That was her understanding of it. And I told her, no, that's not the case. All right, okay. They're very literal, aren't they? Because they don't understand consequence the same as we do. They haven't had the experiences to relate it to the same as we have. They've not got all the layers.
We put so much context into everything, even like hair.
Make it so much more complex. Yep.
Because they'll go, oh, well, Daddy's not got any hair, so you won't have any hair, like Daddy's not got any hair. And it's just that to them. Yep. But to us, we go, hair means this.
Hair changes who I am as a person.
It's part of who I am. It means whatever.
Absolutely.
It might mean beauty. It might mean whatever it might mean to that person.
Yeah.
To them, it's like, oh, well, my friend Sarah's got no hair and her other friend's got short hair and I've got long hair.
Yep, absolutely.
It's just a thing.
It's just a thing. Yep, absolutely. But yeah, I think certainly the girls it's hard. The girls make it hard.
Well, you've reached stability in limbo at the minute, haven't you, really?
Yeah.
Like you've found a place that you've got, from what it feels like, 90% control of your emotions.
Yeah.
And you're like, so we're taking this 3 months at a time.
Yeah.
And then I'm recalibrating the dose, and I'm recalibrating my emotion, and I'm getting stable again. Mm-hmm. If I introduce this...
It's a bit of turbulence, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I can't predict how they're going to react. I can think, having spoken to other women, this is what they'll do or this is what they'll say. But again, you've got no control over it. And what I don't want is the guilt of that's the other thing, is the guilt of knowing that it's me, not on purpose, but it's me that's caused them that pain and that anxiety and that worry and that grief. And they're blooming 7 and 8 years old. They shouldn't be having to worry. And that's the guilt thing, or the guilt thing for the pain that they'll have in the future potentially when I'm not here. And I've caused that, but there'll be nothing I can do about it, And that was what consumed me to start with.
If you were a child and you'd know this about your mum, when would you want to know? I don't know, but when I think about it, I don't think I would react the way I think the girls would react. So again, I think I would be like, okay, well, you're sick and you're having, medication and you're seeing the doctors, because I think at that age it's very, very hard to imagine death as well. Yeah. So I don't think they would
I don't think at that age I could have imagined my mum being dead, not having my mum, because that's such a big thing to do, and that's obviously part of the trauma for me and thinking about them in the future. I don't think I had that in me to even imagine that could ever be a possibility.
Yeah.
So I think I would have probably just seen it as, she's sick, she's probably always be sick, but she'll be on medicine always, and she'll see the doctor a lot. And then if I look at, well, what do they know at the moment? They know I've got a sore shoulder, they know that I take medication, and they know that I see the doctor. So all you're doing is giving a name to the sickness. Nothing else is changing as far as they're concerned. But we make
That's
it
right.
we make it so much bigger.
Changed. Yeah.
And
Because the word
because
means
we make
something
it bigger
to you.
To us. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. The word, you have got
the C word, isn't it? It's
that,
the C word.
again, that burden of knowledge. You've heard all these examples. You know the statistics. You know people going through it, going through worse, going through better, who are no longer here anymore. So the word is so loaded.
To us as
so loaded
adults.
to you.
Absolutely. As much as making things hard, when you think about things, they also, going back to when they were babies, we had the primary diagnosis, they give me, the reason to get up.
Yeah.
So in a way, they help, because I think if I didn't have kids, would you just be the victim? Would you just lie in bed and
you have no purpose?
Yeah, I've no
you
purpose.
have less purpose.
Less purpose.
Because your purpose is just you.
Yeah, and
We
I'm
will
poorly, so
always
I'm just
do
going to lie in
more
bed.
for other people than we'll do for ourselves.
So I think that it makes
That's why
it
they
harder.
encourage people to get dogs. That's why they encourage people to get
you've
animals.
got a purpose.
Because I've got to walk the dog.
I've got to walk
I've
the
got
dog.
to do this.
Yep,
I've
the
got to
dog's
do it for
relying
the
on me.
kids.
Yep.
Absolutely.
One of the big things that frustrates me. So one of the places that Mets go to is the brain. Brain, bone, liver, lungs. That's the most common ones for breast cancer. But we are not given brain scans routinely. So when you're first diagnosed, they do a full body scan. They say a full body scan. It's not a full body scan. They do neck to hips.
Really?
That's what they class as a full body CT or PET CT scan. Yeah. If there's a suspicion, or if they know you've got bone mets, like they do in my case, they'll also then do a bone scan, which gives them a different image to look at the bone mets. The CT and the PET scan mainly they look at the bone mets as well, but they'll tell you whether there's liver, lungs involvement and stuff like that.
Primary organs, yeah.
Yeah.
Why don't they scan the brain?
They don't scan the brain.
Why?
So apparently one of the reasons they don't scan the brain is if you're found to have a brain met or mets, whatever, in your brain, and even if you've got no symptoms, you have to declare it to DVLA, so you immediately lose your driving licence.
Right.
So apparently that's one of the reasons. And obviously when they're talking about quantity of life, quality of life, losing a driving licence is a big deal.
Oh, yeah.
But the other thing is, if you've got known brain mets, it can make you ineligible for some clinical trials, because a lot of drugs don't cross the blood-brain barrier.
Okay.
So they won't necessarily treat the mets in the brain.
Why? Because I hear that blood-brain barrier.
So the blood-brain
myriad of
barrier
times.
exists to protect the brain, because obviously we don't want everything and anything that we
Everything
take,
that's in our bloodstream, all the
going to the
rubbish
brain,
going in
because
there.
it's going to make it toxic.
It's so delicate.
Yes, it's so delicate. So, I mean, if somebody's got some brain mets, there are obviously people get brain cancer and they have treatments and stuff, and you can actually do chemotherapy into the brain itself, intrathecally, I think it's called, where they put a little catheter into the brain tissue and they direct chemotherapy in there. But obviously they also do radiotherapy a lot and surgery a lot for brain tumours. So the brain mets can be harder to treat. So, and some of the drugs don't cross that blood-brain barrier. So potentially they could start you on a trial, but they can't really monitor how well you're doing, because the thing, your brain's still there growing, and if they do other treatment like radiotherapy on that, is that going to impact on the drugs that are treating the ones in the lungs? Or, it can make the trial results skew with kind of thing.
So the answer is they just don't scan it.
So they just don't scan. So, but this infuriates me and it infuriates all the other women, because I say, well, I could have a brain met right now, but it's not causing me any symptoms. And maybe it's really small. So maybe it would be like a really easy bit of radiotherapy, it's gone. But we wouldn't know, because you haven't done a brain scan. But I could develop headaches in
I was going to say, not till you exhibit a symptom.
7 months' time, and we'll say, okay, we'll do a head scan. By this point, it's the size of a walnut, because now it's caused me symptoms, hence it's bigger. And it's much harder to treat now because it's caused me symptoms. But if you treated it when I had it and it was the size of a peanut, say, I know that's unrealistic sizes, but it was much more treatable.
Mm-hmm.
Now you've left it too late to treat. So now what do we do? And I think that's wrong. Like, especially when a lot of the treatments don't cross the blood-brain barrier, so anything that's in your brain isn't going to be getting treated.
No.
And we have a limited number of treatments. So how do they know? So when you have a treatment, so you have, like, depending on whether you're estrogen positive, HER2 positive, or triple negative, which is the one that's got the least treatment options because it's triple negative. So there's none of the receptors, neither the progesterone, the estrogen, or the HER2 receptors are responsive to. So how do you know? How can you target something like to stop it growing? It's really notoriously difficult. So that's one of the it's got poorer outcomes. So we've all got different treatment lines options, some with less than others. But if you have a scan and it shows progression, new tumours or worsening of tumours that you already had, generally what happens is you move off that treatment line and onto your next one. Say you've got 6 or 7 treatment lines. Nobody knows how long you will on each one. Could be months, could be years, whatever. But if I say that brain tumour, say I've had that all the time, and then they've been treated me on my treatment, first line treatment, and then 12 months down the line, they find out, oh, no, you have got a brain tumour there. How do they know that's grown since I've been on this treatment, and then they'll move me on to the next treatment, and that it's not been there from the start?
You've got no from and to.
They've got no baseline. So potentially what they're doing is losing treatment lines because, well, you've had progression, it's now in your brain, so we're going to have to change treatment. But actually, no, it's been in the brain all along. Already, you just didn't check. And it makes us so angry. And I get what they're saying about the driving licence. Where we live, our school's like 5 miles away. It'd be a nightmare if I lost my driving licence, but would I rather lose my driving licence than not know I had a brain tumour?
Yeah.
And we should be given that choice. I should be given that choice. Do you want a brain scan? If you have a brain scan now and we find something, you have to give your driving licence up for a minimum. It will be like 2 years or whatever until you've nothing there in your brain anymore. And you might not be eligible for trials. That should be my choice as to whether to have that brain scan or not.
Yeah.
Not your choice because you think that would have a poorer impact on my life. Like, it's my brain, it's my body, it's my options.
If it's there, you want to know about it.
Yeah.
Like I say,
and if
hiding away from it or pretending it doesn't exist
just is not going to help anyone. Like, look at the shit show we're dealing with, to be fair.
Yeah.
I'd rather know the full picture.
Yeah.
Because as it so happened, I did actually develop severe headaches a few months ago. And of course, you get a headache, you sprain your ankle, you have an ingrown toenail and you think it's cancer because previous experience shows, you know, that's what we think. And yeah, it can go anywhere as much as these are the common places. People have eye tumours, skin tumours, stomach tumours, you know, it's just that these are not the common places. But in the end, I went to A&E and in Lincoln we Phil took me because I was in agony with headaches, and they did do a CT scan because of my history and because of the symptoms, and there wasn't anything found. But we shouldn't, and I've known, I didn't because I genuinely was ill with headaches, but I've known women do that in order to get a CT of their head.
Oh, wow.
Because if you've got a history of cancer, if you've got stage 4 cancer and you go to A&E and say, I've got severe headaches, lights annoying me, I'm a bit dizzy, I feel really sick, my head's absolutely agony, what's the first thing you're going to do? They're going to scan your head. Yeah. And I've known women do it and I don't blame them. But why should you have to do that? You scan and also a full body scan's not my torso. What about my legs? Like, especially I've got bone mets, so there's muscles, there's other places that could grow on my legs and your arms and all these things. Oh, a full body. A lot of times it's not even your full neck. So it's literally sort of neck down. So because we know I've got nodes in my neck affected, like that collarbone one, a couple here. The last time I had to scan, I had to ask them, because I was having all this anxiety, like when I felt like I was being strangled, it was really bothering me. And I was convinced there was going to be all these tumours in my neck and the lymph nodes were getting worse and stuff. So I said to them, can you make sure you look at my neck? And so they actually requested a CT neck as well as a full body CT, which was there to there. So a full body CT doesn't even include the neck.
Yeah.
And when I spoke to them, I said, look at where I've got Mets. Left breast, left shoulder, left collarbone, left neck. It's in my skull. It's all going up. So how do you know it's not my brain? And they were like, nah. And she was just like, no, I don't think it's in your brain. And this was like my first sort of appointment. And at that point, I was still in the shell shocked. I can't question the doctor. Like, I don't know enough about this mode. But I was like, surely to me, if it's in my neck, if it's in my bones, it's in my neck, it's in my spine, my neck, it's in my skull, my brain's like here. Yeah. Surely there's a good chance of something eventually making its way to my brain. But you're not going to check it. It just seems so hard to fathom that, doesn't it? When what's the most crucial part of your brain?
Do you know what I mean?
It's not the money. Not out of your pocket.
Yeah.
Like, the brain's pretty important in your body, is it not? Like, and it's scary. So it's scary to be told you've got stage 4 cancer. Scary to be told you've got bone mets, lymph mets, liver, whatever it may be. I can't speak from experience, but can you imagine also then being told it's in your brain? That takes it all to a whole new level. And don't get me wrong, some of the women with brain mets have done very well, and they do. And again, it's one of those things people say, oh God, that's not got a good outcome, really, really poor outcome. But actually, I see the women on the groups that are living years with brain mets, liver mets, and triple negative lady 10 years down the line, goes against the research, goes against the grain.
What's the longest history of somebody living with cancer?
I know, because I'm part of American groups as well, and I know of some in America that are 20 years with metastatic breast cancer.
Wow.
Yeah, which is what I cling to. I cling to these things. I cling to...
Absolutely. And you've got to think as well, that's 20 years
Exactly
backwards.
What I was going to say. So the technology...
I always say when people have a hip replacement and they go, or a knee, sorry, they go, you can only have it for 5 years. You know what? If you'd have said to the doctors of 5 years ago what we're doing now, they'd have been like, no,
that's
bullshit.
Exactly it.
That's witchcraft.
That's exactly it. So at the minute,
so what are we going to be doing in 5 years' time? We're going to be replacing spines. We're already doing that.
We're already putting like pigs' valves into people and new hands and face transplants. And that's what I cling to. I cling to stuff like that.
Because you're so young as well. You're in that window.
I'm in that window
you benefit from everything.
Yeah.
And as does everybody.
And I keep a track of, like I say, some women are like, they don't want to be in all the different support groups because they see the people dying.
It's the devastation,
obviously for me, when I first joined them and I see these women that have died, obviously when somebody dies, it gets posted on a group and you're like that, oh my God, it makes it real.
But it's like the person's in the room, because I imagine like the account is no longer active, but they're there.
They're there, but they're not there.
One's there.
And no one's there, and it's horrible. And it makes it reality that these women have got the same as me and they're dying. Well, they've got young kids, because part of me wants to go, I'm not going to die. Like, I've got my kitten, that's... Because nobody wants to think of that, and it's so hard, so painful to think of that. But when you know it is a reality, you have to think about it to a certain degree. But what I'm trying to do is not stop that fear from making me live my life, because otherwise, what's the point? Might as well stop the treatment and die.
And you said when I came here today, and you said, oh, we're doing a few bits because we're moving. I'm like, you're moving?
Yeah. Moving house. Yep.
How do
you... holiday,
you...
And that's what I struggled with to start with, because one of the things I said to my mum a lot of the time when I cried a lot when I was first diagnosed, I was like, how do you live when you know you're dying? Like, what's the point in anything? I was diagnosed, obviously, December, January. The stress it caused me to buy a diary for 2022, because I was like, I'm not going to be here for 2022. I'm not... And if I buy this diary, there's even less likely chance, because your mind thinks you're going to tempt fate with everything you do or say. And it took me, in the end, I had to reframe it, and I had to say, right, in order to get the treatments that are going to keep me alive and the scans that are going to show how the treatment's doing, I need a diary, because I need to keep track of all these bloody appointments, what medication's due when, all this stuff. I need to have a diary. So that's why I'm buying a diary, not because I want to plan holidays and I'm going to have this and that and the other. And I'm one of these people, I always love doing my diary at the start of the year and, organising birthdays and everything like that. And it really drained me having to buy a diary, until I had to go, right, well, the reason is because to fight this, I need a diary.
I can't afford to fuck about.
I can't. There's so many appointments. Some drugs are due 4 weekly, blood's every 3 weeks. That one's due every 12 weeks. Scans due then. I take that drug for 28 days.
It's not a hair appointment.
That I can just phone them up and reschedule it. And it's literally like I've put an alarm. I even put an alarm on my phone now because they have to be taken at the same time every day. The ribociclib. But yeah, I was like, I could not see how I would ever genuinely laugh, genuinely smile, or genuinely live. What I felt like I was doing was, like at Christmas, we'd go to the Santa's grottos, and we'd done all that. Of course we did, with the kids, and we've got a lovely big family photo of us all with my brother and my sister and everyone at the grotto with all the kids. But it was all forced memories. And I said that early on. I said, I don't want this to be happening. I don't want to be making memories for the sake of making memories. I just want to be making memories because we're doing stuff we want to be doing. But it was like it felt like every photograph became there's Helen sitting beside Robin, we get a picture in case that's the last one she has. Or there's Helen walking the dog. What if she dies? That's the last picture of her walking the dog. It became like that, and that's all I could see, and that's what I was consumed with. And of course, it felt like everybody was kind of feeling the same. And I kept saying to myself, how do I live? How do I live when I know I'm going to die? But then I was like, well, I don't know I'm going to die anytime soon. And I'm probably not going to die anytime soon. The chances are I'm not going to have a normal lifespan. We can probably say that. But at this moment in time, I'm on treatment. Treatment's working. What's the point in putting myself through all that treatment if I'm not going to live life? The life that treatment's given me. The life that I deserve to give these girls. Like, they deserve life. They deserve mummy. And I kept thinking...
And when you think back to, like, when you were having severe problems with your shoulder and with your back, versus how healthy you are today...
I am now. Mm-hmm.
The you of back then would envy the you of today. Even though, no matter how long you live, you're closer
to life,
to the end as well.
Uh-huh.
I'm closer to the end of my life. You're closer to the end of your life. But you're in a better quality of life than you were.
Yep. I couldn't hug them. I couldn't, when they want to lie in the crook of your arm, and I couldn't do that.
If they said, "Oh, mummy, let's throw a ball against the wall. Let's go swimming or whatever," you'd be like, "Mummy will watch." Like, I'm not here.
Yep. I'm not enjoying my life.
But
I'm
not participating. I'm still here.
Yep. And we've been, already. So that's where the appreciation for life, and that's one of the things. I try not to plan long term because that triggers too much anxiety.
Define long term.
Probably more than 6 months.
Okay.
We live obviously with 3 month scans, so at the moment I can kind of say hopefully not too much is going to change in 3 months, even though I know it can, and I've seen that it can on the groups. But as to if people say what you're doing at Christmas, people say what you're doing next year, I don't know. Like, we're going on holiday hopefully on the 23rd of July. I haven't booked it yet, but haven't booked it yet.
What?
Because my scan was due on Thursday. So I had my scan results on Thursday, and on that day they could have said everything's changed.
Yeah.
You need to be on IV chemo. We need to do surgery. We need to do biopsies. So how could I possibly? And again, go back to that diary. If I book that thing for the 23rd, that increases the chances that on the scan results it's all going to be wrong. Now, I'm a scientific person. I'm a nurse. I know it's not fate. I know it's science. It's nothing I do buy in a shop is going to affect what the cancer's doing. But the anxiety and it's almost like a PTSD.
Yeah.
And I've been told 3 times, it's probably not going to be too bad. Oh, no, it's thyroid cancer. Oh, it's probably nothing to worry about. Oh, no, it's breast cancer. Oh, it's probably nothing to worry about. It's just shoulder pain. No, it's incurable cancer. I know when something's unlikely, very unlikely, it can still fucking happen. It can still be really shit, and it happens to normal people.
Yeah. Whether it's 1 in 10, 1 in 100, 1 in a million.
Whatever it may be.
And you go, well, how many am I? I'm 1.
Uh-huh.
So maybe that 1 is me.
It is me, yeah. And it would be interesting to know what the stats are for me to have had no family history, thyroid cancer, breast cancer.
Oh, fuck, you're a winner.
Whilst
you
pregnant with twins. Just like that,
you're a trailblazer.
It was like when people...
are.
And people used to say, when I would tell my story, and I would get to the part about being pregnant with thyroid cancer, and Phil being in Falklands, and then other people around me would be like that. And this, whoever would be telling the story to, they'd be like, "Oh my God, that's awful," and they're going like that. You don't fucking know the half of it yet.
Wait
Just you wait.
Yeah. And you think about that. Remember your thyroid cancer? The good old days.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and they just cut it out, and that was it. Done.
Bless.
Dealt with.
I remember
that.
Jesus.
Yeah, it is. What?
Surreal.
It is
Doesn't
surreal.
even
Like what?
describe
Even now,
it.
sometimes I'll walk into Tesco's and I'll go, "I've got stage 4 cancer." Because I look normal, I look healthy,
Great.
I look fine, I feel great. Feel, more tired on some days or a bit nauseous now and again. But you walk down the street and I've not lost my hair, I've not got, a wheelchair, and it's hard to believe that this is going on sometimes, you know. But in a way
Again,
that
that image of what a person with stage 4 cancer looks like to you.
Yeah.
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 And like if you said to the girls, and they're, what does that look like?
Mm-hmm.
If I said to you, behind this door is a person with stage 4 cancer,
Yeah.
what do you think they look like? People go,
They've lost
really
their
grey,
hair,
they're
really
bald.
skinny, maybe a bit yellow. Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, there's 35,000 of us. Yeah, we're all at different stages. Some have lost their hair and whatnot, but a lot of us just look like normal young women, and a lot of us are young women. We're not old. A lot of us have young children, but that's where one of the charities actually is called Make Seconds Count, and so it's like the literal and the figurative meaning of that. Like we're the secondary cancer group. Make us count as much as primary, but also make every second of your life count. And that's one thing that I was always like, how come you can just change how you see life? And like, surely it doesn't work like that. And it doesn't, but it does. So I'll still have days where I'll just do nothing. And I imagine that you must be like, I can't possibly spend a day doing nothing. Like, what a waste of a day. That's a waste of life. That's a waste of... No, if my body says do nothing today, then I'm doing the best for me that day. And I quite enjoy doing nothing. I love doing like crocheting and colouring and stuff like that. And if I just sit here and crochet and colour all day, it doesn't mean I've wasted my day. Because I've got enjoyment from that.
Yes.
Pleasure.
That's a win.
And that's escapism for me. I get lost in it and I forget about all the other crap that's going on in my life. Yeah. Whereas I'd thought before that you must be like, right, 6 o'clock, I must get up, must get dressed, what am I doing today? I must be going here, where are we going, what are we doing, who are we seeing? But you can't live life like that because that's exhausting. But at the same time, I have done more holidays. Like we went to the campsite after the last lot of good scans. We went on a holiday to one of the Haven caravans. Went to where was it? Great Yarmouth with my sister and the kids, and spontaneous things like the girls come in the other night and I was like, come on at the table, do your homework, and they started singing blooming Mariah Carey, All I Want for Christmas. And the 3 of them were dancing around the kitchen. Mum, can we put it on Alexa? And I was like, girls, it's a Christmas song, what are you doing? Oh Mum, we like it. No, come on home. And I went, crying out loud, Helen, what's the big deal? Fuck it, exactly. Yeah, go on, put it on. And the 4 of us were dancing around in blooming July, dancing around singing Mariah Carey, All I Want for Christmas. And I was looking at them and I was like, they're laughing, they're having fun, they're enjoying it. What's the big deal? And it's little changes like that I've tried to, and Phil and I are both in the military, so him more than me is we have a routine and this and this and this and this. And I'm trying to chip away at that and going, doesn't really matter if they have a sneaky ice cream cone one night after they've already brushed their teeth, does it? Like, what's the big drama? Whereas normally it's like you have dinner, have your pudding, you brush your teeth, you have a story bed, you can't have any, they can't have any more treats. But I'm like, sometimes you can break the rules, and it's those little breaking the rules, that's what they remember. It's not the fact that they were made to come in and, well, not in a positive way, will they make the fact that they came in and done the homework at the school table every night. Oh, remember that day we danced to Mariah Carey, or we went out and had a water fight, or we danced in the rain. It literally is things like that they remember. So for me, it's about just acknowledging those little chances you have to have fun and taking them. Whereas I would have before gone, girls, sit down, stop being silly, stop dancing around, sit down, do your homework, I'm trying to cook dinner. Like, that's how I would have reacted before, because obviously you've had a stressful day at work, you need to cook the dinner, you need to get them to bed because you've got to do X, Y or Z once they've gone to bed. But you're like that, how much more fun is that to just dance and be silly for half an hour? Like, what does that lose you in the grand scheme of things? But what does it gain? And they'll always remember that. Little things like that. So And that's like the make seconds
Those
count
moments. They're the photo album moments.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
those are the things we'll talk about. And that's where I think the make seconds count. There's make seconds count, and one of the other groups is stage 4 deserves more. But I think that's such a good wee phrase about both us as secondary cancer patients, as well as about making life matter. Because otherwise, what's the point in putting ourselves through all this treatment if we're not going to live our lives? And it's hard every bloody day. And people say, that was another thing I have on my soapbox about, is people say, oh, you know, you could get hit by a bus. Nobody knows what's around the corner. You might get hit by a bus. You think, yeah, I might get hit by a bus, but if I knew there was a 80% higher chance of me getting hit by a bus than you, I wouldn't go out the frickin' door, would I? I wouldn't cross a road, and I certainly wouldn't go in near any buses. That's the difference. You get up every day and you don't think about, oh, is today the day I'm going to get hit by a bus? Is it going to be a near miss with a bus today? We get up every single day and have to live with the fact that we do have something that is going to limit our lives. We have constant reminders of it. We have, you know, like the medications I have to take every single day. We'll need medication for the rest of my life. I've got the appointments that are constantly coming through, the updates, the pains, the side effects of the medications. There's constant reminders every time I look at my girls. Every time somebody tells me prom photos, where are the prom photos? Everywhere at the moment.
Am I going to see them?
Am I going to see my girls' prom? People becoming grannies, people, you know, going to university. Oh, look at her waving her off to university. There's constant triggers. And you're not walking down the street being chased by a bloody bus that's threatening to run over you, you know. And I know people mean well.
Can I outrun it today?
Yeah, exactly. Can I hide from it today? And I know people mean well, and it's the kind of thing that I used to maybe say. Well, you know, and you're trying to help people, and you're trying to be nice and kind. If people really think about what they're saying and the impact of that, it's really not the same. Really, really not the same as, well, you don't know what's around the corner. Yeah, and in a way, maybe we're lucky because we get the chance to plan goodbyes, plan memory boxes, whereas the guy that was just going down the shop and got hit by a bus, he didn't plan to die that day, didn't know he was going to die, he didn't do any planning for, you know, his kids that were left behind. But in a way, he didn't then have the pain that came with knowing he was going to die and leave his kids behind because he had no idea it was going to happen. We live,
shadow.
Yep, we live with that every single day, and what am I going to miss, what am I going to be here for? But you have to find the strength to still live, because otherwise, like I say, what's the point? I have to give them the life I want to give them whilst I can, because I don't know what the future holds. None of us, none of us do. And I try and use that on the other way as well, looking at the drugs I'm on now didn't exist 5 years ago. There's women surviving 10 years ago, 10 years now, 20 years. 20 years ago, what treatments, what tests, they didn't have. A fraction of what we have now.
Yeah.
You know, you look at what we're doing now, and they're looking at the DNA of the tumour so they can personalise your cancer treatment. They can tell you in advance whether that treatment will work for you or that one's better for you. Yeah. You know, there's so many things that they're doing. And that's, for me, some people don't like to be in lots of groups because they soak up all the negativity and the sadness. I like to be in all the groups because, yes, there's a negativity, but there's also more positivity and there's more hope for me. About the research about, well, she was told she had 3 months to live. She's still there 12 months down the line. And that's what they'll say. That's 8 months I wasn't supposed to have, or 9 months I wasn't supposed to have. And even the other day, it was beautiful. A lady had started treatment similar to the ones I'm on. And she was suffering with the side effects. She'd been told because if you Google the stats, it will say something like 2 to 3 years. That's what you'll have to live with secondary breast cancer. Those stats are outdated because they don't collect the stats until people die. But if they don't collect the stats on how many people are actually living with this disease, how do they know what the average lifespan is?
Yeah.
They don't.
And you're petrifying
because they're not,
people.
Yeah, because they're not counting them as a stat until they die. It's ridiculous. It just doesn't make any sense. Well, how do you know? Like, so frustrating. But this woman, bless her, and she'd said the joint pains she was getting from letrozole, the hot flushes, and the nausea and vomiting from, she's not on ribociclib but on something similar, and she said, for the sake of an extra year maybe, I'm not doing it. I've decided to stop treatment and enjoy my life. And then she joined this group. She's been living with it for a couple of years, and then she joined the group, and she was like, I've seen everyone's stories, I've seen how long yous have been on this same treatment for, and doing really well, and I've decided I am going to fight it. I am going to take this treatment. And she's restarted her treatment because she's joined the group and she's seen all the different conversations and all the women that have been living with it. I've been on that treatment 5 years. I've been on it 3 years, and she's gone, well, she was given a really, really shit prognosis by her doctor. And that's why most of them won't give you a prognosis. I've certainly never asked. I won't ever ask, how long do you think I'm going to live? Because they can't tell you. No. Because these drugs didn't exist 5 years ago. So how can they say we're not going to live 5 years? Because there are people living 5 years.
What you're really saying is your understanding of the extent of your ability to help me lasts that long. Mm-hmm. But every day that changes.
Yep.
So
every day we're also a step closer to other treatments, aren't we? Yeah. Other
and also your view, lady, man, person, doctor, your view is a very limited perspective as well, because you're a GP or you know a bit or a fair amount, far more than me, far more than you probably know about these certain things, probably not more than you. But, and every day they'll learn something new. And to be fair to them, I must sympathise with them. The next day they may go to a seminar or they may have a CPD and go, Jesus, I sat down with somebody yesterday and told them
the wrong thing. Yeah. But at
that's
the
all
time
I
they
knew
told
at the
them,
time.
they knew it.
That's all I knew.
Absolutely.
And you think, God, but that's why things like what you do in those groups and that, people like that lady being able to see what you're doing and go...
And relate it to real people.
Yeah, and go, well, okay, so I can push through that. Yep. Because when you're going through that pain, unless you've got an example of seeing somebody further down the line, you're like, surely nobody can put up with this. Surely nobody can.
I couldn't believe it.
Actually, I'm justified to stop because this is just too hard for me.
What's the point?
What's the point?
Because what's the point in living a life that I'm not enjoying? And until I joined the groups and read through, looking for all these stories, looking at all these women's stories and where they'd started and where they were, that's what helped get me out of the darkness, out of being consumed with thoughts that I was going to die. I'm not consumed with that anymore. It's always there. Like every day, probably, I think about the fact that wonder when I'll die, wonder how long I've got left to live. But I don't allow it to upset me anymore. There's things I'm doing, putting in place, like memory type things for the girls or for Phil and stuff like that. I'll be making sure my will and my funeral's sorted. Not because I'm convinced I'm going to die like in 6 months or even 12 months or even 2 years. But what I wouldn't want, I've seen how quickly it can change. And my biggest regret would be if things suddenly changed and I suddenly became really, really poorly and I did have a really short time to live. Because can you imagine having to do all of that? Or you hadn't done it and you didn't then have the capacity to do it. Or I can do it at the moment and I can put it in a box and think, I'm doing this because this is something I'd want to do anyway for my girls. Everybody does I'd already kept, as you do, baby blankets, their hospital bracelets, that kind of thing. So it's something I would want to do. So little things about telling them about what I was like as a child and where I grew up and why I love the sea and all these different things. Things that I would want them to know anyway and be able to pass down to my grandkids, whether I'm here or not. And that's painful to do at the moment. But at the moment, I'm not doing it because it's a reality that's likely to happen in the next couple of months. But can you imagine how painful it would be to do that if you did only have a couple of months left?
Oh, yeah.
And you don't want to spend your last
couple
of months.
Either.
No, you'd never, because it's rushed. I've just done it. I've done it because I'm having to do it now. I'm going to die.
Now you're able to do it and go,
that's how I wanted it.
That's happy.
Yeah.
And then in a week you go, I'm going to tweak that bit.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm going to add the bit.
I'm going to add that.
Change a bit.
I'm going to add that.
And if I don't get another chance after today, I'm happy with that.
I'm happy with what I've done.
Yeah.
And then if you only had a couple of months, you want to spend that with doing stuff with them, not writing memory books and cards that breaks your heart to write. You want to do is like Bill Babe done, drinking cocktails in the garden with your friends. And, if that's how I'm going out, I want to go out drinking cocktails in the sunshine too, blooming right with my lippy on. Not in a hospice bed or a bed feeling sorry for myself. And, if you get to that point where it's inevitable, it's going to break your bloody heart and it's going to be hard. But I'm going to live. You have to live right up until the end if you can, I don't want to spend it being sad, writing letters that would be very different writing them at that stage to when I write them now, because you're writing it in a panic and in I've got to get this done, I've got to get it done, and it's different to the letters I would write now.
Like it's just a constant diatribe of tragedy.
Yeah. Yeah.
And to try and put any symbolism of optimism or their future joy of what you think they're going to have.
And tell
because
them
you're
how much
so
you want
entrenched and drowning in tragedy.
Yeah. And I want it to be positive letters about, you know, empowering them to be strong women, to live their lives and to do what they want in their lives, and know that somewhere I am there, somewhere, wherever that 100%. Is, whatever they do, I am with them. But that would be agony to write. It's painful enough to write those kind of things now, but when you literally are at death's door, like, no thanks. I'd rather do it, have it done, put it in a box, and then if I need it one day, it's there and it's done, and I'm not having to worry about my last days are spent panicking and feeling guilt that I haven't done it, or, you know, or try to rush it and it's not how I want, and then I'm going out of this world thinking, oh, I made a mess of that, or, you know, and I think that's what a lot of women do, is we do try and be brave about planning stuff like that in the case of worst case scenario, because the thought of it not being done is worse than the pain of doing it now.
It is something that even when I first started doing the podcast, I initially thought about it in a sense of retirement. So with so many people in the emergency services now, just because of how the emergency services worked like 30 years ago, lots of people were getting recruited then. They're all coming up to retirement now, so they're all leaving. And I used to think, and I still think, oh God, all of these new people, all of these later generations would love to have heard what Sarah said, what John said, and I think, and then as time has gone on, and I had a gentleman on last year who then developed cancer. He's subsequently just been cleared. But when I first heard of him and he contacted me and I was speaking to his family, he was losing lots of weight, and I thought, and he said, because he was doing his things with his son, and he said, my kids listened to our thing. And that was really hard. As selfish as it sounds, that was hard for me to hear. But then I reinterpreted it and thought, I'll be gone one day.
Yeah.
You know, and never before have we had the technology
to do these things.
As arbitrary as this technology is compared to life-saving technology that you're working. But I'm still like, that's a time capsule. It's an audible time capsule that we're going to bury in technology. We're going to bury in the ether of space and internet, and it'll always be there. Because years, even things like listening to your voice, or so much. You know, the written word is one thing, but when you hear that person laugh and talk, and they say your name, and they say the place, and you go, oh,
it's amazing.
It just aches, and it like
it means so much more.
How full of life they were, and how beautiful they were, and how happy they were, and God,
and what they wanted. You know, like even saying things about what they wanted for their children. You can write that down, but to hear people say that for the child would be like, she did mean it. I can tell by her voice she did mean that. She wasn't just writing it down out of, this is the kind of thing I must sort of say, you know, like it's a greetings card or something like that, or, you know, I'm so proud of you. They genuinely wanted me to be happy, you know, and I agree. I love vintage stuff. I love old stuff. I love knowing about life, and that's why I want, like, I tell the kids about all the things we used to do as kids. And like Phil's mum, I couldn't believe it when she was talking about those photos on the projector from when our time in Namibia, and she was just like that. Yeah, but nobody's going to. Might as well just ditch them. And I was like, no, don't you dare! Like, I want to see them. I want to see them. Like, and when the girls are old enough to maybe understand it a bit more, because obviously it's a completely different world. Even now, but back then as well, you know, 50 years ago, I said, the girls will look at those pictures as well. I said, and I will tell them, or they'll be told what you done. Like, because at the minute, they just see Granny.
I've got my wife's dad. Well, let's just say he was in the military. And he worked in aspects of some sort of code breaking. And she doesn't know anything about it. And then he left that and he became a prison officer. And I say to her things like, you know, have you ever asked about that? And she's, we don't talk about it. And I'm like, what? He's been gone from the military like I think they do things 15 years. Now, no one cares that he tells you or anything. Ask him. For God's sake, ask him.
I wonder if he worked down Oxfordshire area, because they had a lot of the those sort of buildings and those sort of bases around there.
And I'm just like,
Danesfield area.
Just ask him.
It's fascinating.
You know,
It is,
and I think
and all these memories are getting lost.
you'll hate yourself for never asking that
them.
question. Just ask it,
I
even
agree.
if you don't know how to ask it. And I ask questions on here sometimes. I'm like, I'm not sure how to ask this. I'm just going to start talking, and then fumble through it on the way, and then hope before I fall over, you'll reach out to me and pick me up and go, "Oh, I see where you're going. Here, let me help you.
This is what you want to know.
This is what you want to know." And I go, "Yes, that there. Talk about that."
Yeah, I think it is because there's so many memories out there that get lost, bits of history. And
what would you say to Phil?
Oh gosh, I don't know, he's being a man about it. Can I say that? Does that make sense?
Of course we can. Being a stubborn, resilient, strange.
Yeah, I think it takes the men a bit longer to come to terms with the diagnosis and the potential prognosis than the women. Maybe because they're not living it. We're living it. We can feel it, especially if you're in a lot of pain. You know it's not right. You know it's not a good sign, and these sort of things. Phil, like most men I think are often more logical than women. Women are emotive. Women do not all the time, but generally women are more emotive. Men are more logical. And Phil's quite logical. Wants a problem, wants to fix it. Fix the problem. There's no problem. And when we got this diagnosis, he was very much the same as the previous one. We'll just cut it out. Not just cut it out.
Yeah.
No, I don't want. You can't just cut my bones out. Like the cells are there. It's only that it's active in the bones at the minute. It could be in all these other places, but it's just not active. We don't know. You just can't get rid of it. You don't know. And so I think it's taking him a bit of time to adjust to that. But I also realise his fears, his worries, his future is different to mine, potentially. And it must be scary as a man thinking that you're potentially going to be left without your wife, but as a dad of 3 girls. You know, because I think about that. I think about, God, periods, boyfriends, hairstyles, fashion. He's not going to know any of that. And thankfully, you know, we've got Phil's sister who's, she's from Australia, but she's still close to the girls. But we've got my sister and my mum and nieces and cousins and lots of strong female relatives that I know would be there to support them. But it's not the point. That's still got to be going through his mind and scary for him at times. But sometimes I do try to say to him, you know, if it's, I don't know, the hair or whatever, and oh, mummy does that. And I try and gently every now and again say, sometimes you might be the one that has to do those things. And I don't want to say, oh, I'm not going to, I might be dead one day and then you would have to do it, because he could get hit by a bus tomorrow. You know, but it's almost that gently, whilst we've got, whilst, yes.
You go and do it.
Yeah, whilst it's not a imminent threat to us, let's you take on that role a bit more often, or at least do it so you know how to do it, like painting their nails. Because let's face it, all little girls love to have their nails painted. But to me, it's just it's an easy thing to do. But for him, I don't know what am I supposed to do, you know. But if I wasn't here, him being able to do little tiny things like that would mean the world to them.
Oh God, yeah.
You know, being able to do the plaits the way I do the plaits, because mummy told him how to do the plaits. You know, that's a little bit of me that he can still instill in the girls. And of course, I talk about me not being here, and that's I'm not trying to make light of that at all, but it's almost like a coping mechanism that I try and keep it as a hypothetical situation, because at the moment it is a hypothetical situation, but it's also a way of being practical and of taking control of, well, if that is going to happen, I'm going to decide what mess it leaves behind as much as I can, in terms of making sure things are done for when that and if that happens.
Because it kind of came back to when we spoke about you first meeting Phil and being together and being alone and things like that. It's that it should be that we're trying to achieve that again now, where it's, I don't need you to be here. I want you to be here.
I want you to be here.
Yeah.
But if
you go tomorrow, that's okay.
I'll be able to cope. Yeah. I'll do this. I'll do that. Yep.
So every day that you're here is because we want you to be here and we're enjoying you.
Yep.
Not that we need you and you're going to leave us in tragedy.
Yep.
You're not.
Yep.
We'll be fine.
Yep.
Every day is a gift.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah. So it's painful thoughts, but it's taking control, like you say, and planning and making the pain less painful where you can, and living life when you've got a life to live. So I think we can get sucked in and just go through the motions and not appreciate these little tiny things, like just genuinely feeling what it feels to feel the sun on you. You know, feel the grass on your bare feet. I love the grass on my bare feet. Yeah,
crunch my
just
toes
feel
in
it.
it.
Yeah,
Grounding.
And
Love it.
and we just forget simple things like that, and we don't have to have the big pleasures. And yeah, I mean, we're planning a big fancy holiday, don't get me wrong, we're planning to go on a cruise hopefully and do things like that and move house, but there's so much little pleasures in every day that we miss out on.
That's just a different pleasure.
Yeah.
And I always say money is a weird thing, because money is just an enabler.
Yeah, it is.
That holiday will be no better or less than
The one we went to in Great Yarmouth, the caravan. No.
Yep. Or the Mariah Carey in the kitchen.
It's just a different
one
experience.
that requires a different thing. This one required the kitchen, Mariah Carey. That one requires this enabler.
The memories
of
are not
money,
going to be any more or less valuable.
No. It's just one we want to get. And to get that one, we need to do these few things. To get that one, you needed to ignore the tea. And focus on the moment.
Yep.
And
Absolutely.
that will just be a different setup.
Yep. And we're going with my mum and dad are coming, and my sister and her husband and kids are coming. My brother can't come, unfortunately. He was invited. I feel like I have to add that. It's like, oh yeah, I've got a brother and sister. My sister's coming, my brother's not. But no, he can't come. But yeah, we're all
He'll come next time.
so excited. Yeah, well, he's wanting to go to Florida at one point, and one of the things that I do want to do at some point is obviously take the girls to Disneyland. That's what they keep asking me to take me to, and that's hard because they say, "Mummy, one day can we go to Disneyland?" And you're like, "Yes." Hopefully one day we'll go. And that's the way I say, hopefully, yes, I would like that. And I'm not saying, yes, we will definitely go. Sure, one day they will probably go. Whether we would go is another scenario, but it's something I want to do with them. And so my brother, he wants to go to Florida one year, so maybe we'll be able to do it and we'll all go to Florida together. Who knows? But certainly won't be this year because I wasn't for flying anywhere this year if I can avoid it. The way the airports are.
God, yeah.
Jeez. So we're looking at a cruise and we literally get on the boat at Southampton and that's it. Holiday starts. So fingers crossed.
I know it's not something we discussed, but is there any books or resources or anything you have used or read or
so
do you think would help somebody?
There is a charity called Little C Club who help provide support when you've got children affected by cancer, and both mums, in fact one of them sadly died recently, but both mums were affected by secondary breast cancer, and they provide some almost like big playing cards with the letters of the alphabet, and so on every letter it represents something else to do with cancer, and gives you fun ways to talk about those things with kids, which I got as a bit of a base, a bit of a starting point. I haven't used them yet, but I think they're really, really good. And I know some people that do use them and they find their kids just playing with these cards, like it's a game and they're learning, and it takes the fear away. Because it makes it natural and fun and
breaks the seal on it.
Yeah, so I think that's really good. There's a girl called Chris Halinga who actually started the Copperfield charity.
Okay.
That's a breast cancer charity, Copperfield. She's been living, I think, 13 years now with secondary breast cancer, and has obviously raised millions of money and funds for charity and raising awareness and things, and does incredible things. And she's written a book called How to Glitter a Turd.
I love that.
About how she's got through this diagnosis, and she was much, much younger than me. I think she was in her 20s when she got diagnosed. And how she's got How to Glitter a Turd. And I'm keeping that as my holiday read. I actually bought it when I was first diagnosed. Me and my sister's been phenomenal and was like, look at this, girl, look at this. And I ordered the book. Couldn't bring myself to read it because I went through this. Yes, I'm going fine. Yes. And then, the whole reality set in. Taking a while to obviously get back to where I am now. But I thought, I'm going to take that on holiday and read that on holiday. It's one of my things I love to lie in the sun and read. But from what I've read, it's a phenomenal write-up and story about how she's navigated her way through life with stage 4 cancer from such a young age. And then there's also the two charities, the stage 4 Deserves More, Make Seconds Count, which are brilliant charities for providing relatable support on Facebook, on Instagram, and they provide... so I've made people that I now would say are friends, but I've never met them. But we've messaged back and forwards, and we've shared our journeys and got diagnosed sort of about the same time. And that's what these charities do. They're very good. And then there's Met Up UK, which is the one that the money my sister's been fundraising. My sister's been fundraising, so we're giving 25% of everything we fundraise to Met Up UK, because they're like the biggest, the main patient sort of advocate. Unfortunately, as we've said, you have to be your own advocate. You shouldn't have to shout up and down and stamp your feet. Unfortunately, we have to. And Met Up UK are very good at supporting us to do that by providing the infographics, by providing links to clinical trials, links to what the treatments are, putting pressure on people, agencies for drug changes. I mean, as are all the charities. But Met Up UK, their founder, Joanna Taylor, has also, I think she's now 8 years down the line with secondary breast cancer diagnosis. She's, funnily enough, just got her driving licence back after 2 years, having lost it for her brain mets. But she's provided these infographics to send to all the GPs, all the hospitals about this red flags for secondary breast cancer. They've been translated into hundreds of different languages, so they can be sent all over the world, so that everyone can have access to these infographics. So those are probably the main areas where I've leant on, got support from since I've been diagnosed, definitely.
We will link so many of those glitter
retards. It's so good, isn't it? Yeah,
I hope she's doing an audiobook, but nonetheless.
No, I think she has. I'm sure she has, because she does.
We'll hunt it down and link it in the notes for this.
She's on Instagram. She does a lot on Instagram, and she also has a blog, a paid-for blog, which I think, fair enough, she uses that as a way of funding some treatments that like mistletoe therapy or intravenous vitamin C, infrared. So these are all complementary therapies that have got potential research evidence, but obviously not enough evidence that has been put into clinical guidelines or anything like that. But sort of holistic therapies and stuff that she uses. But yeah, she's on Instagram and quite famous on Instagram, and the Copperfield charity, which is one of the big breast cancer ones as well. So
how can people reach out to you if they would like to?
Well, I've got my Instagram, which I used to have my own Instagram account, and then I had my I think it's H_cancer_my story, something like that. I made it too complicated that I can't even remember it.
We'll link it in the notes
below. And I was sharing my cancer journey and the messages I wanted to go forward on that one, and this one was more my private one, and my family stuff. But after my secondary diagnosis, I kind of was like, this is my life. I can't separate the two now. This is me for the rest of my life, is this. And I won't be defined by it. I'm still me, and I'm still, not everything I put on there is going to be about cancer, but there's no way to separate the two. I can't say this is what I went through and, this is what I do now. Look how my life is. But these are the messages I want to send. The messages I want to send are ongoing, and they change based on treatments, research, everything. So I kind of don't use my own one now. I just use the main one. Problem being I'm rubbish with Instagram, so I didn't really have Instagram. So.
No one's good. There's no such thing as being
good. It takes
me
forever to do anything. So so I need to get a bit better at doing stuff. And there's also, but probably the other way of doing it is going on the Hearts and Hope for Helen is on Facebook and on Instagram, and the girl who runs our social media pages, especially the Instagram one, is actually one of my school friends that we were talking about earlier, and she's a whiz on Instagram. She's got loads of followers herself, and she's an absolute whiz. And me and my sister, my sister comes down here all the time, and just spends a couple of days now. That's, we spend a lot more time together, even though we still did before, but since diagnosis, we're always looking for ways to, and we'll be sat there and we'll be like looking on, like, how's Jane done that? How have you done that, Jane? We're like, Jane, what have you done? How do you do that on Instagram? And then she'll be like, you just do it. And then we'll be like, try to help each other figure out how she's done. Or when we found out how to add like stickers or sparkles onto a story, we're like, oh, it's so easy, It's like, I felt like, my granny, teaching my granny how to use a mobile phone sort of scenario. It's like, oh, geez. But yeah, I'm still not, I still veer towards Facebook because I know Facebook more, and it's a bit easier for me than Instagram. But there's a help for Hearts and Hope for Helen. So, and it's just phenomenal. So there's my sister Emma, and there's Jean who does the Instagram. There's Ellie, who's been my friend since nursery school. She's been my friend, she's my longest friend probably ever. There is a girl called Lindsay and a girl called Lorraine, who are more my sister's friends, but they're the team behind the sort of Hearts and Hope for Helen. And they only really set it up in January because, of course, people want to help and people were like, we need to do something, wanting to do something. So they decided to do this fundraising, which we will use for if I get to a point of needing private treatment that I can't get on the NHS, or complementary therapies, or go and access trials abroad, or it's for whatever we feel we want to use it for, to enjoy our lives and make our lives better, whatever that may be. And it's unbelievable what they've done since they started up in January, I think it was, February, and they've raised like £85,000 in that short space of time. It's just phenomenal, and it's humbling and it's heartwarming to know. And I know we come in this little small town, so everybody's really close, everybody knows my family, and so everybody has been super kind. But there is obviously, the word is spread, it's spread around as social media does. So there's people that have never met us that are obviously donating and contributing, and they do raffles and people have held discos and all sorts of race nights and functions and all different stuff. People just donating stuff. There you go, have that, like famous sporting memorabilia and things like that. Just unbelievable stuff that people are just giving her for donations to raffle, and that's so lovely. Really, really nice to know you have all that support. And it must be, there's people out there who won't have that support. And I know I'm very, very lucky, and it does make a difference to have that, to know you've got all these people that have got your back almost. They can't change what I'm going through. No. But it is nice to know they're looking out for me, and they'll be looking out for my kids and looking out for Phil and my sister, knowing she's got support and stuff like that as well, and my mum and that. So yeah, it's amazing what they've achieved. It really is.
Well, look, Helen, I'm blown away. We have sat for nearly 4.5 hours.
No.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Wow. I knew I could talk, but
no, not
I
at
knew
all.
I could talk, but
I've been captivated by.
Oh, as long as it feels
together.
being useful.
Yeah, I want to challenge you on. I always want to challenge you. I'm not going to challenge you. I daren't challenge you.
You'll be here another hour.
Overwhelm me. But I feel so blessed to have been sat here and talking to you about this.
Thank you, and thank you for coming.
I hope we will sit down again in 5 years' time and go, Pete, let's talk again.
Now where I am,
and look where I am now.
Yeah, with my teenage daughters causing trouble. 100%.
And then to sit down with you, and it would be surreal and it'd be a privilege. Thank you so much for your time.
No, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Yeah.
I'll see you soon.
Yes.
Firefighters Podcast is a global podcast seeking to develop, inspire and motivate the world of the emergency services operators. Through a series of wide-ranging conversations celebrating those within our sector, we seek to encourage and support this incredible group of people. It's brought to you by myself, operational firefighter Pete Wakefield, and I speak with individuals from all walks of life who I sincerely believe can add value to or develop those who have chosen this life path. Please support your emergency services wherever you are in the world, and thank you for listening.